Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our Cambridge Day 2023. Are you ready? I can hear you. Are you ready? Now our host for the day, our lovely Rebecca Rios.
Oh, that's me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was just sitting over there thinking about the many, many Cambridge days that I came as a teacher. And then I was just feeling the teacher emotion to be ready to come up to the stage. Thank you so much for coming. I'm almost there. Here we go. Hello. Thank you so much. It's lovely, lovely to be here. Good morning, São Paulo. Good morning. Good morning, Brazil. And teachers who are watching us from all over the world for Cambridge Day 2023. Words cannot express the joy that I feel to host this event and represent teachers everywhere whose lives have been impacted and changed through learning and teaching English. Be prepared to have your teacher toolkit filled up with ideas, insights, strategies, and to watch talks with amazing speakers to help you gas up the tank for the semester that's just around the corner. Let yourself be taken on a journey of knowledge and be inspired by everything that's going to happen today. Chat and meet new people during the breaks, exchange experiences, and get ready to have your world grow a bit more. And if you're watching from home, You will also have the opportunity to be inspired by the lectures and a bunch of diverse interviews we have prepared especially for you. I'd love to have also your questions in the chat to ask our speakers live. And speaking of speakers, let's take a look at what we have today. Let me see if I can do this. Yes, I can. Okay, so we have our opening right now at 9. Then at 9:15, we'll have debuting in Brazil this year, Helen Kenyon, for her talk on revise, repeat, and recycle, the building blocks for strong language foundations in the pre-primary classroom. Then at 10:10, we'll have our very own Viviane Kirmeliene with much beyond tea and burgers, 6 ways to foster intercultural competences in your classes. Then we'll have a small coffee break. And for you guys that are online, we have a special program for you during the break. Then we'll be back with Ben Goldstein with Where Do You Fit In Now? At 12:30, we'll have our lunch break. And 1:30, we'll begin the program for the online. And then we'll have a round table or mesa redonda. This session will be held in Portuguese, Segurança nas Escolas. Then at 2:40, we'll be back with Alberto Costa, assessment for a successful learning journey. 3:30, our last coffee break with the special online program. Then we'll close off with Caroline Nixon, Making a Difference. And we have a special pocket show, a musical performance by a espetacular Charanga do França. I don't know how many of you know this group, but you'll be impressed with their talent. And then at 6 o'clock, we'll have our closing. You guys excited? Yeah, there's so much to learn today, right? So, an e-certificate of attendance will be sent for the in-person participants within 5 business days. And for those of you who are watching us online, the link for the e-certificate will be available in the chat at the end of the day. And before we kick off our day, I wanted to share with you a bit of my English journey with Cambridge. By the way, can you remember when your English journey began? Do you know that moment? Well, I can, as if it were yesterday. Back in 2014, I was teaching at a school, and I was called to the principal's office. And I wondered if I had done anything wrong. And to my surprise, what she said was, "We'd like you to help us choose the material for the bilingual program." Now, I was just a teacher, and I had no idea where to start until the lovely Erika Seifert. Where is Erika? Where is she? Erika's outside. Well, if you get a chance, you'll meet the lovely Erika Seifert, came to my school and presented the amazing course books and resources Cambridge had. I had seen other materials, but Cambridge had me at hello. And then we decided for it, and to my complete shock, when we decided, the admins of the school had chosen me to become the bilingual program coordinator. And words cannot express my gratitude for all the resources, professional development, and opportunities, such as Cambridge Day, which I was given that prepared myself and the other teachers that I worked with to face all the challenges of implementing a bilingual program and helping our students to reach excellent results. I love remembering that story. It's good to reminisce, to remember stories, right? And speaking of story, I have to get a picture with you guys because last year I didn't get a picture, so I want to get a picture with you guys. I don't know if anybody in the photographer team is getting pictures, but everybody say cheese or say Cambridge Day. Fantastic. And I'm going to post this on my Instagram, and I'm going to tag at Cambridge Brazil. So I hope you already follow. Where are the slides? There we go. I hope you already follow Cambridge Brazil on social media. There's so much content there, so many things to do. So if you follow us on social media, on the channels and profiles, take pictures today, tag us throughout the day, okay? So Instagram is at Cambridge Brazil with a Z. And now, it is my honor to welcome to the stage the man that has been making this event possible for over 20 years, João Madureira, head of Cambridge, Brazil. Hello.
Hello, Rebecca. Thank you very
Hello.
much. It is my honor to be here with you all. Thank you, Rebecca. It's my honor to be with you again here. Great to see you all back since last year. We've gone a little bit bigger this year, not only face-to-face, but also on streaming. I hear that we have more than 3,000 people. 3 people? That's easy. Just my family covers that. But 3,000 people have applied for the streaming, so thank you very much. Hello, Brazil. Hello, São Paulo. I'm here just to say thank you, thank you, thank you. Be tired of hearing me, but this is how I feel. You know, it's really a great pleasure to host not only this event, but all the other 8 events that we have already made possible this year. Fortaleza, Recife, Salvador, Rio, Belo Horizonte, Brasília, Porto Alegre, Curitiba, and today here. So 9 Cambridge days in 5 days. So that's almost 2 a day. This one is more than 2 because we're here and we are all over Brazil and indeed internationally. So thank you very much. We do have to thank our sponsors as well. And I think that we do have their slide with their logos here. So our partners, Dizal, SBS, A Página, and Endel Books, who you will probably meet or have already met in our exhibition area. And also our exam centers, which are also present, Cultura Inglesa, CNA, Winner, ACE Exams, and São Paulo Open Center. So thank you all, our sponsors, because they are also part of the organizing structure of such a big event like this one. Hope you enjoy. I will then later thank our international speakers and also our local speaker, Alberto, but that will come later. Now, I just wish you all a very good event, a very good day. We've got lots to do. And please, you know, use the coffee break, the lunch break to create your network, talk to us, visit our stands, our exhibitions, because we've got a lot to show and a lot to share, and we hope that this is also a good part of the event, you know, bringing people together. Thank you very much for being here. Rebecca.
Thank you, João. I appreciate it. I'll see you back here at the end of the event. So you've heard a little bit of my English journey with Cambridge, and now we'd like to share with you another story from a very inspiring teacher.
I was always interested in English ever since I was a little kid, but my parents unfortunately couldn't afford language institute for me to learn English, so I started learning by myself. It was my dream to become an English teacher. Nowadays I realize that a teacher's role is not necessarily to provide knowledge, but to inspire. My students usually come to me to seek advice. I usually tell them, if you can prove the world that you can speak English, whatever opportunity comes, you'll be ready.
Even though like every country has their own language, English it's the one that most of the people are speaking. And I'm not raising my kids to be in Brazil, I'm raising my kids to be in the world.
I wanted to go to high school in Florida next year. I'm hoping I can do that. And then I really wanted to study medicine.
English opens up so many possibilities in your life. It makes it possible to connect with so many people from so many different countries and so many different cultures, and you can connect through the language.
I would like to see who was like.
Drinks are here.
In order to make classes more fun, I usually try to bring whatever it is that is going on in their lives.
I'm 34, I'll turn 35 tomorrow.
See, it's your birthday tomorrow?
My birthday's tomorrow, yeah.
Oh, that's so adorable.
We always aim at helping our students accomplish their goals, achieve their dreams, and helping the society and the community grow. The school is a place where the community meets. Whenever students come back to my life and they tell me what they have accomplished, I feel like I'm one step closer to achieving my dream.
What a round of applause for Fabio and for all of you inspiring teachers. It is at the core of Cambridge's mission to enrich the global school community through joy and power of English, to open the world to learners and make the experience inspiring and rewarding for teachers. Our teaching, learning, and assessment approach is increasingly integrated, combining educational technology with language insights. Together, we help learners, teachers, and school leaders to achieve their ambitions. After all, Cambridge is where your world grows. So let's kick off our learning journey today at the very beginning with our first speaker, Helen Kenyon, a Cambridge product manager and speaker, making her debut in Brazil this year with her talk, Revise, Repeat, Recycle, the building blocks for strong language foundations in the pre-primary classroom. Welcome, Helen. Welcome. Before we start, we have this tradition in Brazil where we ask speakers a couple of a question, just one question.
Okay, you've put me on the spot here. I was
Yeah,
not
no. It's a
expecting
simple
this.
question, okay?
Okay.
We like to get to know our
Okay.
speakers, don't we? Yes? Okay. So, Helen, you've been at Cambridge for quite a while, right?
18 years.
18 years.
18 years.
And you've traveled all around the world.
Yes,
Right?
yep.
So, how has this opportunity of meeting teachers and training teachers has impacted your journey with Cambridge?
Meeting teachers. Well, I was a teacher myself. So a lot of people that when we go into publishing afterwards, we've been teaching. So it's nice to talk to teachers again because you think about when you started and what your journey was. And actually, there's so many commonalities around the world with teachers that it does remind you that you're part of a global community and that we're all striving to be the best teachers we can be and to inform that next generation of learners. So there's much more commonality than differences, basically.
Oh, that's fantastic. Thank you very much. You're off with Helen right now. Take notes. Write down your questions. At the end, we'll have a Q&A. Here you go. It's just this one.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Okay, going to do some juggling here. Thanks to Rebecca. Thank you for being here as well. As Rebecca said, this is my first time in Brazil. So I've been at Cambridge for 18 years, but my first time in Brazil. It's taken me a really long time to get here, but I've had a fantastic week. And the Cambridge Brazil team, thank you, because the organization has been brilliant. So what a week. I'm a product manager, so I work on educational resources and methodologies, and I specialize in primary learners and pre-primary learners. And really that's because I think this age group is fantastic. I think it's such a privilege to work with children at the beginning of their learning journey, where you can really help them to foster that love of learning. So today, I'm going to be talking about pre-primary. Hands up if we have any pre-primary teachers. We have a few, okay. Well, hopefully what I'm going to be talking about today will give you some ideas and some takeaways that you can use in your classroom. I salute you for pre-primary teachers because the energy required for this age group is immense. So hopefully I can give you some tips that will help you to keep up that energy, but also make the classroom a really enjoyable place to be. The pre-primary classroom is quite a unique place because we have the privilege of teaching learners at the very beginning of their academic journey. This is the first time for most of them to be in a formal academic setting. So what we are helping to do in the classroom with them, their attitudes to learning, we need to kind of develop a positive attitude. But this is tricky because generally as teachers, we might be trained in how to teach English, how to acquire language, how to build the foundations of language learning. Or we might be trained in child development and how you educate children. But often we're not trained in both. So that's a challenge. That's a challenge in the classroom. How do you teach language, but also understand that you're teaching children? And then the other challenge for this age group is pre-primary, they're pre-literate. So they can't read, they can't write. How do we teach a language to children that can't read or write? Well, let's talk about that challenge and how we think we can help with that. So I'm going to start with this quote, which summarizes just what I've said. The challenge for all pre-primary teachers of English is to have the knowledge, skills, and sensitivities of a teacher of children and a teacher of language, and to be able to balance and combine the two successfully. And let's have a look at some of those key words: knowledge, skills, sensitivities. Balancing of that. Well, hopefully I'm going to help and give you some ideas of how to do that. And one of the approaches that we feel is appropriate for pre-primary in order to balance that is what we call the whole child approach. The whole child approach is acknowledging that in the pre-primary classroom, we're not just teaching language. The children of this age group, they change rapidly. Every day, they are learning something new. Not only are they developing cognitively, physically they're changing, you know? One minute, their bodies can't do something, and the next they can. There is a huge amount of change for this age group, and we need to acknowledge that. So the areas that we feel should also be considered in the language classroom, let's start with personal, social, and emotional. So this is about children understanding themselves, their own ideas, their own feelings, who they are in the world, but also recognizing that there are others in the world. You know, children of this age group where they're very much at the center of their own world because they've been in a family environment. There's been a lot of focus on them. That's great. That's what we want. We want to nurture children of this age. But then they're going into their first formal academic setting, and we have to support them to understand there are other people in the world as well. Not only are there other people, they have feelings, they have ideas, they have emotions, so we need to help them with that. Communication through language. So how we're helping children to articulate themselves, how to interact with their teacher, with their peers. We need to help them how to communicate. And that isn't just through English, but even through their own L1 language, how we help them communicate. Knowledge and understanding of the world. So how does their experience of life relate to the rest of the world, their other environments? How does their experience of home relate to school? How does their experience in the playground relate to others' experience? So their place in the world. As I mentioned, their physical development. So if you're a teacher of pre-primary, there's a lot of energy, but there's also a lot of dips. There's highs, there's lows. So physically, we have to acknowledge that perhaps in the classroom, they're not used to sitting down. They're not used to focusing. So we need to help them manage their bodies at the same time. We also need to acknowledge creative development. And this is great. This is one of the reasons I really like this age group. I really enjoy working with this age group because there's a lot of variety we can provide here. The arts, music, drama, the pre-primary classroom can be such a creative place for them. So we need to help them develop those skills because not everybody is going to be the top of the class for English language, but they might be good in other areas, and we need to be able to help them understand that so they can be confident in their own learning. So the whole child approach is acknowledging that when we're teaching this age group, when we're teaching pre-primary, it's not just about language, but that there are lots of other areas of development that we should also be thinking about for this age group. I'm going to talk now then a little bit about a technique that we think is really useful in the classroom for pre-primary. So this is the title of the talk. How well have you remembered the title of the talk? Give you a clue, this is the 3 R's. This technique is called the 3 R's. So if people are online, maybe you can join in by typing your answer into the Q&A box online. What's the first R? Can we remember? Revise. Perfect. The first R is revise. What's the second R? Repeat. Brilliant. And what's the third R? Recycle. Fantastic. Right. Revise, repeat, recycle. The 3 R's. We're going to keep coming back to that. Remember it. I'm going to keep asking you it. The 3 R's. What are the advantages of using the 3 R's in the classroom? Okay. With this age group in particular, they learn quickly, they forget quickly. Okay? I know the answer, I know. Oh no, I've forgotten. Get used to that. Because they learn, they forget. They learn, they forget. Revise, repeat, recycle. You require a lot of patience as a teacher, but that's what these learners need. They need constant repetition. They need a context for the language that you are teaching them. They need to understand why that language is needed, what's the context you would use it in. It helps if you use the 3 R's because you can relate new language or past language to a new topic or vice versa. New language to a topic they already know. So by revising, repeating, recycling, you're able to activate their prior knowledge, but then bringing new learning as well. It means that you can provide a variety of different input resources. So what we were talking about, the creative development and how we're helping them to foster that. Revising, repeating, recycling means that you can bring in lots of language and revise that language, but in different ways. So through pictures, through drama, through music, and we'll have a look at that. As a teacher, we want to model what we want these learners to be doing themselves. Because for this age group, they're going to be learning by watching what happens and copying. There's a lot of mimicking. This is how they learn. They're watching and they do it themselves. So as a teacher, we need to be those models. So giving clear instructions, one at a time, preferably, one at a time, and modeling how you want them to behave and speak is going to be fantastic for them because they will start to do it back to you. And the last 2 we're talking about is the environment of the classroom and providing or starting to create what we'd call a language-rich environment. So somewhere where using English is very natural, it's very positive, it gives them, they're relaxed and calm because as a teacher you are using it when you're demonstrating, maybe you're narrating something that you're doing, maybe you're talking about what they're doing as they're doing it, and all of that will help these learners of this age group feel calm and secure because you're doing it in a very natural way, and English is part of the environment, and it will give them a very positive experience of using language and hearing language in a place that they feel safe. So let's have a think then about the practical implications of using those 3 R's. What are the 3 R's? revise. Fantastic. Okay, the 3 R's. You're doing well. You're doing well. We're going to look at 3 ways of practically implementing the 3 R's into some activities in the classroom. Now, this is pre-primary. This is the first session of the day. It's the first talk. I need to get some energy levels up. So this is, be prepared, because you will be asked to participate, okay? Communication through language. That language-rich environment, what we do in the classroom, how we speak in the classroom is going to make a huge difference to these learners. And one of the ways you can do that is with songs and rhymes. Children of this age group are going to love music and songs and rhymes. Not all children, but generally it's a good way of using language in the classroom. We're going to look at how you can play with different rhyming sounds and draw attention to different sounds. And then we're going to have a little look about, again, that language-rich environment and kind of things you can talk about in the classroom where you're using English for real. Let's look then at the first one, songs and rhymes. This is where you're going to need to participate. Now, I said earlier that with this age group, with pre-primary, generally you give 1 instruction at a time, yeah? But I think, as an audience, you can do 2. Yeah? I'm looking at you. The rest, no pressure, but every other city that we visited this week did 2. So the pressure is a little bit on you to also do 2. I need you to do 2 things. The first thing is going to be, as we listen to this song, I want you to think about what are the missing words, okay? So have a little read and think about what are the missing words, okay? That's the first thing. The next thing I'm going to be asking you, can you guess? To perform, yes. You're going to be miming. So if you're watching this online, please, you're not excused from this. I would like you to get up in your living room or wherever you are and do the same thing. You can also type your answers for the words in the chat box. So no excuses. This is pre-primary. Everybody has to join in. For our second thing, if you're going to be performing, what's the first action you're going to be performing? Flying, yes. Second action? Running. Oh, I was confident you would know this. I had confidence in you. When I saw you coming in, I'm like, can they do it? Okay. What's the third action? Jumping. Okay. Are you ready? Stand up. Everybody stand up. Okay, this is good. This is the first session, so it's going to loosen us up. You've got a whole day of listening, so this is a good opportunity to... Okay, right. So the first thing you have to do is the first thing you're doing is listening to the words that I've blocked out here. And the next thing you're going to be doing is the miming actions, okay? Right. Let's play the song.
I'm a little bird, fly with me, move your wings, just like me. I'm a strong horse, run with me, move your legs, just like me. I'm a white rabbit, jump with me, move your feet, just like me. I'm a...
Fantastic! Give yourselves a round of applause. Brilliant. Well done. You can sit down. Fantastic. Everybody joined in. I hope everybody at home also joined in. Well done. If you do not teach pre-primary, give it a try, because you obviously were all very, very good. You can teach pre-primary. You're ready. Okay, let's have a look at the missing words then. What was the first word that you heard? Bird. Fantastic. What was the second word? Horse. Okay, and what was the third word? Brilliant. Okay, let's just double check then. Bird, horse, and
I'm
rabbit.
a little bird.
Oh, brilliant. That's the first time it's happened, but I'm super impressed. It's because I suggested there was some competition with the other cities, wasn't it? And so you're like, no, we're going to do more. Okay, brilliant. Okay, that song was from a pre-primary course that that Cambridge has. It's called Green Man and the Little Forest. So Green Man is set in a forest. It's got lots of animals. We'll talk about a bit later. What was the vocabulary? What topic with the vocabulary were we learning there? Animals, exactly, animals. So songs are a great way of building vocabulary towards a topic. There's a natural exposure to language with songs and rhymes. So they're a great way to repeat vocabulary, but to introduce new vocabulary. And the musical beat really helps with highlighting syllables and rhyme in that song. So you'll have seen that there was lots of repetition with that, you know? With me was repeated a lot, yeah? You know, because you sang it back to me. With me. So that's really good, because that repetition of those words, even if children don't know the actual vocabulary, they will start to repeat it anyway. They will start to sing that back to you. And then we did some miming actions at the same time. And that is really good for remembering vocabulary, because they start to associate the action with the word. And that's great for building those memory skills. The rhyming, what you can do, we said that these children are pre-literate. They don't know about reading and writing. But in primary, that's what they will start to learn. So although we're not going to be teaching them literacy skills at this age group necessarily, we do want to increase their awareness around phonetics and phonemes and sounds, because language is about listening and about speaking. So we need them to think about sounds. And songs are a really good way of doing this. You can highlight words or letters that sound the same. So in that song, we had jump and just. Okay, you can repeat that so that they start to see those connections. Or little and like. So this is going to be really good, because when they do go into primary school, when they need to start thinking about reading, they need to understand sounds. I mentioned this before about creating a language-rich environment, so how you use English in the classroom as a teacher and how you are modelling that for them. So some examples can be finding a name on a register, so showing that you are looking and reading something out, describing pictures in a book, so doing this in a very natural and a very positive way. General classroom instructions, if you say those in English, so sit down, please. Be quiet, please. Can I help? That's a great one in the classroom, because they will start saying the same things back to you. And if they say to you, can I help? You're winning, definitely winning. Model how you speak. So if you want them to be quiet, then you need to say that in a tone that is, be quiet, please. If you're doing something that's exciting, you want to say that so that they get the idea. Let's play. So model how you speak. They might not know the vocabulary, but they will get from the tone of what you're saying what you mean, you know? And then body postures and movements. So how you are standing is really important. If you're quite serious, maybe you want to fold your arms. Maybe if you want them to look at something, you might want to point to your eyes or listen all of that body language is helping them to understand what you are trying to communicate. And at this age, they're learning to communicate even in their own language, even in their L1. This isn't just about English. They're actually learning communication skills generally. So we need to kind of help them with that and need them to understand that English isn't that different from their own L1. It's all about communication. It's all about how you interact successfully with somebody else. Routines in the pre-primary classroom. Who uses routines? Does anyone want to volunteer a routine that they use? Anybody? Michael, do you want to volunteer a routine that you use? Oh, do you have a particular song that you use to settle them down? Something maybe tidy up. That's a good routine song. Tidy up. Routines are a great way in the pre-primary classroom because there's lots of advantages to using them. So they're very good for children because it enables children of this age group to know what to do and when to do it. So let's not forget, this is a structure that these children of this age group are not used to. They're not used to a formal academic setting, and we need to help them customize to that kind of an environment. So giving them routines means that they are starting to understand what the expectations are, what we should be doing and when we should be doing it. And if we keep doing that, if we're persistent with that, then the children themselves will start to become more responsible and they start to become more independent. And that's going to be great for you as teachers because it means it gives you time to perhaps focus on something else. So if the children know what they should be doing because they've got used to that routine, you can spend your time maybe supporting a child that needs a bit of extra support. Maybe you can do some observation. So routines are really good because they're actually going to help you to manage the class. Like we said about the mimicking and the copying, if you use phrases in your routines in English, children will start saying it back to you. They'll tell you when it's time to tidy up. You have to accept that, okay, you've got the English, great. And it will give them some confidence. So, like I said, this is a real privilege, this age group, because what we do at this age group is setting the building blocks as they go up into primary, to secondary, as adult learners. You know, we remember what our life was like when, what our school life was like when we were very young. And what we want to do is give these children a really positive experience of learning. We want them to have a really positive attitude. So if we can instill in them some confidence about learning, that they are capable of doing it, then that is going to carry them through all of their academic years. There should be generally 4 routines. It sounds like a lot. 4 routines in every lesson. What are the 3 R's? Revise, repeat, recycle. Yes. Okay. The 3 R's. And it's the same with routines. 4 routines in a lesson is really good for structuring your lesson. As adults, it might seem like a lot, because we don't need that repetition necessarily, or not as often. But for very young learners, their brains have not been trained yet. They've not been trained to remember. They do not have the long-term memory skills that we've been developing, that we've developed as adults. So the constant repetition and that constant revision is helped by these routines that you are repeating again and again. Let's have a look at some of the kind of routines that are useful. So an opening routine. An opening routine is where you are beginning the lesson, which is actually, quite a special time. It's quite an intimate time between a teacher and their learners. You want to establish a connection. So greetings at the opening of your lesson is really important. You want it to start in a positive way. A timeline routine, this is where you want to move children from one activity to the next. Okay, you want them to stop one activity and you want them to move on to the next. And that's not necessarily easy with 3-year-olds. They might be really enjoying that activity that you've just done. So a routine helps you to establish, okay, we're finishing this, we're moving on. A transition routine is very similar to that. You'll want them to move from one activity to another. You might want to use it, for example, when you need them to change location. So maybe they're at the table and you want them to come and sit on the carpet for a story. Or maybe there's a play area and now you need them to sit down and do an activity. So a transition routine is really good for that. And then a closing routine. This is actually just as important as your opening routine. And sometimes we kind of rush it, don't we? You know, we're perhaps not so calm. We're like, you know, quick, the bell's about to go. Or we should try to make the closing routine as positive as the opening routine. So we should try to do it in a calm, relaxed, and positive manner, because their last impression of the lesson should be positive. It should be that they've enjoyed the lesson, and therefore we need to take the time and not rush that last routine. Let's leave them in a nice, positive frame of mind. So an example of an opening routine. Remember we talked about that whole child, the whole child approach, not just teaching language. And we talked about personal, social, and emotional development. So recognizing yourself and then also recognizing others. This is a really, really good routine for that, because we're asking them, how are you feeling? How are you feeling today? How are you feeling today? Good? Happy? That's because you did a song. That's because you did a song. Okay, how are you feeling is a really good question to be asking students, because it is getting them to recognize their own emotions, and that will help them to regulate how they're going to behave in the class. It will also help because they will understand that not everybody in the class is feeling the same as them. Maybe you as the teacher aren't feeling the same. So that recognition of how we are feeling is really important. So it's a lovely routine to start your lesson with. We don't have to worry about their using English for that. That's fine. They can reply in L1, but you can rephrase in English. You can come back and you can rephrase it and say, oh, you're tired. You're tired. And they, again, will start to pick up that language and they will start repeating it back to you. They'll probably tell you you're tired and you'll say, yes, I am. Okay. But that's good. They're learning. They're learning English. They're learning how to recognize emotion. This is a timeline routine that we talked about. I talked about that we have a lot of pre-primary courses. I'm going to wander over here. Does anyone know who this is? It's Green Man, yes. Green Man is from one of our courses. He's a magical creature. So if you were trying to guess what animal he is, you'd take a long time. He's magic. He's a magical creature. He lives in the forest. I haven't got enough hands. Hang on. Green Man lives in the forest and he encounters two children, and they communicate with him. And they talk about nature and animals. The song that you learned was a Green Man song. So we have a Green Man puppet. Does anyone use puppets in their classroom? Yes? What do you use? Oh, Polly the parrot. Yes. Anybody else use puppets? Cameron the cat. Yes. There's a theme here, isn't there, with the animals? They're very, very good. Puppets are a brilliant way to talk to children because they're playful. And play is really, really important for this age group because play is psychologically safe. You can't really make mistakes with play. So talking to a puppet and talking about emotions to a puppet is actually quite good for children because it means they can't give a wrong answer. Yep. It means actually they might not be telling you, they're telling the puppet. Okay? So some examples of questions you might like to ask. I'll put him here, he can peep out. Some questions you might like to ask if you're using a puppet in class would be, what did you like in today's class? What did you like? What was your favorite activity? Or what did you learn today? So this is a reflection routine. And sometimes we think children of this age group can't do this. It's too difficult. It requires like metacognitive knowledge or skills that, that's for adults or for teenagers. Actually, this age group is excellent at doing this. They are really good at giving you their opinion on things. So we need to foster that, because actually reflecting on your own learning is a really important learning skill and strategy, and we should do it more as adults. We kind of forget to do that. We're too busy, we don't look back. Reflecting on your learning is really, really important, and if you can instill that in your young learners and ask them to reflect on what they liked, they'll tell you what they didn't like. They're quite clear on that as well. But then that's a really good skill for them to keep going as they go through their academic life. Okay, so why are routines in English so important? It helps children to feel safe and relaxed in the classroom because they know what to expect. And ultimately, we want to foster this positive learning experience. So feeling safe and relaxed is good for them because it's their first experience of this formal setting. They provide boundaries, so children know how to behave and how to regulate their behavior when you're using a routine. They become more responsible and independent, which, as we said, helps you to manage the classroom because actually it frees you up to do other things. And then obviously they are being able to predict and acquire the language that you're wanting to teach them. So really good to use routines in the classroom. The last thing I'm going to talk about then is around stories. Stories in the pre-primary classroom. How do stories help learning? Well, let's have a look. Stories help to build that home-school connection. So we can assume that lots of children will have had stories at home, and bringing that into the classroom is something that they're already familiar with. That's great. It means they know what's coming here. Stories can help to develop and expand the vocabulary, a bit like songs. So especially if you are using a story that's on a topic that you've already been covering, you can start to introduce new vocabulary to that. We should use stories that have a meaningful context for this age group. So, no stories about working in an office or using a passport at an airport. Okay? No, not for pre-primary. We need a meaningful context for this age group. So stories about animals, stories about the home, family, super important. Family is the center of their world. As they get a little bit older, friends become more important. Toys. Toys are also super, super important. So think about the context of the story. Stories do more than just practice the language. They also help develop other skills, one of which is focus and concentration, which is going to be a challenge with 3-year-olds. They've not had to focus or concentrate before, really. And now you're asking them to sit down and listen? That's a challenge. So stories are a really good way to help them to practice that, to train about how to concentrate. And when you're doing it in a group and they can see other children doing the same thing, that's a really good example for them because there's peer learning, and it means they can see from their peers what they should be doing. As we've said, you can introduce and revise language with stories. What are the 3 R's? Brilliant. You're doing well. You're doing well. I can see some enthusiasm dwindling. We'll need to bring it up for that at the final slide. And then developing other learning strategies. So stories are great for doing things like predicting, hypothesizing, making connections. So it's really good to use stories not just for language, but for all those other learning skills as well. We're going to have a little look then at a story from Green Man. Just quickly, what is the vocabulary that we are revising here? Animal vocabulary, so what vocabulary in particular? Bird was one of them. Fly is another one. Wings was another one. Okay, so we, if you remember, that was in the song. That vocabulary was in the song, so now we're going to do a story afterwards where they know some of the vocabulary, but not all of it. So let's have a listen.
Hello, bird,
says hedgehog.
Hello, hedgehog,
says bird.
Can I help you? Can you fly? No, I can't. Have you got strong wings? No, I haven't. I'm sorry, you can't help me. Okay, bye-bye.
Poor hedgehog. What was the new vocabulary we learnt there? Hedgehog. Hedgehog was a new word that came in. There were some phrases as well. Can I help you? That's a really good word in the primary classroom. Can I help you? And how about I'm sorry? I'm sorry. Let's look at the next part of the story.
Hello, horse,
says hedgehog.
Hello, hedgehog,
says horse.
Can I help you?
Can you run?
No, I can't.
Have you got strong legs?
No, I haven't.
I'm sorry, you can't help me.
Okay, bye-bye.
Poor hedgehog. Don't worry, hedgehog does find a friend. Okay, I know you're very worried about that. He does find a friend that can help, okay? It's tense, it's tense. Okay, so what are the phrases? So we had some new phrases when hedgehog was talking to bird. What phrases have we repeated when he's talking to horse? Can I help you? And I'm sorry, and bye-bye, yeah? So we're learning new language, we've learned these new phrases, and we've learned a new animal, and then we're repeating it. So this story is repeating the conversation. It's providing a context where it makes sense to interact. That's a really good example for this age group. And then we're just repeating the language again and again. So why would we use this in the pre-primary classroom? Well, this topic in particular is really good for this age group because it's about nature. And actually, helping children, remember when we talked about that whole child approach and their knowledge and understanding of the world? Nature is a brilliant topic for them to develop that awareness. So it can help to develop intellectual, emotional, social, physical, and environmental skills. When we're talking about nature with children of this age group, it's got lots of advantages. And ultimately, we want them to appreciate the world that they're in. And we want them to grow up doing that. So starting at this really young age group is great. Okay, if you were going to do then an activity, a story activity, you're going to read a story in class, what would you do before the story, during and after? I want you to just talk to the person next to you. Or if you're online, if you're watching this online, then please put your ideas in the Q&A in the chat box. But here, if you want to talk to the person next to you, I'm going to give you a minute. I want you to think of something you might do before you read the story, something you might do during the story, and something you might do after the story, okay? 1 minute. Okay. Your minute's up. Okay, so let's have a look then. Let's look at some ideas of what you can do before you tell a story in class. Does anyone want to volunteer an idea? Yeah. Brilliant. Okay, so presenting the characters is great because lots of the stories of this age group will have characters. Maybe they're characters that they already know. So presenting them again is brilliant. Okay. You can use pictures to do that. So I think before you tell the story, using pictures, using illustrations is really good to help them to activate that prior knowledge. They don't need to know every word that's coming up in the story, but you might want to pre-teach one or two that you think are useful. And then again, asking them to think about how this could relate to the topic that they've been doing. Okay, while you tell the story, perhaps you might want to give them a task to think, or something to think about while you're telling the story, maybe. Maybe you might want to say, how does Hedgehog feel? You know, so they can think about that while they're listening to the story. The prediction skills, hypothesizing what's going to happen next, you know, getting them to think about the plot of a story. Repeating certain parts of the story. So can someone say some of the phrase that we learned in the story? Can I help you? You might want to pause and get them to repeat that back. Or you might want to rephrase. You might want to, if you think that they might not be quite understanding, you might want to rephrase certain parts in English or even in their L1 so that they can understand the story. And then after you tell the story, there are lots of things that you can do to follow up. So you can get them to think about, how did the story make you feel? Did you like the story? You might want to get them another task related to it. So maybe when we talked about the creative development that we wanted them to go on to do, then maybe some craft work or drawing a picture would be really good. Role play. Role play is brilliant, this age group. And it's great for mixed ability because not everybody is a top language learner, but they might have the most amazing dramatic skills. So giving people the opportunity to do something like role play is great. And then do not be afraid to retell the story. We know that children, like we said, learn quickly, forget quickly. Learn quickly, forget quickly. And if they have a favorite story, then use that. Just keep going back to that because that repeated exposure is fantastic for them. So why in stories in English so important? Well, they help promote a variety of skills. And then they also contribute to those other learning areas like concentration, listening and waiting, which is quite big for this age group, and developing their own confidence, helping them to develop their own positive attitudes to learning. So, just to wrap up then, we started with that quote. Remember at the beginning about the knowledge, skills, and sensitivities. And we're acknowledging that there is a real balance between teaching language and teaching children. So we looked at that whole child approach, understanding the different areas of development that also need to be nurtured in the classroom. We talked about the technique, which is the 3 R's, which is eyes, repeat, recycle. Okay, that's the last time you have to say that. Don't worry, you're done. And then we looked at how you can practically implement that into the classroom. How can you bring that into the classroom? I'm just going to leave you with one final thing because as I said, I love creating materials for this age group because I think it's so creative and it's such an important age group. And I think it's really important that we model for children that learning is fun because they're going to have to do it for so many more years. They're doing it for the rest of their lives. So if you can enjoy your time in the classroom, if you can enjoy what you're doing with them, then they will model that, they will copy that. They will see that learning in general and learning English is a natural and positive thing to do, and they will hopefully carry that attitude throughout their lives. So this quote says, when a child walks in the room, your child or anybody else's child, do your eyes light up? Because that's what they're looking for. Okay, we are the models for them, to their attitudes for learning. So if we can enjoy the classroom experience, then they will too. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. That was amazing. Thank you. I even danced myself over there.
Did you do the
Yeah, I
actions?
do. That was my favorite part when I was teaching pre-primary.
Yes, the
'Cause I got to
dancing.
dance.
You can move around.
What kind of profession do you get to dance working? Teaching pre-primary. So we don't have a lot of time for questions, but we do have a question from the people online.
Okay.
So Daniel from Talk to Daniel, he asks, how can we repeat and not sound like a boring lesson activity, especially for advanced students in the class?
Yes, how can you repeat? Well, I think with this age group, children do have much more of a tolerance for repetition than we do. So we might assume it's boring, and for them it isn't. I think one of the other things you can do is you can get them to do that, you know? They can model it. They can model the repetition. Let them be teacher for a change. And I think that added responsibility of being teacher in the class is actually really good, because children respond well to that, even if they're advanced and they've been doing it before.
Right. Okay. So we have one more
Okay.
question. We have one more question. Would you say routines help in setting a good environment, like for the classroom?
Oh, most definitely, most definitely. I think their routines are so important because they add structure. And we have to realize with this age group that structure is not something in their daily lives until this point necessarily. So understanding that structure is what's going to be coming because they're going to be having more lessons and more schooling and in different environments. It gives them a sense of timing. So those routines are really good with helping structuring timing.
And then they'll call you on it.
Exactly. If you miss a routine, then they'll point it out. So
no, it's not time to do this. It's time to do something
Exactly,
else. Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Let's give Helen another round of applause. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your time here and you'll come again.
It's been fantastic. Thank you so much. They've been a great audience and you moved around. That was impressive. I think you were the best city. Don't tell the other city. You were the best.
Shh, don't tell the people online that you guys were
not
the
the
best.
people online. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. You can give that. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. Moving along in our program, we now have the privilege to hear our very own native Brazilian, Viviane Kirmeliene, a teacher trainer, ELT editor, and content writer, with her talk, Much Beyond Tea and Burgers, 6 Ways to Foster Intercultural Competence in Your Classes. Viviane. Welcome. Are you as nervous as last year, or has the...
I think a little. I'm a bit more nervous now.
More?
More.
I don't know if you were here last year, but she was the biggest hit last year.
Oh, thank you.
They're just putting more pressure on you.
Yes, you are.
No. Okay, so before I hand it over to you,
okay.
You've been learning English for a long time, teaching English for a long time.
Yes.
Can you think of like a memorable moment of your journey that was really impactful in your learning or teaching?
Oh gosh, there are so many moments. I think it was when, and this happened like several times when students came to me and said, oh teacher, I got this job because of English.
That's amazing.
I remember now this student, she had been trying to learn English for some years, let's say. And she was this great piano player, she was incredible. So she felt very frustrated because she was so intelligent. She could do so well in so many different areas. And then, she said, this is my last chance, And then she came to me after 4 months and she said that she was very happy. She saw that she was finally learning English. And she gave me this box of chocolates.
Oh,
so
that's
it's really
amazing.
lovely. So I think all these moments when when students come to us and say, oh, I'm learning, it was so hard, but now I can do it, and they simply say thank you. I think all these moments are memorable.
That we've been helpful in some way.
Yes, that's
Fantastic.
right.
The floor is yours. Just the green, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Enjoy.
Hi, everyone. Hi again. It's a great honor to be here. I'd like to thank Cambridge for having me. And as I said last year, this means a lot to me, being here, because as many of you here, I'm Brazilian. I'm a non-native speaker. I'm a woman. I started teaching English when I was very, very young, with no idea about what I was doing. And I'm a woman in her 40s, so I know that I represent many of you being here, so it's a privilege and a huge responsibility. So I hope I can, just meet the expectations. So let's get started. So this is me. I have told you a little bit about myself. I'm one of the authors of Global Changer. It's a series for secondary. You'll probably be able to see it outside. And, I have this passion about how we can come up with materials that are more engaging, that can better reflect our students' realities, that can hold teachers' hands. This is something very important to me. We have to hold teachers' hands when we write our materials. And you're going to understand why later in this session. I love coffee. I'm not a big fan of tea. So this is what we're going to do today. Well, we had the introduction already. Then I'm going to share with you a personal story, something that is very important to me and that happened a long time ago. Then we will look at some definitions, and I will ask you some questions about culture and the intercultural dimension. Then we'll talk about the BNCC quite briefly, I hope. It's not going to be painful. I know it's a little bit tough to talk about documents and everything, but we need to look at them. After that, we will look at the intercultural dimension in the BNCC. Then, teachers' favorite part, when we have the tips and practical ideas, things that you can start using in your classes like tomorrow. And finally, if there's time, questions and answers. And one important thing, you're going to need your cell phones twice in this session. You're going to answer some questions using Menti. So just make sure you have your phones and participate. Okay? So, the story. This happened like a long, long time ago. Maybe most of you here weren't even born when this happened. Yeah. Okay, so, I kind of introduced myself when we started, okay? So, and, this was also me. Oh, it's a bit embarrassing, I would say. I was 17 years old when that picture was taken, and I was wearing a school uniform because I was living in Puerto Rico at that time. I got a scholarship. I was an exchange student, and I lived there for 11 months. So this was a long time ago, as you can see. So this is the uniform. I had to wear this skirt, blouse, and a vest. Very different from the uniform that we wear at schools here in Brazil, right? Totally different. And then, I was already fluent in English at that time. Actually, I started teaching English some months before, going on this exchange program. And I could communicate in Spanish fairly well after 2 or 3 months. So communication wasn't an issue because in Puerto Rico, people speak Spanish as their first language, but most of the population is fluent in English as well. So, communication was not a problem. But I can say that those 11 months were one of the most difficult periods of my life because I just couldn't fit in. I felt like, as we say in Portuguese, like a peixe fora d'água all the time. I couldn't make friends. I was at school, I couldn't find my clique. I couldn't find my group. I eventually had a boyfriend, which was good. But it was difficult, to talk to people, to be part of the group, to interact. I had a great host family, but I was alone most of the time because my host mother worked a lot. And so it was a very lonely period of my life. I was a loner. And there were the questions. Oh, the questions. bear in mind that we're talking about the mid-90s. This was before the internet age. This was when dinosaurs walked on Earth, right? So no internet, okay? So this is important. The questions. How come you don't speak Spanish? Because people speak Spanish in Brazil, right? And I answer, no. We actually speak Portuguese. We don't speak Spanish. The next, another popular question. Oh, you live in the Amazon. What is it like? Do you have to run from animals, wild animals? I said, no, not really. I actually live in a very big city in Brazil, you know. Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't live in the Amazon, but what is Buenos Aires like then? And I said, no. Buenos Aires is the capital of Argentina, you know, and I live in São Paulo. It's something completely different. And this was the worst one. Yeah, I know. I got this one a lot from the boys at school. I think you can imagine why, right? And all these questions I felt pissed, you know, honestly speaking. I was angry at that because they didn't know about me and they weren't really interested in learning about me, you know, in knowing me. And after thinking about that for many years, after 20 years of therapy, thinking about that, you know, I think I came to this conclusion, in a way, that this was the problem. This misconception was the problem, you know. They thought, okay, we Puerto Ricans, we're Latinos. You are Latino too because you're from Brazil, so we're the same, right? We had the same values, the same principles, the same beliefs, and this was not true because I was Brazilian, you know, and I have this multiple identities, you know. I was not only the funny Brazilian girl with the weird accent, you know, at school. I had several identities as well. And for me, in my opinion, this was the biggest issue. But I should not only blame Puerto Ricans for that. Because, again, this was before the internet. Everything I knew about Puerto Rico before I went on that exchange program was the things that I learned from an article I read in Encyclopedia at Home. Do you know Barça? Remember Barça? That's all I knew. Okay? And of course, that. I had danced Non Se Reprima a lot, so I knew that about Puerto Rico as well. So, you know, looking back, thinking about the experience, think of these cultural encounters that I had, the misfortunes, the questions. Nowadays, I can realize that I was totally incompetent. That's the word, totally incompetent when it came to cultural communication and, you know, cultural interactions. Okay, but I was 17, so, and this is the conclusion that I have right now, and this is an important story for the session. So, moving on. Before we talk about the intercultural dimension, I think it's important to look at culture, okay? We're gonna take a step back in a way and look at what we understand by culture. So, I wanted definitions, and I went to the best dictionary in the world, obviously, right? To look for definitions, and then I got these 3 definitions, which I think are pretty much what we understand by culture on an everyday basis, let's say. So we have the way of life, the attitudes, behavior of a specific group of people, and then music, art, theater, literature, etc. Okay? So it's important to keep these definitions in mind for the next thing, because we're going to look at culture in the ELT classroom, more specifically at culture in our course books, okay, in the books that we use. So, this is the time you're going to need your phones. And people online can participate as well. So a quick exercise of here imagination. We're going to use our creativity a bit here. Yeah, so imagine that you have this section in your course book. You're looking at, let's say you're looking at the contents and you see culture, you know. It's usually towards the end of the unit, the last pages of the unit, right? That's where you're going to find the culture section. So imagine that you have that, and imagine that you could choose the topics or try to figure out the topics you'd find in this section, right? And here we're going to use Menti. So there are two ways to access that. You can either read the QR code and go directly to the site, or you can go to menti.com and then type in the code that you can see on the screen. Okay, people watching us online can also participate. So just write 3 topics you would expect to see in a culture section in a course book. Is it working, guys? Yes? Yes, think of. It's up to you. I think it's up to you. I think we can start looking at the results now. You can go to the website and check the results. Okay, just a minute, we're going to start seeing the results. We're going to build this beautiful word clouds with your topics in some seconds, I hope. Oh, there it is. Look, it's beautiful. Oh, food. Food is so popular. In all the cities, food was the first topic. I mean, the most popular topic, the biggest word. So you have food, music, behavior, language, traditions, art, clothes, music, festivals, curiosities. What else? Oh, it's moving so fast. This is great. Holidays, people, cities, travel. Okay, but you see food is still there. Are you hungry? We're going to have a coffee break right after this session. I think you're a bit hungry. I'm hungry myself. I was so nervous I couldn't have breakfast, so I'm hungry. I think that's okay. I think we can get back to the presentation now. Yes, thank you. Okay, so you see, food is a very popular topic. Food, travel, people, holidays, festivals, but I propose a new thing here, okay? We're going to put these topics aside for a while, and then we're going to enter this portal. I know this looks like the cover of a record from a progressive rock band from the 1970s. Yeah, could be New Dimension, yeah? So we're going to enter this new dimension. We're going to get into this new dimension of intercultural relations and competence. Okay, so this is it. And in order to do that, I have to look at some definitions. Again, I'll try to be quick. It's going to be painless. First, I went to the Council of Europe because they are very concerned about it, because they have this, I don't know how many countries they have in Europe, in the European community, but you have all these countries interacting, several languages going on. The Council of Europe also came up with the Common European Framework. A1, A2, B1, B2, C1, C2, right? And then they have this white paper on the intercultural dimension. You can find it online. It's also on my references. And this is how they defined it, okay? They talk about speakers as, they talk about learners as intercultural speakers and mediators who should avoid stereotyping. They should see other people, the interlocutors, as individuals with qualities to be discovered, rather than, someone that fits in a box, for example. Besides that, they say that when you work in the intercultural dimension, when you have language teaching in this dimension, of course, there is a linguistic competence, okay? So you're going to work with grammar, vocabulary, the skills. You're going to teach the simple present, the present perfect, everything that students need to communicate. But learners also need to develop intercultural competence, which is the ability to have this shared understanding with people and interact with other people as they are, you know, as complex human beings with multiple identities, okay? Another definition, this one from the British Council. And I like this one a lot because it mentions something that will come later in this session, that the competence, the intercultural communicative competence, should be an attempt to raise students' awareness of their own culture. Because only when you are aware of who you are, of your culture, you are able to understand other people's cultures. So probably this was also something that I lacked when I was in Puerto Rico. I didn't know what being a Brazilian meant to me, right? And then I prepared this mind map just to summarize the definitions. So the ideal learner, the ideal intercultural speaker, let's say, is able to do these things here. So avoid stereotyping. This person is aware of their culture, is curious about other people's cultures, is able to communicate. You know, he has linguistic competence. Understand that people have different social identities, and this person knows that the interlocutor has qualities to be discovered. So this is just a summary of the definitions. So now some more questions. Now we looked at how the intercultural dimension is seen in Europe. Now we're going to look at Brazil. Okay, so we're going to start looking at BNCC. And again, questions, no tea time, wait, okay, the coffee break will start in a few minutes. So some questions for you, and here you're gonna need your cell phones again. People online can use their cell phones too, and go to Menti once more. I just want to check how familiar you are with the BNCC. So there are 4 options here, just have to choose one. Those who are pros, they know that the English component, the text about the English component starts on page 239. You know, that's what the pros know. Yes? It's not going, not working? Oh my God, I tested everything this morning. It's okay, no problem. We can do that with a show of hands. That's okay. I think we can do that with a show of hands, and people online can just write their answers in the chat box. Is that fine? So let's just start with, and be honest, okay? I think it's easier to be honest online, so try to be honest here as well. So let's start from the bottom. BNCC, what is it? É de comer, as it's in Portuguese. Come on, raise your hand if you don't have good. I like honest people. Let's say, I don't know. It's difficult for us Brazilians to say, I don't know, isn't it? It's a cultural thing. Oh, it's there. Well, let's check the answers here anyway. A little. Who said a little? I'm familiar with it. And the pros, I'm a pro, I know a lot. People are modest here. Okay, so you see, these are some of the results that we're getting. Okay, so I can see that as in the other cities, we have this thing of I'm familiar, I know a little. So I think we can get back to the presentation, to the PowerPoint. Thank you. Yes, and then, so I'll be talking a little bit about it, about BNCC. I'll be fast, and also about the intercultural dimension. So, it stands for Base Nacional Comum Curricular. It's a document that was ratified in 2017 after years and years and years of discussions and debate and everything. Do you remember what we had before? What document did we have before to regulate educação básica? PCNs, the PCNs, Parâmetros Curriculares Nacionais. And we had the famous, or infamous, temas transversais. Remember them? Yeah, some people here are too young for that, but never mind. So it is a document that will tell us, that will tell teachers who work in educação básica, the essential learnings for every student. So if you have a student here in São Paulo, another student in a city in Pará, and a student in Rio Grande do Sul, they should all have the same essential learnings, the same base, let's say, in a way. Right? Is it the curriculum? No, not exactly. Okay, it's not the curriculum because from the BNCC, the state governments and cities, schools, they will come up with their own curriculums, curricula based on what they consider to be important for their students' needs, okay? When it comes to English, oops, sorry. Oh, I cannot go back, but let me tell you. When it comes to English, we only have that for educação anos finais. Ensino fundamental anos finais and ensino médio. We don't have that, any guidelines for ensino fundamental. Now, my gift. Because maybe you're here and say, oh, I don't work in a regular school. I just teach adults. Oh, I just work with little kids. So this is not for me. You know, these documents, they're not my cup of tea. So hang on, stay with me, because everyone can benefit from some of the things that we have in the document and also from the intercultural dimension, okay? So, talking a little bit more about it, just a quick summary of how the document is organized. We have the different areas. We are in linguagens, okay, with English. And we have Portuguese, PE, and arts as our friends, let's say, in the same area. And we have the competencies that we have to develop, that we have to work with in class. And when it comes to the components, for example, for English, we have this kind of organization. We have unidades temáticas, objetos de conhecimento, and habilidades. I think most of you are familiar with habilidades, and they are in those so-called eixos estruturantes, okay? And because I've been talking a lot about tea, I think we need a burger. This is not so old. This is a good reference. Yeah, my daughter helped me to find this kawaii burger, this cute gift. It's soft, she told me. So now, when it comes to those eixos estruturantes, the 5 axes, here we are in non-territory. You see that. Because we have oralidade, which is speaking and listening. Good. Then we have reading, which is also good. We know how to work with reading, right? Skimming, scanning, prediction. Writing, okay, which is also familiar territory. So we got the 4 skills, okay. Then we have linguistic knowledge. Can you imagine what we have? Can you say, do you know what we have in linguistic knowledge? What we work with in this axis? Grammar, what else? 3 things, grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation, exactly. You have grammar, vocabulary, and pronunciation. And finally, the underdog, the intercultural dimension, okay? And it's a shame the intercultural dimension is the underdog. And I'm saying that when it comes to materials writing, you know, course books. Because actually, you can work with all the other 4 axes while also working with the intercultural dimension. You can have a reading text working with that. You can have a role play activity. You can have a listening activity. You can come up with a grammar activity. You can expand students' vocabulary. So you can work with all the axes. Yes, we're almost done with the BNCC. Now, what we have in terms of intercultural dimension in the document, it's pretty much similar to what we had in the Council of Europe. in the document from the Council of Europe. So you see the idea of multiple plural identities. And then when you go to English, this is what you're going to find, the guidelines. There are guidelines for every year. Okay, we're not going to discuss this, but you can find the document online. If you go online and you type BNCC MEC, you're going to find the document and just download it. Those 400 and something pages, right? So this is for the 6th grade. So these are the skills, habilidades, right? Then we have 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade. So basically, what we have when we work with the intercultural dimension in this document is to first have students look at the language, at English as a language that is widespread, and what does that represent? What does that mean, right? So this is basically what we have here. And then, just to make things a little bit more visual, I got only the content words from these skills, skills and unidades temáticas and everything, and I built this word cloud just with the content words. So then it in a way, summarizes what we have in the document about the intercultural dimension. So we have mundo, comunicação, intercultural, sociedade, língua, brasileira, presença, identidades, comunidade, globalizado. So it's worth reading it. Okay? Now, yes, you got to the practical part of our talk. So these are some suggestions, of course, that you can come up with many other things, but these are some things that have come in my practice, both as a teacher and as a materials writer, things that I have done. So first, it's important to encourage our students to recognize their own culture. So we are Brazilians, we are maybe Paulistas, we are teachers, we are mothers and fathers and friends. So all of these are like cultural subgroups, and we belong to all of them in our multiple identities. So it's important that students recognize that so that they are able to challenge other people's views. So if people have this inaccurate view of me as a Brazilian, I will only be able to say, hey, this is wrong, if I know what being a Brazilian means. So some questions that you can discuss with your students or that you can keep in mind when planning your classes. For example, what makes us Brazilians? What makes us Paulistas? What makes us mothers, teachers, etc.? Okay, another question. What's our background? Do we have a common background? Historical, social, economic background? What should we celebrate about who we are? Because we Brazilians, we have this síndrome do vira-lata, don't we? Yeah, so what should we celebrate about our culture? And then, different things you can do in class. For example, if students have realized that food is something that unites them, they can compile like this recipe book, with recipes that are important to them, to their families, for example. They are translated into English, and then you can work with the food vocabulary, right? What else? What could we have? What kind of language work could we have when we work with recipes? Imperatives in the directions, ingredients, the containers, a cup of flour, a teaspoon of, countable and uncountable nouns, so there's a lot of things going on here. If it's music, you can hold a music festival in your school or in your group, in your class. Right? So once that we know who we are and we are able to celebrate who we are, then we can challenge other people's views. So how do foreigners see us? Is that view accurate? And then there's this interesting exercise as well. Do you know Quora? Yeah, I think everybody has been there, just looking for an answer or asking a question. So you can find this question on Quora, and actually there are 6 or 7 different versions of this question. That means that other people have asked the same question. And then I selected one answer, okay? A foreigner gave this answer. It's quite long. Yeah, it's quite long. We won't have time to go through everything, but I want to share some of them with you because they're interesting. They say their coffee is pretty good. They speak Portuguese. Yeah, good. They got it right. They talk about carnival. It's one of the BRICS nations. You know, the BRICS, we have Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Yeah, South Africa. So their economy is good. They talk about the Amazon forest. They talk about poverty. They talk about the diversity that we have in our country. I think this is pretty accurate. They say, the person said, soccer is next to religion over there. It's part of life. Oh, look at that one. I'm going to read this one for you. Their cops are very corrupt, especially in the cities. I've seen this in Elite Squad, Tropa de Elite. So he knows everything about corruption in Brazil, cops and corruption in Brazil, because he watched the movie. They know how to party. They have bureaucratic level corruption, although better than India on so many levels. This person is from India, okay? The respondent is from India. They have their own version of barbecue. Oh, where's the one about the women? Okay, this is the last one I'm going to read. Their women, no matter which race they belong to, are probably the best on this planet. They're hot, laid back, cool, and know how to party. I love them. I feel like I'm back, you know, back to 1994. Okay, never mind. So you could work with this text, with a text like this in your classes in so many different ways. Just be careful, you know, with the selection. This cannot be an impromptu activity. You have to select it carefully, otherwise you might have offensive language. But we can work with reading. We can have this speaking activity like a role play, when we have the respondent and a Brazilian challenging the views. There are so many things we can do here. So moving on, you can also challenge views in the books that we use. This is a spread from Global Changer. This is level 1. I'm one of the authors of the series, as I told you, and we have this lesson about Olinda. And I asked people in Pernambuco, we were in Pernambuco some days ago, say, you know, once you get a chance to look at the lesson, just tell me if it's right or wrong, if it's accurate. So we should challenge the materials as well that we're using. Nowadays, it's getting more and more common to come across content about our country, about Brazil, in course books. So we can discuss that with students. We can have this critical look at the materials as well. Now, the diversity within cultures. I said here, we are Brazilians. Maybe there are some foreigners here, but we are Brazilians, right? And this is one thing, but besides being a Brazilian, I'm so many other things, right? We have so many other identities. So discuss with your students or think of this, have this in mind when planning your classes. What makes us different from other groups in our culture? Do people in other cities or states, do they eat, watch, play? Do they do the same things? An interesting thing. Do you know that game, the child game, Leapfrog? When you have someone hunting and then the other child jumps. I call it pulacela. Is it pulacela? There are so many different names in other states in Brazil. So this could be a starting point for a discussion about diversity within our country. And what languages do people speak in Brazil? Are we a monolingual country? Absolutely not. Look at that map. We have we have some countries in South America as well here, but we have all these indigenous languages being spoken in Brazil. We have immigrants speaking their own languages. If you take the subway, if you walk around São Paulo, you're going to hear other languages from, for example, Syrian immigrants or immigrants from different countries in Africa. So we are not monolingual. And how diverse is our group of students? Do we have here people from other states, from other countries, even other countries? So these are things to keep in mind when planning and discussing the lessons. And then we have to look at ourselves, you know, because I have been pointing fingers at other people here, but we have to look at ourselves, right? We have to challenge our own stereotypes. And I have this embarrassing exercise to share with you. It's a matching activity, which is quite traditional, you know. We're all familiar with matching, match the columns, right? But this is a matching activity with stereotypes, my stereotypes. Okay, so you might not agree with me, but let's do this together. People watching online can write their answers in the chat box. So this is the first column. I know. We have here people from different nationalities, right? And then the second column, we have some adjectives. So we have to match the columns. Okay, let's do this together. So the French are very good. Kenyans, people from Kenya. Kenyans are excellent. They win São Silvestre every year, don't they? What about Germans? Not really. Try it again. I mean, you're trying to read my mind, yeah? Because these are my a little bit of productive, okay? These are my stereotypes. You can have different ones, okay? Italians, loud and passionate. Very good. This is awful. Sorry, guys. I feel bad about this activity. The Chinese are. Congratulations. What about Americans? Bold and rude. Yeah, that's mine. Remember, this is my list. What about British? And Brazilians? Oh, poor Michael over there. Michael, you can come here, you know, and challenge my view when we finish that. Or we can do that during coffee break. You can challenge my view. So this is an awful activity. But this is something you can work with in class, you know, so that students are able to challenge the stereotypes they have about other cultures. And then they can put themselves in these people's shoes and say, how do you think an American would feel? How would a French feel, and so on and so forth. Okay, so this is something that you can do in class. And we're working with language here. We have the words for people from different nationalities when we have the adjectives. So we have language work. We have the linguistic competence as well. Let's move on. Oh, sorry. There's this beautiful quote by Shimamanda. It's just that the activity is so awful. The problem with stereotyping. The danger of the single story in this case. Yeah. The stereotype becomes the only story. That's the problem with stereotypes. Just one quick video here. You can find lots of videos like this one online as well, if you go online. We have people like complaining about the cliches, the stereotypes, the views that others have about them. Let's see if it works. We're going to watch this, just 30 seconds of it, okay? Oops, it's not working. It was working at home. Do you think we could play the video?
Dracula's castle, Transylvania. Everybody's kind of a vampire, apparently.
Tall, blonde Vikings that drink a lot of vodka.
Everyone drinks vodka.
That we drink a lot of vodka. That we walk with bears and drink vodka.
We love rice.
Cheese and chocolate. Cocoa and gold.
Pad Thai.
Tea.
Potatoes.
Sushi. Of course, I love sushi.
It is true. We do love rice.
That we all wear kilts and are very angry all the time and eat haggis.
That we eat pho all the time, but we don't. We eat it for breakfast. We don't even eat it for dinner.
Oh, do you eat turkey in Turkey?
Pizza. You want some plate of pie?
Stop it. Yeah. So, you know, it's a long video. You can work with this video in class. There's a Brazilian somewhere in the video. So this is another thing you can work with in your classes. And then some language.
Dracula.
Just not to pay that again, but we had some language that could come up in a discussion, okay? Now, the next tip, and then I'm gonna need your help here for the next tip. I got the introduction of BNCC. Again, I just got the content words and I built this word cloud. So from the word cloud, I'd like you to try to guess what the next tip is about, okay? Any ideas? You can say it. Not really. It's written there. Guys, people watching at home can also type their ideas in the chat box. Língua franca. Okay. So my next tip about intercultural competence has to do with the view of English as a lingua franca. So a quick definition, it's the communication between speakers speakers who have different mother tongues, who have different first languages. So for example, when I lived in Puerto Rico, my first language was Portuguese, and I had a boyfriend. His first language was Spanish, but as he used English so much at university, he felt more comfortable speaking in English with me. So English was our lingua franca, was our language of communication. This is a perspective, this is a way of looking at language teaching. Do you have an idea what that represents? It's not Pac-Man? It's not another old reference? No, it's not. What's that? It's a graph. Exactly. We have native versus non-native speakers in that graph because nowadays most of the English is used by non-native speakers. Do you have an idea of the numbers? We have 373 million native speakers and between 1.5 and 2 billion non-native speakers, right? So it's huge. There's this huge ratio. So when you teach English from a lingua franca perspective, the thing is that grammar, vocabulary, pronunciation, when you teach them, you should focus on efficient communication, successful communication. And this has several implications. I would need a whole new talk about it, you know. So we're not going to discuss that deeply, I'm afraid. So from this perspective, the native speaker is not a role model because our students won't be interacting with native speakers most of the time. So what we should do is to expose them to different varieties of English. And then this communication expert, she said that actually, when we have a group of non-native speakers communicating, let's say a business meeting, all right, and we have a native speaker entering the room, it's not a joke, okay? The native speaker entered the room, it's not a joke. But when you have the native speaker entering the room, the communication is hindered. Do you know why? Because non-native speakers tend to use simple words. They have strategies to deal with problems to communicate and understand each other. And native speakers, most of the time, lack these strategies, right? So from an ELF perspective, when you're working with ELF, this kind of thing is irrelevant. I think I've come across this several times, right? 100% native speakers, native teachers. When you're working with English as a lingua franca, this is not relevant because actually students need different accents, different varieties of English. And this is what the BNCC says about it. Again, it has to do with the development of intercultural competence. And when we think that language helps us build our identities, these decisions or choices that we make in the classroom are very important in terms of the language we use, the language we present. Now, what can we do in class? Some ideas, some suggestions. Share with our students this information about the ratio that we have 3 non-native speakers for every native speakers. Share that with students and their parents, depending on our context. You know, we had this interesting discussion in Rio yesterday. I was talking to a teacher, and this is the kind of information we have to share with parents as well. Also, well, there are loads of video and audio materials that we can use in class to expose our students to the different varieties and accents. Also, focus on features. When it comes to pronunciation, for example, Focus on features that are essential to effective communication. Sometimes students are struggling with a certain feature. We are insisting on that. And this is something that doesn't hinder communication in English at all. Okay? Be careful with cultural representations. Remember that cultures are not fixed or static. And help our students become, effective speakers by working with strategies such as paraphrasing. Paraphrasing when you don't know the meaning of a word and you kind of go around and you say it and you explain it. So this is paraphrasing. Now, think of the work of art produced in English by those 1.52 billion speakers. And here I just brought some examples of things that I have used in my classes and when writing materials. So we have Brazilian artists working in English, producing things in English. We have people from all over the world writing in English. So bring this variety, bring art, literature from other countries. And then my last tip, let's go beyond tea and burgers. Yeah, you see, because food is the most popular item, the most popular idea that we had in our word cloud as a topic for the culture section. So some questions also to keep in mind for our classes and planning. Yeah, how can I show that cultures are not fixed and static? What can I do to point at stereotypes, raise awareness of them? My students are having a hard time with this pronunciation lesson here. Is it effective? Is it important for their communication? And think of that. How can I have more varieties of English, more accents in my classes? And finally, just to finish this session, a quote. We have Shimamanda again. We have to keep asking questions. We should not be afraid of asking questions. And these are my references. There's a QR code as well. And my contacts. You can find me on LinkedIn, Instagram. You can send me an email. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that was as good or even better than last year.
You think so?
Yeah. We had so many practical ideas. I remember when I used to come in as a teacher only, and then I would take notes and think of what am I doing at the first day of class?
Taking pictures of Helen.
Yeah, what am I doing the first day of class? Which activity am I going to do the first day of class? There are so many ideas that you could do here. Unfortunately, we won't have time for Q&A because there was so much she had to share with you guys. But Vivi will be here during the break, so you can have a chat with her during the break.
Definitely.
But thank you so much.
Thank you.
And let's give her another round of applause. So if you're watching us online, we now have some special content prepared for you while we have a short break. Enjoy. And for you guys,
Hello teachers, hello again. Welcome to Cambridge Day 2023. I'm back. Last year was amazing and I'm sure this edition will leave you with many things to take to your classes and to your personal life. My name's Tamires Gama, your online host, and the day is filled with surprises, talks and guests. So let's get down to the lineup. At 11:40, we have Ben Goldstein. Where do we fit in now? At 2 p.m., we've got a round table with Elania Francisca, Mariana Ox, Ana Carla Crispin, and Rodrigo Hatier. At 2:40, we have Alberto Costa, Assessment for a Successful Learning Journey. At 4:15, we've got Caroline Nixon, Making a Difference. We all know how literature it is important as a language learner and as an English teacher. So we prepared many surprises for you today. To start with, we invited Teresa to read her favorite poem.
Build yourself a strong box and fashion each part with care. When it's as strong as your hand can make it, put all your troubles there. Hide there all thoughts of your failures and every bitter cup that you quaff. Lock all your heartaches within it, then sit on the lid and laugh. Tell no one else its contents and never its secret share. When you've dropped in your care and worry, keep them forever there. Hide them from sight so completely that the world will never dream half. Fasten the strong box securely and then sit on the lid and laugh. That's Then Laugh by Bertha Adams Backus.
This poem was amazing, wasn't it? Thank you, Teresa, for providing us with this beautiful moment. And talking about inspiration, I always leave the Cambridge Day really inspired, either by the participants, by the things that I have learned, and there's somebody from the ELT world that I really admire, and she's here with us today. She's the kindest professional I've ever met and the most generous. So, we are here today with Bruna Caltabiano.
Hi,
Bruna.
Hi,
Welcome.
Tamiris. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for your kind words.
I'm so happy that you're here with us,
I'm
Bruna.
happy to be here too. Thank you.
I'm sure people from home would like to know more about yourself. So please, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. So, I've been a teacher for 24 years, but my background is psychology.
Wow.
Yeah. I started teaching when I was in the third year of college and I never stopped. I fell in love with the profession and then I just kept going. And today I have my own school, named Caltabiano Idiomas, and I'm also a self-tutor, so I work so much with teacher education and development.
Oh, nice, Bruna. Thank you so much. And Bruna, I've seen that you brought a book.
Yes, I came here with a book.
So can you tell us? Because I'm really curious.
Yes, because I wanted to say how special Cambridge Day is to me. So how did it start and everything? So 20 years ago,
wow.
or a little bit more maybe, I was at college. I was finishing my psychology degree, as I mentioned. And as I had been a teacher for 2 years already, I decided to write a paper like this final paper that you have to hand in for college. I decided to integrate both areas, teaching English and psychology. And then the psychology part was going really well, but for the teaching part, I needed more background reading. And you know, I was a student, I worked, I didn't have so much money, and then I went to Cambridge Day. And then there was this book that I brought here. It was there, yes, in one bookshop was selling this, and then I looked at it during the break. Oh, I need this book. It would help me so much in terms of background reading and everything. And guess what happened? There was the final raffle.
Ah, you're kidding
I
me.
got it. Do you believe it? They were raffling so many things, and I got the book I needed.
Bruna.
And it was so special, and I used it to write my paper, my final paper, and I got a 10. So
wow.
I'm very thankful to Cambridge Day and everything, because I got to discover this book, about this book, and I got to to get it. Yes, in the raffle. I was so lucky that day. I said, oh, I'm so happy.
You see, your positive thinking, definitely.
Yeah, because I was thinking, how am I going to buy that? Can I pay installments? I was just calculating, and then I got it. And they had some readers, they had other dictionaries and other materials, and I got exactly what I needed.
Oh, Bruna,
Yeah.
this is amazing.
That's so special. That's why I decided to bring it to you and show it to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for sharing this. Really special. And Bruna, what about the other Cambridge Days? So then you've attended this one. How many have you attended so far?
I think During the pandemic, there wasn't, but then all the others I attended.
I see.
It's something that I really try to go every year.
So July or whenever there are some events from Cambridge, you do go, you attend?
Yes. Actually, that was the first event for teachers that I attended. That was so special. Besides the book, it was the first because I had been working as a teacher for 2 years, almost 3, as I mentioned to you, and I only attended events organized by the school. And then I didn't know anything outside the school's methodology and everything. And then when somebody invited me to go to the first Cambridge Day, that was this one, I fell in love with that because I got to meet new people, to network, and to to check the books I needed, to spend a lot of money. I still do. Every time I go there, I still do. I still buy whatever I don't have, and I managed to not meet, but at least attend presentations from great names from the EOT. So it was my first event, and after that, I saw there was like a world outside that I didn't know. That's why it was so special attending this first one, and that's why I come back every year.
Awesome.
To meet people and everything.
Bruna, what about for novice teachers who have never attended or maybe are a bit reluctant about it? What's your piece of advice so then they can take the most out of the event?
Yes, it's very nice to check the lineup so that you kind of get some expectation about what you're going to see. I think it's very nice because you start enjoying the day before the day comes. Arrive on time, because Cambridge Days, they are super crowded, so arrive on time. Talk to people. Even if you go with a friend, or talk to other people, visit the bookstores that are always there. Try to talk to people, try to check what people are doing, what they have been using, because this is very nice. And take the most of the lectures, because they're amazing. The lineup is usually incredible, so take the most of this moment.
Bruna, you mentioned about this networking experience you can have with your colleagues face-to-face. What about for our teachers that are from home watching us?
I guess they should network too, by writing comments on the YouTube page. So it's being broadcasted, so write your comments, try to get together with people, try to network, even if you're at home, because it's a great opportunity for sure.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Bruna, for being here with us. I'm sure that everybody was so inspired by your stories and how you related to Cambridge.
Oh, thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure. And hope to see you all next year in the next Cambridge Days. Bye-bye.
Bruna has just shared her brilliant journey with Cambridge to us, and thank you so much, Bruna. I'm sure we all felt really, really inspired. And talking about inspirational journeys, today I have another guest who's just brilliant as Bruna. We are here today with Roberta. Hi, Roberta. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you very much for receiving me here. It's a pleasure.
So, Roberta, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I am an English teacher as a coordinator as well. But when I started, I never thought of being a teacher. But suddenly I was there. And 30 years after, I'm really happy because I'm a teacher for so long. And I had been a teacher as well for my kids in the school I teach. I taught them for many years.
How nice, Roberta. Roberta, you mentioned now you are a coordinator, right?
As well.
I see it. And how do you see this connection with English and the students, their development?
You know, something I try to do is always that my students, they enjoy learning English. That's my first point. Sometimes they don't even really learn the way we want. But the first thing I want is that they like learning the language. And in my school, we have many projects I do about English. One I'm really proud of is about English Festival Night. It's something I have been doing for 17 years. And yes, we write the text, and students that want to take part, they come with us. No grades, nothing, but the wish to be there and to train, to show their English to everybody, parents, friends, that they go there and watch the students.
Do they present plays, musicals?
Everything. You know, I even had circus moments. Yes, I had some animals. Yes, I had I think 3 years ago we had a movie.
A movie?
Yeah, but we always have a play, and we go to some places outside the school.
I see.
And we invite all the community to watch them. It's really a pleasure. Last year I had 102 students taking part.
Wow.
Yes, it was amazing.
And Roberta, tell us a little, because I got curious. Students, they practice, they rehearse, and they present to the parents and the community. What about the preparation? So how's this moment before getting to this final presentation?
It's very important, this preparation. Why? Because during the play itself, students, sometimes they forget what they were supposed to say. So if they know English, if they had good classes, if they had a good material, they are ready to show what they know. Sometimes they have to use a synonym, they have to improvise because his friend forgot his talk, and so they have to do something, you know. And I'm sure that they have learned when they know how to do that. And it's a pleasure to see 102 students there on the stage doing that. You are sure that I had chosen the right material. The moment itself, it shows how students have learned.
Oh, well, it's really meaningful for them. So then they're going to remember forever and ever.
They do sometimes. Even students, they call me and they say, oh, today is Sophia's birthday, for example. Do you have a picture from that English festival from 1998, for example, whatever? Of course, I send them the picture, and for them to have a card and things like this, you know.
Great, great. So an amazing journey. And speaking of journey, Roberta, when did you become part of Cambridge's journey? Because you mentioned the material. How was this meeting?
Forever. You know, since I started teaching, Cambridge is part of my journey. Yes, because Cambridge has a material that you can trust. It's something you can use in the class. You have people helping you whenever you need, you know. So for me, Cambridge is something I trust. I use in the classes, and you can really have the teachers. They are confident about using everything.
And, just another question. You mentioned something about the confidence you have in the material. How important is this reliability to teachers and even to parents?
It's something natural, because when you trust the book you are using in the class or the book you had chosen for teachers, when you show new teachers the material, when you trust about that, it's natural. Parents come with you, you know, and the students, they learn because they have interest about the next text, the next listening activity. Everything makes sense because we use the book, of course, as a guide. It's not a Bible, but it's a guide. And students, they come with us.
And Roberta, you mentioned about the play that they present. I'm curious, do you write yourself? Do you ask for help?
Yes, we have a group of teachers. Usually I write with the theater teacher we have in the school.
Wow.
We work together. In fact, we call everybody from the school. We have the people, they work in maintenance, they work in all the school. We work together, you know. To write, we always think about a theme and something that makes sense. We are going to teach something by this play. It's not the English, it's just the language. But what the students are going to learn is the point, you know. Last year we have talked about empathy. How can we listen to the other? How can we listen to someone that we don't agree? But how can we respect this person? It was a journey. They were going from London to New York in a ship, in a cruise, yes. And they had to live together for 22 days. And they didn't know how to do that anymore. But they had to learn how to do that. So it was really amazing because we have music, we have drama, comedy, everything in our 45-minute play.
45 minutes?
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, it's something. It's something.
It's pretty nice. And can you give us a spoiler about this year's production or not yet?
Yes, of course I can. Students are going camping. And they are going to tell stories to each other, but meaningful stories for themselves. Wow. And it's going to be something really nice. It's going to be in November. And you'll see. There is something in our site for our school. It's going to be there.
I really want to see it.
Yeah.
Really want to see it.
More than invited.
Oh, thank you. And Roberta, as a last question, as a coordinator, how important is it your attitude towards believing in the materials and passing on this great message of reliability and confidence? Do you think it impacts the groups of teachers that you have?
For sure. You know, some years ago, I had a book for primary students, and it was really something demanding. Teachers had to sit and study and study and study, and I told them, let's go together. I can sit with you, we can open the books, we can see. But some materials, you really don't need to do that so often. The material, it's friendlier. You know, you can use that really easily. Mm-hmm. There is no problem about them. It's not a problem, you know, it's something that demands for the teachers, mm-hmm. even the students. Sometimes they must look at that book, that material, with other eyes, let's see like that. And it's easier for them to use some materials. But I think Cambridge, for me, is something meaningful. I think the helpers, the people I talk to, everything is meaningful. So I like it very much.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roberta. Thank you so much. It was great listening from you and how this Cambridge journey helped you so much and how it impacted your teaching and as being a coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. It was a pleasure being here.
In our conversation with Roberta, she mentioned that every year there's a school play that these students, they have to perform. How challenging is that? Have you ever thought about that? What about challenges? How do you deal with the challenges? I particularly feel excited and scared at the same time. You can leave the comments here for us. How do you feel whenever you are challenged? And speaking of challenges, I want to give you one. I'm sure you're going to benefit a lot from it. One of the topics we're going to delve in today's Cambridge Day is assessment. And guess what? My challenge for you all is about assessment. It is common for teachers to have some doubts and even misconceptions when it comes to assessment. I'm going to give you one phrase and then you have to tell me if you agree or disagree, okay? Are you ready? The sentence is, assessment is only about testing. What do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree? You can also share with us your impressions on this sentence. Before we correct, I'll let you think and we're going to correct shortly. I I know that I have just given you all a challenge, but now I have to confess that the challenge is all mine. We are going to switch to Portuguese to receive 2 special guests. Eu sei que pode parecer um pouquinho engraçado ou estranho você me ouvir falar em português agora, mas eu tô falando em português por um motivo muito especial. A gente tem 2 convidadas super especiais aqui e a gente vai falar agora de um projeto novo de Cambridge para as redes sociais. São tirinhas e o tópico é uma coisa que a gente está bem familiarizado. É vida de professor, mas eu não vou falar muito não. Eu vou deixar para elas falarem. Hello, meninas, tudo bem?
Tudo bem.
Dá um oi pro pessoal que está assistindo a gente. Vocês podem se apresentar também?
Meu nome é Andréa Funchal, eu sou professora de inglês e professora de comunicação e roteirista do projeto O Teacher para Cambridge, Brasil.
Meu nome é Bruna Martins, eu sou ilustradora do projeto O Teacher e eu também trabalho com livros infantis, revistas, mercado publicitário, enfim, vários tipos de ilustração.
Ai, que bacana. Olha, eu vou falar pra vocês, eu já vi e é cada situação que eu me reconheço. Vocês falaram que o nome é O Professor, The Teacher, é isso?
É O Teacher.
O Teacher.
O Teacher.
Ai, que bacana. E da onde que veio essa inspiração?
Vem da prática, da experiência com os alunos que acabam, uma brincadeira, na verdade, que mistura um pouco português e inglês, que essa, na verdade, é o nosso universo enquanto professores de inglês, enquanto teachers. Então, a ideia também, no título, era trazer esse reconhecimento do português, do professor brasileiro, né, do teacher, para o contexto de sala de aula. Então, o teacher é como, normalmente, os alunos se referem ao professor, é como eles chamam, né, o teacher. Então, a ideia do nome...
Ou com acento circunflexo, né? Como se fosse um vocativo.
Um vocativo, exatamente.
Entendi. Nossa, e eu tô curiosa pra perguntar outra coisa. Eu vou fazer várias perguntas, meninas. Eu acho que o pessoal de casa também quer saber. Qual que foi a ideia de trazer animais? Porque conta pro pessoal que ainda não conhece, não viu as tirinhas. Quais são os personagens?
Os personagens, por enquanto, são 5. Nós temos o professor, Didi, the teacher.
Que é um flamingo.
Que é um flamingo, exatamente. E aí nós temos alunos, os alunos são Edgar, que é um tamanduá-bandeira. Temos Greg, que é um caranguejo.
Temos a Zola, que é um elefante.
Zola, que é um elefante.
Quem mais?
Princesa.
A princesa, que é um vira-lata caramelo.
É um vira-lata.
Tem também a Pomba, que é a coordenadora da escola, não é uma aluna.
Ela tem esse papel, assim, não tá dito que ela é coordenadora, mas ela tem essa função, assim, ela é multifacetária na escola, né? Então ela tem esse papel múltiplo, é a Paloma.
A Paloma.
Exato, então são 6 personagens.
Isso. E o dia a dia desses personagens é na escola, é na casa, como que é?
Por enquanto eles estão mais na escola, mas também é um projeto que super começou agora, então acho que a gente ainda vai explorar vários outros ambientes, né?
Com certeza. A ideia, a princípio, é ser bastante referencial de sala de aula, até para o professor que está chegando agora no conteúdo, que se identifique mais, e aí conforme a gente vai... amadurecendo o projeto mesmo, amadurecendo as características dos personagens, aí a gente consegue expandir isso para outros ambientes que ocupamos, claro, né, enquanto indivíduos.
E assim, eu fiquei muito curiosa, eu li uma tirinha, mas eu não vou dar muito spoiler, porque eu quero que o pessoal vá lá e consuma esse conteúdo, mas... a motivação dos personagens serem animais, teve algo que vocês pensaram de não caracterizar com formas humanas mesmo?
Acho que a intenção da tirinha é sempre a universalidade, assim, e propor, na verdade, uma nova linguagem, né? Uma nova maneira de você se relacionar com aquele conteúdo que é com essa experiência mesmo, que é tão própria da gente, tanto quanto aluno, quanto como professor também. E acho que a gente alcança isso melhor, a gente provoca melhor essa chamada para o conteúdo se a gente não tiver uma identificação tão... referencial, né, a princípio. Então você vai se reconhecendo de fato com a ação dos personagens, então com aqueles traços característicos, independente da forma, né, humana ou animal que ele tenha. Então a ideia era trazer era provocar a linguagem, provocar a imagética também, de sair de algo muito correspondente, poder brincar com esse pensamento imaginário também.
Eu acho que também a ideia inicial das tirinhas era trazer um conteúdo um pouco mais lúdico, divertido, mais diferente da coisa mais institucional que às vezes o Instagram fica, né? E aí, acho que os animais também vieram para fazer uma coisa mais lúdica mesmo.
Vocês acham que colocar os animais e essa temática que tem um alívio cômico ali quebra a expectativa dos professores em relação ao que eles vão consumir ali de conteúdo na página da Cambridge?
Eu acho que sim, esperamos que sim, na verdade, esperamos que sim, esperamos que seja um conteúdo que o professor, se não se identifica assim por ser uma experiência dele próprio, mas porque já ouviu falar, que são histórias engraçadas, que nos unem, de certa forma, como eu disse, tanto como alunos quanto professores. Então, a ideia é que seja realmente uma linguagem lúdica e bastante universal nesse sentido, para que todos se sintam um pouco contemplados.
Eu sei que é difícil escolher, mas vocês têm um personagem favorito?
Ai, não sei.
Eu tenho da última tirinha sempre, assim, mas eu tô... eu não
Você tá
consigo
vidrada no Greg, né?
Eu tô vidrada no Greg, eu acho. Ai,
Greg,
só
repete pra gente.
É o caranguejo.
É o caranguejo.
As caras que a Bruna fez, não, são maravilhosas.
É que eu acho que uma coisa muito legal da tirinha é que o desenho tem que ser muito sintético. E você tem que conseguir, tipo, com uma expressão, passar o que ele tá sentindo ali, porque é muito rápido, são 3, 4 quadrinhos e é isso, tem que passar a mensagem. E aí eu me divirto inventando as expressões deles, assim.
E depois a gente que ganha, porque são várias facetas de um mesmo bichinho, então agora a gente já tem figurinha de WhatsApp, então a gente também vai compondo outros materiais.
Sim. E eu sei que a inspiração você falou, né, pra gente que vem da sala de aula, dessa vivência, mas esse processo criativo, como que é essa dinâmica de vocês? Porque você ilustra, né? Você traz a ideia, ela consegue transmitir para você bem o que ela quer?
Super. Eu sempre falei para ela que a gente tem que ter uma afinidade mesmo de linguagem para que isso que eu penso enquanto texto seja transmitido, tem um alinhamento mesmo entre texto e imagem que é próprio dos quadrinhos. Eu acho que a Bruna capta isso muito bem. Na verdade, vai além da expectativa, né? Porque quando você vê isso enquanto texto e depois vê o projeto pronto, a tirinha pronta, é a minha grande alegria. Quando ela manda, eu fico super animada para saber como que foi.
Sim. Você tem uma tirinha favorita?
Ai, acho que não. Por enquanto, ainda não. Mas a gente já acabou de começar também, né? Então, acho que ainda tem muita coisa legal para vir por aí.
Mesma pergunta para você. Tem alguma que você fala, essa daqui fala muito comigo?
A primeira do mês de julho, que mostra o professor bastante cansado mesmo. Então, essa eu me identifico. Final de semestre. Isso!
Até o momento é a minha favorita, que eu mais ri. Eu falei, meu Deus, ó, gente, não vou dar spoiler, vocês têm que ir lá consumir.
É o reconhecimento, né?
Andréia, me conta uma coisa. Como é que você fisga esses temas? Porque a gente se identifica tanto.
Histórias de todo mundo. Eu sento com os meus amigos professores também, então eu estou sempre atenta para essas histórias, sempre surgem, né? Porque é só você juntar 2 professores que a gente se entende, conta história e tudo mais. Então, parte muito da minha experiência enquanto professora, tanto em sala de aula de idioma, quanto de inglês, escolas bilíngues, enfim. Toda a experiência de sala de aula conta, mas o ouvido atento para experiências de outros professores também, para ser um composto, não só a partir da minha própria experiência, mas de uma coletividade mesmo.
Andréia, Bruna, muito obrigada pela presença de vocês. A gente ficou muito contente de saber um pouco mais sobre esse projeto maravilhoso. E, pessoal, não quero dar spoiler não, mas a Andréia vai voltar aqui no dia de hoje ainda, porque ela tem uma surpresa pra gente, né, Andréia?
Tenho sim. Fiquem de olho.
Fiquem de olho. E eu queria aproveitar esse momento. As tirinhas, elas saem sempre aos sábados no Instagram, @CambridgeBrasil, com Z. Mas, meninas, hoje é um dia muito especial. Nesse exato momento, a gente vai soltar uma tirinha, então corram lá pra ver, engajem, comentem, né, Andréia e Bruna?
Por favor, engajem no conteúdo, comentem, façam parte dessa comunidade, se vocês gostarem, contem as suas histórias, porque esse projeto se alimenta disso, se alimenta das experiências dos teachers, então...
Os teachers,
exato.
Thank you, meninas, thank you so much. Now, the time has come for me to switch back to English. And we've got another important moment. Now we're going to have Luis reading his favorite poem.
You have gone, I am left, 9 days in heaven. 9 days to adjust, 9 nights of echoes. Your body has transformed, while mine is still in shock. 9 nights, 9 days, 9 roads I will follow till I catch your trail. 9 Nights by Malika Booker.
Thank you, Luis. What a deep voice. We were so impacted by it, I'm sure. And now the time has come for you to discover the answer to our quiz. Do you remember we asked you a question? Actually, we asked you to say whether you agreed or not to our statement. And the statement was, assessment is only about testing. If you said that you disagree, you are completely right. Assessment is not only about testing. If we do believe in that, we are going to take into account that it is only about providing grades. But assessment goes beyond that. Assessment can be connected to formative assessment, summative assessment, and a range of activities that you can plan to your students. So it is not only about testing. So, how do you like your day so far? Let us know in the comments down below. Have you made friends? Do you remember what Bruna told us? You have to try to make friends and make the most out of this moment. How do you like the talks you've been watching? Please let us know. And speaking of amazing talks, very shortly we're going to have Ben. Speaking of Ben, last year I had the opportunity to meet him in person. Do you remember that? Were you with us last year? Let us know in the comments down below. Ben is going to deliver an amazing talk, and his talk is Where Do I Fit In Now? Kind of mysterious, isn't it? Please look at the time. His talk is going to be at 11:40. So if you wanted to drink water, go to the bathroom, this is the moment for you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a great time during the break. Our third speaker of the day is probably someone you already know, and that has been a great part of my teaching journey. So it is my pleasure to welcome English teacher, teacher trainer, and materials writer Ben Goldstein to the stage for the talk, Where Do I Fit In Now? Thank you, Ben. As you know, I like to ask a question before we start. So you've been to Brazil like many times.
Yeah, in fact, I think it might be coming up to nearly 20 years since the first time I came here.
Wow,
so
that's
pretty
amazing.
incredible.
That's almost as long as Cambridge Day has been around. That's fantastic. So during this journey of your travels on Brazil and other countries, what would you say has been something that's very impactful during your journey?
Well, I think the country itself is so incredible, no? So when coming to Brazil is not really like coming to a country, it's like coming to a continent.
Right.
And just getting to know different cultures, different cities, different kinds of people from Porto Alegre all the way up to Belém, it's a different world in each city, and that's so exciting and so different to most countries where things are a little bit more homogeneous. Here it's such an incredible, so many contrasts, so many dynamic differences between the people and the cultures, and even after coming here for so many years, it still surprises me. And
Does it?
Wow,
that's fantastic. That's like making sure Viviane's talk was before about intercultural.
Yeah, absolutely. Within Brazil itself, you have so many different cultures that to reflect on that in itself is a very worthwhile task for students. Absolutely.
Amazing. Can't wait to hear what you're going to say.
Thank you,
Enjoy.
Rebecca. Thank you very much, and thank you, everybody. Wow, this is a big stage, isn't it? I don't feel nervous at all. I hope you're having a good Cambridge Day. Sao Paulo, we are... I'm very tired. Estou muito cansado, but muito feliz de estar com vocês. For another year, and I hope Cambridge will always invite me because I love doing this. I think it's my favorite week of the year, although it's so tiring. So we've been to Fortaleza. Team A has been, Michael? Team A, we have been to Fortaleza, we've been to Recife, we've been to Salvador, we've been to Rio de Janeiro, and now here, 5 cities in 5 days. So if I look a little bit, my eyes are a little bit red. I hope it won't show too much. Okay, well, thank you again for being here in this wonderful theatre, and I want to thank Cambridge for organising yet again such a fantastic Cambridge Day, such a fantastic tour. So I think they deserve a round of applause for organising this great event. Thank you, Cambridge. And the whole team, Leo, Andrea, everyone on the team who have organised it, thank you once again for inviting me this year. So what am I going to talk about today? The talk is called Where Do I Fit In Now? And that is the teacher speaking, that's the teacher asking the question about the digital age, really. We've probably heard about artificial intelligence and ChatGPT, that monster that I can't even pronounce sometimes. And I'll be looking at that a little bit later. I'll be talking about teachers' rational fears that many teachers have, that they begin to worry what their place is now, what their role is. So this talk is all about teacher roles, the roles that we adopt in the classroom. And I don't know about you, but I like to look back. In order to look forward, I like looking backwards, because I think we can gain a broader perspective that way. So what we're going to be looking at today is teacher roles, where we've been. We're going to analyze different teacher roles that you may well, may well be familiar with. Then we're going to look at how the pandemic changed things for us in a quite radical way. Things have improved. Last year I was here and everyone was wearing masks, and this year there's very few. We've moved on, but what have we learned from the pandemic? We'll be analyzing that as well. Then we'll be looking a little bit, just very quickly, at Evolve Digital. the new version of Evolve that we have created in a way to, let's say, fit in with today's digital world and today's learners' preferences for learning independently. I'll explain a little bit about that later. And then we'll look at the future, which maybe is the scary part. I hope it won't be too scary. So first of all, let's look at some teacher roles. Let's look at some big roles that we adopt in the classroom. Okay, so I'm going to show you 6 now, 6 roles. You may well be familiar with these roles. Okay. Look at them just carefully, and I'm interested in your gut reaction. Okay, your gut, that's where your gut is, right? Your gut reaction, so which one of those, I know it's impossible to answer this question, but which one of those do you think you identify with the most? Now, of course, that is an impossible question because we adopt so many roles at so many different times during one class, let alone, generally speaking. So, but if there's one that you identify with, I'd like you to think about why you identify most with that role. And I'm going to go, like Viviane, I'm going to ask you to do a poll, because I'm very interested in what you think. So I want you to go to Menti one more time, if you don't mind. And I want you to use this code, and you'll see there 6 roles. Those 6 roles that I just showed you: facilitator, manager, explainer, motivator, guide, and model. Can you access it okay? Yeah? Could you just choose the one that you most identify with? I know it's tricky, but if you can do that, and then we'll have a look at the answers. We're very interested to see what you come up with. Everybody voted? Are you voting? Still going? It's not working? It is working? Yeah? Oh, it's coming up. The results are coming up. Thank you. Hi. How are you doing? Wow, so this is interesting. So we can see here that some roles are much, much more popular than others. There seems to be 3 against 3. So the motivator, facilitator is and the guide are the ones that you here today in this theater identify with the most, and the other roles perhaps less so. I love these things. I love the way they move. No, it's kind of exciting. Wow, it's neck and neck now between motivator and facilitator. Yeah, interesting. Thank you very much for taking part, and I think I'm not entirely surprised by the results because we've been doing this the last few days all over Brazil. But there are some interesting variations from one city to another. And here we're seeing a lot of people voting for guide, which is interesting because it's associated a little bit with teaching coach, which we'll be looking at in a moment. So looking at those, thank you very much, technical people. They're great. They're really, really good. Let's look at those roles and let's think about them in a bit more detail. And who better to talk about these roles than Scott Thornbury? And here's a quotation from him talking about these different teacher roles and taking a historical perspective. So he says here, traditionally the teacher was the explainer. So that is plenty of you, some of you did choose that role, and there's no problem in that. There's no right or wrong answer. But that, let's say, is a more traditional role. So pre-communicative approach, the teacher would have been the explainer, yeah? The transmitter of information, transmitter of facts, of subject matter, and the manager, maintaining order and giving instructions and so on. And then he goes on to say, but since the communicative approach, we're now seeing that language is viewed not just as a body of facts, but as a set of skills. And therefore the teacher becomes, and look at those words he uses, some of which we've just seen in the poll, coach, guide, model, and facilitator. And that key word facilitator comes up again and again when you look at the literature on teacher roles. And he finishes, this is from his A to Z of ELT, the second edition, he finishes by saying, this is what we do, setting up and monitoring practice activities, guiding learners towards discovering rules, and providing the necessary scaffolding, yeah? Scaffolding, the structure, which is so essential. That's so essential, our role of providing the scaffolding for learners to do tasks, modeling and giving feedback. And all this allows for learning to take place, okay? So looking at what Scott says there, I think we can, those 6 roles that I showed you before at the beginning, I think we can, this is my little kind of paradigm. The explainer and the manager would be in the traditional role. That's not to say, as I said, there are no right and wrong answers to the poll. Those are still necessary roles for teachers. Of course they are. But they are, let's say, the traditional ones. Then the established roles would be the model and the guide, and then the newer role, or the roles that people are talking about more today, would be the facilitator or the motivator. I also think the teacher's role is associated with the teacher's place. So look at me now, standing in front of you. What role do I have today in this room? It's pretty clear, no? I'm the expert on the stage, standing in front of you, and you're all looking at me. And sometimes classrooms are like that. I'm going to show you 3 images of different classrooms with students of different ages. And I want you to tell me what you think is happening in each class, and which teacher roles does each image transmit for you? It could be one role or various roles, okay? So I think the role is associated with your place, with your physical space. So let's have a look at this first image, yeah? Which is a kid's classroom. So what do you think? What is happening there? I'm not going to elicit any, because it's a very not easy, but it seems to be, what would you say, a more traditional classroom or a more modern classroom setup? A traditional, yeah, absolutely. And the teacher there looks like teaching maths, but anyway, it could easily be teaching English. The teacher is eliciting, yeah? The classic elicitation technique, and it's not a real classroom, is it? Because all the kids, these are all from photo banks where, the images in photo banks don't really show the real world. Actually, they do show a kind of, idealized world sometimes. The other images I'm going to show you are a little bit more real, but it's true that this image is a little bit airbrushed, isn't it? A little bit unbelievable. But I like it because it very clearly shows the role of what do you think? Of those 6. Yeah. I think it's the explainer and the manager, yeah. The traditional roles, yeah, that the teacher here is explaining something, we don't know exactly what she is explaining, and she's managing the class. Elicitation is classroom management, right? And we have to do that, of course, all the time in class. Let's look at another image, which is very different. So here, much more real, yeah. We don't know exactly what is happening in this image, but what is different about it? Well, what I see as different is, of course, the intimacy, the body language between the teacher and the student. And it isn't easy to know what is happening, but it seems to be here that the teacher's role is more the guide, absolutely, the guide. But also, she could be giving feedback, on an activity. She could be helping the student with a particular point that she's noticed that the student has difficulty with. So she could be facilitating, and motivating by taking the student to one side while the class is going on. She could be facilitating and motivating the learner as well as guiding. And the last one, again, I like this image a lot. Because I think it's much, much more real. Here we notice that the students are where? Where are the students here? They're actually in the position where the teacher normally is. They're in front, standing in front of the board. And notice the teacher sitting on the desk, joining in. So here, what's interesting about this, the body, the physical space is that the teacher is the participant, right? The teacher is participating in what could be, I guess, a role play or something. And they seem to be practicing. They have notes with them. So what would be the role here, do you think? Difficult. It could be, the coach we're going to look at in a second, that wasn't one of the 6. From the 6 that we looked at, I would say that this could be the model. That could be, we don't know exactly. But the teacher, by joining in, they could be modeling the activity. And again, I think facilitator and motivator equally as well. Coaching, somebody mentioned, and I didn't include that in the 6 because I think there is a little bit of an overlap between coach and guide. But in a great book published by Cambridge, I don't know if they have it outside, it's a new release, let's say a new publication. In Philip Kerr's book, The 30 Trends in ELT, right at the end of the book, he talks about coaching, number 29. And he says this, and I think it's very good to look at this quotation in contrast with Scott's quotation. He says, coaching-informed teaching is often seen in opposition to traditional teaching styles, where the teacher is primarily a transmitter of knowledge. With language coaches, the teacher's role is mainly facilitative. Yeah? Can you say that word? Yeah, facilitator is easy, but facilitative is a little bit tricky. Okay. Practice in the mirror when you get home. Facilitative. But that word is key, that adjective, facilitative. I'm being facilitative here. The teacher's role is mainly facilitative. And key is this, what he says, this is really important. He says, coaching, the notion of coaching includes an acknowledgement of the importance of the teacher as a motivator, again, confidence builder and supporter of the learner, as a listener who is genuinely interested in their learners as individuals. And that is a key point here. And I think, I don't know if you remember what I was speaking about last year. We were looking at teachers who were working through the pandemic, and we saw that some teachers became much closer to their students on a human, emotional level, on an affective level, especially teachers of young adults, and some of you are nodding your heads, that this was one of the results of the pandemic, that the social, emotional aspect of our job really came to the fore. And that was already happening. You know, a lot of people were talking about the soft skills and social emotional learning. But when you share a trauma, like we all did with COVID, that really became apparent in our classrooms, that there became a closeness, an intimacy between the learner and the teacher, which there maybe didn't exist before. And you might remember a testimony of a teacher. Any of you were here last year in that lovely theater in Maspe? Put your hand up if you... Yeah. You might remember... Great, thank you for coming back and sitting in another beautiful theater. You have some lovely theaters in Sao Paulo. You might remember a teacher called Juan, and he's become a friend of mine. He's actually, I think he's from Sao Paulo. He's now living in Canada. And I liked his testimony so much last year that I asked him to make another little short video, to talk about the sort of roles that he adopts with his learners. And I asked him to talk about specific learners, because he teaches online, okay? He teaches online. Actually, I've got a question for you. How many teachers here are teaching exclusively online? Wow, that's a lot. You can't see what I can see, but that's a lot of people. Okay. What about blended, a mixture, hybrid of face-to-face and... Okay. And exclusively face-to-face? Wow, yeah, this is so exciting. We really are at the crossroads, aren't we? This is a very exciting moment, because you're such a mixture. A good percentage teaching face-to-face, a good percentage blended, and a good percentage just teaching exclusively online. He teaches both, and he has this rather interesting student, who he made a video about, called Cleusa, rather old-fashioned Brazilian name. She's in her 60s. She moved to the UK for a family emergency. I'm just going to give you the background, okay? And she had no knowledge of English when she arrived in the UK. So this is all the information that Juan told me. And she was doing a self-study course, but it wasn't working for her. It wasn't enough. And this is where the role of the learning coach comes in for someone like this particular student. So just listen to what Juan says now about Cleusa and what he began to realize about his role teaching her. Okay? Let's watch this.
And when she came to me, it was very clear to me that she was not looking for a content provider. She was, again, I think, looking for sort of a learning coach. She said, I have to go to the doctor. I have to talk to the teachers of my grandchildren at school. I have to go to the supermarket. And I can't do that. I don't know how to do that. And so, although, yes, we have been working on content and, developing vocabulary, you know, and grammar and understanding pronunciation and practicing, etc., etc., there's also the process of learning how to compensate for things that she can't do in English yet. So, for example, when she first went to the doctor, one of the things that I taught her how to do was, well, this is what you can already do. This is what you can already say in English. Maybe, you know, tell me a few of the things that you think are going to be key that you really need to say to the doctor, and we'll work on them in English. But also, there's a limit to it. So here's a tool. Here's how technology can help you. And so she's been using Google Translate to communicate with doctors. She's been using some websites with AI tools that transform text into speech, into very human-like speech, actually, to help her communicate with people. So she'll type messages in English because she sometimes can write things, but she's not very, you know, confident in saying them. So she'll type them, and the computer will say it to other people. And so I stepped into the role of not only teaching her English, but teaching her how to use the very little English that she had to perform the very difficult tasks that she had to perform. And of course, she's living in an English-speaking country. This is a very specific context. But I think the same thing applies to the context of, you know, students in non-English-speaking countries. So if you think of a student who has to, you know, do a presentation or, you know, prepare a meeting or, you know, write an email, I think we have to step into this role of helping students overcome their shortcomings with what's available nowadays. And there's a lot of things available that students sometimes just don't know is there.
Great. Thank you. Thanks very much, tech people. They're extremely good. It's so wonderful to be, you know, when you're giving a talk, you get really nervous about the technology, and these guys really know what they're doing, so this is fabulous. I think that was a really interesting testimony, and I wonder if you can identify with Juan. And he says that although he is teaching her, obviously, he's in another country, he's in Canada, she's in the UK, they're both Brazilian, so they share that, you know, common factor, which is very important, probably an interesting affective link between the two of them. It's very interesting what he says about his role as a coach, right? He's really saying that, you know, he doesn't see his role as a transmitter of content or knowledge. He is just facilitating. You know, he's helping her with a little, remember what he says, with a little language that she has, with a few, you know, the few resources that she has to achieve the tasks that she needs to achieve. And he's guiding her towards things like Google, you mentioned Google Translate and text-to-speech software, because she's able to write better than she can speak. And I think this is a kind of one of our new roles, this role of the coach or the guide. And I think that's an interesting testimony for us to analyze for that reason. I think there are more and more students in the world like Cleusa, for example, and with very specific needs. And our role really has to, you know, the roles we adopt really depend on those kinds of students and the particular context they have, okay? So that's really looking at where we've been. That's the introduction to the talk, the different roles that we have traditionally adopted, and then the new roles that we are now fulfilling in today's world. And that was an interesting example from Juan, I think. But there's another very important role. As I said, I already have alluded to this role. As a result of the pandemic, we have become far more interested in our learners as people. And I think you can tell, look, listening to Juan just now, you can tell that he's genuinely interested in helping her, can't you? You can tell that she's in a difficult situation and that he is really kind of determined to help her as much as he can to do the tasks she has to do. So there's a kind of, he's very implicated, he's very committed to that. And this is again, going back to Scott, who is always very quotable. I wish I could write like he does. He says that teachers also play a pastoral role. Isn't that a wonderful word? Pastoral. Pastoral? Yeah. They care for the learner's emotional well-being. And I think we just saw that with Juan talking about his student, right? You could tell that he cared about her. And many teachers are also counselors, advising learners on how to improve and further their learning. And I think we saw this very much in the pandemic. And it seems to me, actually, thinking about it, that many of us were able to fulfill this pastoral role, and that maybe since the pandemic has finished, maybe we've forgotten about that a little bit, yeah? And I think we need to get that back, that socio-affective or socio-emotional relationship with the learner. I think that's something we should always do if we can. I'm not talking about our classes becoming therapy sessions. I don't mean that, right? I don't mean that at all. I just mean understanding what the learner needs and really being interested in their lives and being open to them and listening to them in a kind of affective way. And this is very much a humanist. What he says here is this is based on humanist educational principles where the teacher is just a participant in the classroom ecology. So I would say then post-pandemic, there are some roles on the way up. The feedback provider, supporter, and coach are, I think, roles on the way up. We need to guide our students towards certain learning strategies. We saw that with Juan's testimony. He was guiding her to use Google Translate, to use text-to-speech software, for example, these strategies that involve education technology. And the role of the feedback provider is absolutely vital in the digital world. I have observed a lot of classes in Zoom, okay? Teachers all over the world. And there's one thing that teachers struggle, there's one thing that teachers don't have time to do in online, synchronous, live classrooms is give feedback, yeah? They just run out of time. Those of you who teach online, you know what I'm talking about? That everything takes longer, right? Everything takes longer. And as it is, we have opening breakout rooms and so on. It can be quite laborious. Feedback is difficult sometimes. Personal feedback, ironically, can be a lot easier because of the chat, but group feedback can be very difficult. And many teachers just don't have the time to do it. And the students really need to know how they are doing. They really need to know how they're doing, much more than in a face-to-face classroom where they can see from your responses how they are doing. Online, it's much, much more tricky. So I think this is something, and you'll see we'll come back to this again and again, this idea of the feedback provider is always been essential, but it's more essential than ever now. And other roles on the way up, well, funnily enough, one of the roles on the way up is a traditional role. Can you imagine what it is? One of the traditional roles. One of the traditional roles is on the way up, and one of them is on the way down. So the manager is very much on the way up in online classes. Just imagine when you started using Zoom, at the beginning of the pandemic, can you remember what that was like? You're probably having nightmares about it. Just managing that was a nightmare at the beginning, right? You didn't know what you were doing. No one knew what we were doing. No, none of us knew what we were doing. So managing, although it's a traditional role, is a role that we'll always need to fulfill. And so the classic things that we know make good class methodology, clear instructions, the organization of groups, whether it's face-to-face or online, ensuring everyone is on task and paying attention and got their cameras on. These are all very important skills that we need to fulfill. And the motivator maybe is the key one. This probably, let's say facilitator is the one we kind of do without realizing we're doing it, right? Sometimes, because facilitation is kind of all-encompassing. But the motivator in today's world is the most important role, our most significant role. The students working independently, but motivation is absolutely crucial. Working independently online, self-study, whatever, they need you there to push them on. And the roles on the way down, I think there are a couple, yeah? From those 6 that we saw, which roles would you say are on the way down? Less, not irrelevant, but less important. Yeah, the model Remember what Viviane was saying in the session before coffee break about English as a lingua franca? So I think this is also very, very, very relevant, that, you know, students nowadays are surrounded by so many models, they are exposed to so many different models, so many different Englishes, that our role as the sole provider of language is reduced, clearly. And the other one, which is clearly on the way down, is the explainer, yeah. Absolutely, especially young adult and adult classes. So again, if the students are doing the grammar on their own, if they are looking at the vocabulary on their own in a self-study format, then they don't need you to explain the grammar. They just only need you to clarify, sort out their doubts, and so on. So the post-pandemic classroom, I see it a bit like this. We've seen, as a result of the pandemic, that the whole young adult and adult segment has changed, has transformed. And the blended approach has really been embraced. I imagine Sao Paulo is a great example of that, yeah? It's very difficult to get from A to B, right, in this city. Just coming from the hotel, I thought, oh, I'm from, you know, Paulista to Pinheiros, that would be like, 15 minutes. It's like 10 kilometers. Took us 45 minutes on a Friday morning. Terrible traffic. So, students faced with that situation, of course, they're going to think, oh, I don't know if I need to go to the face-to-face classroom because, I've got to sit in traffic for an hour. And so they go for a blended or a flipped approach. And I'm sure you are all aware of that because that's a lot of what the teaching you do these days. And of course, AI is taking on a more significant role. We'll look at that at the end, okay, don't worry. This is not a talk about AI. Brastíso was just held like a week ago, and there were a lot of talks about it, and rightly so, we need to talk about it. But I didn't want that to be the main focus of this talk, but we will look at it at the end. And as I've already alluded to, an emphasis on soft skills and competencies, as I said, that was already bubbling up, but the pandemic has just accelerated its arrival in a way. So I don't know if you're aware of the Cambridge Life Competencies Framework, critical thinking, collaboration, creative thinking. You've been hearing about this for a long time now. But now these soft skills and social emotional learning, these competencies are now almost as important as the language program, right? And I think that's good. A lot of people complain about this, and I'm a language teacher, I need to be teaching language. But I actually think that we aren't just language teachers, and that we have, at the end of the talk, I hope to show you this more clearly, that we actually have another role, which is as equally important as purely language teachers. So let's quickly look now at Evolve Digital and teachers' role with this. This is very quick, okay? Very, very quick. What is Evolve Digital? How many of you have used Evolve, the coursebook Evolve? Some of you. Okay, quite a few of you. Okay, and Evolve Digital? Okay, quite considerably fewer. All right, well, you're the ones kind of on the cutting edge. What is it? It's basically Evolve is a 6-level course for adults, and what we've done is that we've created this online version, which is a combination of independent, asynchronous learning, so with the students self-study using application, using their mobile phone or whatever. And then there are teacher-led synchronous classes as well, which can be done face-to-face, or they can be done in a Zoom classroom, for example. And these are the levels and the length of the classes with the synchronous lessons. So you have a role, you do still have a role. You have the role of the students working independently. They need to send you written and spoken work. So they have to send you this work, which is the culmination of their studies online. So you do have a role, but your role is different. It's not like the same role as if you were using the paper-bound books, right? So the teacher's role here, I think, is the motivator or the monitor. So you're monitoring their progress, and you're motivating them to do the work. That's a role. And the feedback provider role is equally important as well. Very important, because students need constant feedback and motivation when they're working online. And in the teacher-led class, I think the manager, the facilitator, and again the feedback provider are the key roles here. Incidentally, these teacher-led lessons are basically PowerPoint slides. So each unit has a long series of speaking activities which are, let's say the delivery mode is PowerPoint, so equally suitable for face-to-face or online. And this would be like your behind-the-scenes role. I don't know if you've used Cambridge One. Some of you probably know about the way you can monitor the students' progress here. You can't see very clearly, but you can see the assignment, the materials they're using, the work they send to you. You can then evaluate that and so on. You have that's your kind of dashboard. So I like to see this is the behind-the-scenes role of the teacher, working behind the scenes. And this would be this would be a kind of summary of it, the teacher dashboard showing kind of an overview of the student's progress and achievement to aid monitoring, and a learner dashboard that helps with goal setting and self-reflection. Okay. And then there are real teachers as well. So each unit, this would be the opening of the unit, you actually have a teacher introducing the unit and explaining what the teacher is going to, what the student is going to look at. So the objectives, the grammar, the vocabulary, and so on. And let's look at an example. In fact, Isabella's right here in front of me. I hope not to embarrass you, but I'm going to show you a little bit of Isabella Villalobos, who's here in the front row. And we're going to watch her just introducing a little bit of her introducing one of the units of Evolve Digital. And notice how human it is, how personal it is. It's not just saying, oh, this is the unit, this is what you're going to study. She takes a very personal approach, and that's what we need if we're learning online, is having that teacher there as a kind of, friend almost, to guide you through the unit.
Welcome back. It's great to see you again. Are you ready for some more learning? So let's get Unit 2 going. So much stuff. That's the name of the unit. Do you have too much stuff? No? Are you sure? Most of us have some stuff that we don't really need, or we don't need any more. It can be hard to throw things away. Why do you think that is? In Lesson 1, we'll talk about things you've had for a while. We'll learn some new words to talk about possessions, and we'll figure out how to use the present perfect with ever, never, for, and since. In Lesson 2, we're going to talk about things you own. What's your favorite possession? For most people these days, it's their phone. My phone has my whole life in it.
So I like that. Your phone has your whole life in it. No, I mean, I think it's very nice, the idea that she's really talking directly to the student. Yeah, do you have too much stuff? Do your favorite possession your phone, like me? Yeah. So there's a kind of human touch there in this digital, seemingly inhumane world of the online classroom. There's a kind of human touch. So the students have the video teachers, and these teacher changes. Isabel didn't do the whole of Evolve. She did one level of Evolve, and then other teachers from other countries. So you're hearing different Englishes as well, different accents and different ways of communicating as well. So this comes now to the last part of the talk, which is looking forward. We've looked back, yes, at teacher roles. We've kind of summarized the roles that we adopt, and I think we've made it clear that, we adopt many roles in many contexts, but that some roles are now more important than others, that our roles are evolving fast, and we need to keep up with the trends. But of course, the trend, which is the one that is kind of constantly being spoken about, is AI. And have a look at this image I got from the internet. What does this image say to you? And in what context do you think it appeared? It's not a very happy image, is it? A slightly scary image of the future, perhaps. So there you can see the student, the teacher, kind of standing back, and one with their arms crossed, and this kind of green monster. What is the green monster? Yeah, the cloud, the AI, the intangible artificial intelligence kind of helping the learner who looks a bit clueless, right? Where did it come from? It came from the New York Times. So if you want to read anything about AI in education, I think the New York Times is as good a place as any. They have some excellent articles. And this one, there's a section they call the shift. So don't ban ChatGPT in schools, teach with it. And it's taking a very positive slant on this issue of open AI and its potential as an educational tool. And in this article, they're saying that the potential outweighs its risks. Now, this is the big, big question, and the jury is out at the moment, and the technology is moving very, very fast. So it's difficult to know what to think at the moment, but certainly I don't think it's good to be alarmist, and you get a lot of alarmist headlines. You can hear Khan Academy from April, there's a TED Ed video, and you can see the kind of headlines there. So difficult to say, isn't it? It's even more difficult in Portuguese, no? What is it? Like Chachi. Chachi GPT. Wasn't made for Portuguese speakers, was it? How can anything so difficult to say become so popular? I think this is very alarmist and very sensationalist, and I think we really need to come back down to earth. Again, from the New York Times. This just from a couple of weeks ago. Very interesting. And again, rather than listening to gurus talking about it, I'd rather listen to teachers and students talking about it. They're the ones, who are being affected by this. And this is a very interesting podcast, and there's some interesting comments here. And you've got the QR code there if you want to have a look at it. This is one of the comments from a teacher that I agree with. I personally agree with this take. They say, we need to figure out a way to adjust to these tools and not just ban them. This adjustment won't be easy, but who better to guide students into this strange new world than their teachers? And I would very much agree with that. I've asked lots of people what they think about AI. This is Paulo Dantas. I don't know if you know him from Troika, and he says that ChatGPT doesn't think or assess, at least it can't assess, taking into account subjective criteria and the nuance. Isn't that a wonderful word? Michael corrected me because I said nuance at the beginning, as if I was a French person. But how do you pronounce it in Portuguese? Nuance, exactly, yeah. You're perfect French speakers. International language. Nuance is a great word, and it's a wonderful word because it's that intangible, specific quality that it seems escapes the robots, right? They don't have that. They don't have nuance, which you expect a human to be able to use. If teachers are not comfortable enough with the fact that AI is being widely used in ways we don't even see, they will be lagging behind. And again, I agree with this. You're getting a lot of teachers, I don't know, who are going back to assessing writing in the classroom, right? Because they can't trust their students. And I think I understand why they're doing that, but I don't think that really is going backwards. We need to think again. We need to reflect, and we can't go backwards to sitting people down for written exams. At least I think that there are other alternatives. And there are gurus as well. This is a very famous guru, yes? Many of you subscribe to his channel, Steve Kaufman. You know him? Some of you are nodding, some of you are not. 823,000 subscribers. And he has, thousands of videos that he's uploaded. And look at his face there. He just, the question, so does that make the teacher unnecessary? Well, he is a teacher, so of course he's going to say no. But he does set up some doubts about our new role. Should we be worried? What role do we need? How do we fit in now? Bearing in mind this. But rather than listen to Steve, again, I went to the comments for some interesting. Sometimes these YouTube videos, the comments are much more interesting, than the videos themselves. You start watching the video and you end up looking at the comments. And why is that? It's because they address us. It's a whole community. Those comments are fascinating because there's a kind of community there of people watching the video and sharing experiences. And I love this particular comment from, well, I don't know his name or her name, I don't know, but it's at FRZN, so that's the person. I imagine it's a person. And they say this, and this is why I chose this comment, because this is a language teacher, an English language teacher. And they say this: I'm an ESL teacher, and I'm not worried in the slightest. No? That's the very, with great bravura. So I thought, well, this is going to be interesting comment. And they, so I keep saying they. ChatGPT, I'm not going to say it, okay? It's a tool, like anything else, and it can be extremely powerful as a means to learn, especially for the highly motivated. But it doesn't have the human touch and... Oh, exactly. See how this word comes up again and again. People trying to assess these large language models and bots and things, they're realizing that it doesn't have this je ne sais quoi, no? of human communication. And they go on to say, as a supplement, it's golden. And I'm sure a lot of you have seen the wonderful benefits that it can bring. Yeah? Makes lesson prep easier, flow, more technical tasks, marking, editing, much easier to get through all of these things so you can focus on conversational development and relationship building. And I think that's absolutely true. So again, it's like we're going back to what we said before. We don't need to be the explainers anymore. That's precisely what we don't need if we have these tools. We have to be careful about using them, very careful about using them. And we have to be careful of how we prompt them and so on. We need to filter that information extremely carefully. But it frees us up. Yeah? It liberates us to do the interesting stuff, in my opinion. Yeah? The conversation and the relationship building. Notice again, relationship building. Focusing on the social, emotional aspect again. And I love this final quotation. You'll never remember what ChatGPT corrects, but you'll always remember the one teacher that helped you nail a job interview or inspire you in some way. And that's precisely why I like my job. Isn't that great? Deserves a clap, yes. I wish I'd written it, but I didn't. And I think this is very empowering for us as teachers, this kind of comment. And really, you can look and you see a video like Steve Kaufman's video, you see the comments online, you can see the teachers are kind of helping each other, empowering each other with these comments. And of course, there are other comments as well, which are more critical. And we do need to be very critical. But I think it is not the end at all of our role as teachers. The contrary, we just have to change our role to become, moving away from the transmitter of language to something much broader and more developed. So final thoughts then, coming towards the last few minutes. Roles, it's a big topic. Teacher roles is a big topic. We adopt many roles during a class, and choosing the right one at the right time is essential. We saw Juan's testimony about the role he's adopting with this particular student in a particular context. And your role will always change. It's constantly evolving. And contextual factors have always and will always dictate the roles that you adopt with your students. COVID was an enormous contextual factor, right? That transformed the way we related with our learners and transformed the roles we adopted. But we got used to it, and we can get used to other things too. The blended environment is just another context, and AI another tool that we must adjust to. Our roles are evolving fast, and an awareness of this is more vital than ever. And perhaps our role, I'd like to think of it like this, perhaps our role in encouraging deeper thinking, deeper learning is our strength. We can reflect and empathize and critique far better than AI. We have the nuance. We can feel. And so far, the robots can't, no? I hope they never will. And I've got 3 or 4 minutes left. I'm going to finish with a story. Some of you may have heard this story before. I wasn't going to tell you this story, but I think it's very relevant to teacher roles, so I'm going to tell it again. So forgive me if you have heard it before, but it's a wonderful story. Enrique's story. So Enrique was a student of mine. I taught for 12 years in the Centro de Lenguas Modernas of the Universidad de Granada, in el sur de España. That's where I taught. And I taught this guy, Enrique, for about, well, maybe 7 or 8 years, from beginner right up to advanced level. And one day I got a WhatsApp message. And this was the cover of a book. That's my book. I thought, who is this sending me this strange message? It's called Smart Planet, and that's a book that's sold in Spain. So if you haven't heard of it, it's normal, because it's only sold in Spain. Anyway, Enrique sends me a photo of the cover of the book, and he says, if I have to choose my course book by looking at the author's name, I'm thinking, oh, so he must be an English teacher. I didn't know he was an English teacher. And he says, it's been so long, congrats, and so on. And so I say, thanks a lot, Enrique, great to hear from you. It's been so long. Perhaps it'd been, I don't know, more than 10 years since. But you don't tend to change your mobile number, do you? So there are all kinds of people in your contact list that you thought you'd lost touch with, but they come back sometimes. So I asked him to send me an email. I asked him to, well, he preferred to send an email. We could have had a chat, but he sent me an email about what had been happening to him in the last decade or so. And that's the email. There's him with a... he's a runner as well, crazy runner. He runs up and down mountains. And this is his email, Enrique about Enrique. I'm just going to share with you a couple of extracts from that email. So he says this at the beginning. In the last 18 months, my life has been like a roller coaster. Trying to change things in my working place had a price to pay. But teaching and running have kept me alive throughout these hard times. Now you ask me to have a glimpse back into the times when I was learning to live my life, and it was all about dreams, goals, and pure excitement. So I must thank you. It sounds like a kind of relieving therapy to me. So this is where I start getting emotional. Oh my God, what is he going to say? But I was intrigued, obviously, by this. What does he want to say? I started to learn English for a simple reason. I didn't want to use a dictionary to understand Bruce Springsteen's lyrics. I made up my mind to study English at college, but I didn't just want to study the old way, so I chose CLM in Granada, this is where I was his teacher, where you could learn real English with people whose commitment was far beyond mere teaching. See? Can you already see the link with what I've been talking about? A lot of conversation, music, video, different class management, and atmosphere. So again, it's not easy for him to put his finger on it, but there's a different atmosphere, something different happening here. He says, I really enjoyed that way of learning English, which is something that somehow I try to put into my teaching practice myself. Yes, I eventually became an English teacher. So now I'm still crying and sit at home. And this is the key point. I believe in a different learning process. To sum up, I've been an English teacher for 19 years. I must admit that I'm going through difficult times because not everybody understands teaching in the same way. He teaches teenagers in a state school, okay? Very different to the context I was teaching him. I believe in a different learning process where teenagers can feel fully motivated as individuals in a group work environment. The teacher is an assistant, and the student is the protagonist. So what he's saying is that we're all participants in this. And I think it's a very clear link with what I've been explaining about teacher roles and our roles today. So I think facing the future, that story, it's a beautiful story. I think what it's important about it, what I want you to take away with you today, listening to that story, is that we are much more than just language teachers. And we don't know the difference. We don't know, we can't imagine the difference that we make to our students' lives, the impact that we can have. I would never have known about this if he hadn't sent me that WhatsApp message that day. And I think it's very, satisfying but empowering for us to think of our role in that way, of helping learners develop their lives and fulfill their dreams and inspire them. So with that, thank you very much. Lunch break.
Well, you gave me a difficult job to pulling myself together to be here, not crying. Thank you so much, Ben, for that talk. Unfortunately, we won't have time for Q&A.
No, I realized that.
But I think it was worth it, right? Seeing this story and this student. And I've had the opportunity of thanking a couple of my teachers that influenced my life. And I think it makes a real difference. It's like this, I know where I came from and I can thank. And like, as I'm always saying, thank you to you for inspiring me to doing many projects. But if you have this opportunity, you should definitely do it. Thank the people who were part of your journey. So thank you very much, Ben. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for coming once again.
Thank you. You could just leave it there. Yeah. Thanks. Okay, so we'll now have our lunch break. If you are online, you can grab something to eat, stretch your legs, and your special program will start at 1:30 Brazil time. For those of you here, we'll have a 90-minute lunch break.
Hello again. How did you like Ben's talk? He's always so captivating and inspiring. Let us know here in the comments down below what you liked the most. Was it a topic? Has he brought anything that you were not expecting? So please, I really want to know what you thought because I really liked it. And before you give up, we have a very well-deserved break. You are going to get back at 1:30. I wish you all an amazing break and please eat something light because we do need your energy. You can get this opportunity to drink some coffee, some tea and get ready for our afternoon session. Welcome back. I hope you all had a great lunchtime. I had, and then I confess that I ate light because in this afternoon we need to have more energy. What did you eat? Let us know in the comments down below. And I hope you're ready because now we're going to have something amazing. I have two amazing guests with me, Fabio and Katia. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi.
We are so happy to have you here. I've heard about something. May I share with our audience?
Yeah, sure.
I've heard you are celebrities. Is that true?
Well,
Kinda.
kind of.
Yeah. Tell us more about that. You are local celebrities. Why is that so?
Well, depending on where we go, we live very, very close to the school where we teach, and most of our students live nearby, and we go to places, you know, we meet their families, and we end up running into each other from time to time, basically every day.
Basically,
it's kind of impossible to go out without seeing a student around. You know, it happens all the time.
But do you like this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
of
we
course.
do.
Okay.
It's great. It's very nice. We always have something to talk about.
Yeah.
Oh, but may I ask you, why do you think you became local celebrities? Because I'm sure there are other teachers at the very same school, but is there anything special that you do in your classes?
Well, I guess students enjoy our classes. Some of the classes we teach, they're not mandatory, so they pretty much take the classes because they like them. And we do have a great time. So I guess it's a nice experience for them. I know we have a lot of fun.
Yeah, we
doing
do.
it.
Sometimes we ask them to close the books and do something different, you know, according to their reality. We also ask them to bring ideas to class, so they enjoy a little bit more, I think.
Great. And speaking of books and how you plan your lessons, we watched your video and then we know how English is dear to you and how important you think it is for your students. Can you tell us a little bit about your routine, how you plan the classes?
Well, we have a group of teachers at our school. Since there's a lot of students who take the classes, we usually have weekly meetings with our group. We share ideas, we come up with some possibilities for different lessons. We also check the calendar for any special dates. But we also see whatever possibility we have to work on any difficulties they might have, but having a different approach. So even though we did use the book and the strategies provided by the book, which are great, sometimes they're not enough. Or maybe we just need a little bit of a different approach. And that's the chance we have. And having these weekly meetings is essential because we do come up with different ideas. We always look at the same situation, but with different points of views. So we come up with very interesting ideas.
Awesome, awesome. Do you work together?
Yes, for a long time, actually. I think we have been working together for 14 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of. No, less. No,
Not-
12 years. 12 years.
Not at the same school.
Yeah.
We worked at different places, but either she started working at a school and then I got invited to join
The same
or,
school,
yeah, or the other way around. But we always end up working at the same places, and we share experiences and ideas, and students tend to like them. So it's pretty nice. We have a nice way of working together.
Okay, great. Yeah, because you are a couple, so then you've got the partnership in your life and your partnership at work. Awesome. How long have you been together?
It's 18 or 19 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, kind of, I think.
She says so.
Yeah, we were together since high school, Actually, we started learning English together.
You did? Oh, tell us more about that.
Because Fabio used to work in a supermarket, and then he liked it because he's very agitated, but he wanted more. And then he lost his job, and then he took his money and said, I'm going to teach English. Awesome. And then I told him, but you don't know English. I'm going to learn. I'm going to become an English teacher. And then I said, okay, I'll go with you. And then we started having private classes together, every day, 2 hours of English. And then we used to go out and talk in English to each other all the time. It was basically our life changed everything to English.
Awesome.
And then we became teachers together.
Yeah.
Something like that.
We also used English because sometimes we wanted to be kind of in a fight, you know, as a couple.
Yeah.
But we didn't want our families to meddle into any of it. And we used English to have these conversations, so we watched our tone.
Exactly.
Yeah, we have a bunch of these stories. But it was nice because it was our thing. So we were on a bus, for example, and we didn't want to share whatever was happening with other people. I know a lot of people can speak English, but I mean, sadly, most people can't. So we found a way of having our, you know, our private moments wherever we were, and we would talk in English everywhere, even at home. It was nice.
Do you share the stories with your students?
Sometimes, yes. They all know the story of how we met and stuff because it came in some situations in classes. He tells more than I do. He loves telling stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're not really good at keeping secrets.
Yeah, they always tell me,
Yeah.
oh, he told me about this.
It usually takes about a couple of minutes for her to come. Why did you tell them that? I was like, did I?
Yeah.
They're really not good at keeping secrets.
Do you think this is a way for you to inspire your students?
I suppose, yeah. I mean, I always tell students and teachers this. The main role of a teacher is not actually to carry knowledge and pass it on, but to inspire. And if we do have the knowledge and, you know, we can share it, that's great. But at the end of the day, students go back home and our class is over, or so we think. But they go back home, and if you did a good job, they will still think about it. And they'll go online, instead of just scrolling on any social medias, they'll find a way to get to practice whatever you taught that day. And I usually when we prepare activities and extra classes, we usually think about this. How can we help them see that they can actually have fun while they're learning English, you know, and make it part of their days, not as an obligation, like I must go to my English lesson, you know. It's just another moment of having fun, but, you know, in a different way.
Yeah, and that's possible, right?
Yeah. Sure is.
Yes. Let me ask you a question. When did you become part of Cambridge's journey?
It was like 3 years.
Right before COVID, 2019, we signed the contract, and we were about to start the official partnership, and then COVID hit, and we thought we would have to wait. But then we decided not to because we didn't really know what was going to happen, right? Anywhere. So we decided to use whatever tools we had. And it turned out that, you know, Cambridge provided every virtual media tools that we needed.
Everything.
So we used Presentation Plus, we used videos, and a bunch of other tools that we actually thought that was going to be really hard for us to find online or even prepare. Because, I mean, as teachers, we have tons of ideas, and we wish we had the time to put all of this, you know, into paper and actually have this to teach a class. But the reality is much different. We teach in different schools. We have, you know, crazy schedules. We teach, I don't know, like maybe 10 classes a day. So really, you don't get to have the time to prepare all those lessons. And when we came across Cambridge books, we were like, this is the kind of stuff that we wanted to produce, you know, and with, you know, a much higher level of quality. And we realized that, you know, those were the books that we needed to help in our journey. And we did go through a lot of other different partners. It wasn't like Cambridge was our first and only option. We did come across a lot of them. And we definitely thought, I mean, not only because of the books, but also because of the Cambridge assessment in English, because of the certifications. I mean, it makes sense, since Cambridge has the best certifications, to use Cambridge methodology to help students on their path to pursue the certification. But then when we looked at the books, and we called their sales rep, and, you know, they came like in the same week, brought a bunch of books, and we were like, wow, this is really cool stuff. You know, we saw, I think Evolve was one of the first books we saw, right? And it was fresh from the oven. And it was top-notch book. It was amazing. I was like, wow, this is amazing. And I think when we actually saw the books and, you know, the whole proposal, that's when we realized this is what we need for our project.
I see it. And can you tell me, what do you think has changed most since you started the partnership?
I guess the quality of our classes.
Yeah, I was about to say that because now like we have a bunch of different tools to use it, and then we have different types of subjects and different assessments to check with them, and then it was like a lot of stuff that we didn't have before.
Yeah, I mean, like we always had, you know, this will of changing everything, and we were like, yeah, we're going to do this. And when we had our meetings, we were like, yeah, we're going to do A, B, C, and D. And then when the moment came, we barely did A, you know. and then we realized, okay, we do want to prepare a bunch of cool stuff, but we have to admit we just don't have the time for all of this. And it's not like we have to take it as a last resort. It's actually a really good. I question myself if I could do something as good as what we use currently with the Cambridge books. So it's a really good quality material that we use. And the reflect of this is because we had this project before with 6 classes per week, but without the Cambridge books. And they were nice. They were good. We always knew they could be a lot better. And now we see it. It's like the students, they actually deliver feedback and they say, wow, this is a really nice class. And everything is based on this partnership. So, I mean, basically all the success we have and the quality of English that our students speak, we owe all of that to our partnership with Cambridge.
Awesome. So then you mean that the levels of motivation and engagement from students, they have increased?
Oh, yeah.
A lot. Our class, that's why now we have a group of teachers. In the beginning, it was only Fabio and I.
Yeah.
And then now we have like too many students, then we can't take it. So we have 3 more teachers working with us. Yeah.
So
and the group's growing.
Impacted numbers.
Yes.
Yeah, we teach classes at the same time. You see, what most schools do is they get the same teacher, different schedules, and fit all the classes, right? So the teacher spends the whole day in there. What we do is we get all the students at the same time together in different classrooms with different teachers. And then we have different levels as well. So it doesn't matter which grade they are. So they might be 6th grade, 7th grade, whatever. We divide them by levels. So we have like a pre-test so that we can level them up. And then we see where they would belong. And well, the result we have is teenagers who are 14, 12, 11, 15 years old all together. And the incredible thing is most people would think, wow, this is a big age gap, right? That must bring you problems. But the truth is, even young learners, when they have a higher level of English, it usually comes with a higher variety of knowledge in different subjects. And what happens is they have a lot to share with people. It doesn't matter what their age is. So we've come across students who are 11 and 15 years old together, and they were talking about the same stuff at the same level, all in English. So, and it was a great opportunity because, I mean, during their break, you know, all the students from the same age, they're usually in these small groups all together, so they usually don't get mixed up. But during the English classes, they have the chance of expanding, you know, whoever friends they have and the groups they have. So it's a very nice experience for them too.
Awesome. I've got a question.
Yeah, sure.
It got me thinking, you mentioned that you really want to make your classes fun and engaging, but what about exams? Because when we present that to students and even to parents, they might think this is too difficult. My kid wouldn't be able to handle it. How do you make these two things together, exams and students having fun and being engaged?
Well, I guess the approach is the key, really. I mean, if the teacher comes and says a bunch of scary things like, whoa, guys, you can't handle this. It's too difficult. You guys are not paying attention. You don't listen to what I'm saying. So you guys would probably fail the test. So you're going to pay, your parents are going to pay a bunch of money. You're going to pay a bunch of money for that, and you're going to lose all that money. Is that what you guys want? I mean, like, this kind of approach is going to scare students away. What we do is, I always tell people this, if you go to Google and you do Cambridge online test, so you go to the Cambridge University website, and there is this very quick, I think 27 questions, multiple choice, and it gives you an idea of what level you are. And what we do is we go online, and every student in our class, we go and put it on the board, we put the link, and they go online on their cell phones, and they do the exercises right at that moment, and they got the results right there. So I asked them to bring me their cell phones and show what results they got. And they share it with their friends, and they kind of help each other. They're like, wow, the last time I took the test, I got like 17 questions right, 18 questions right. Now I got like 25 or something. Wow. And yeah, and what happens is they help each other, right? So it's not something that they do individually. They act as a group, and they see this as a challenge, and they want to be better. You know, not to prove anything necessarily to anyone, but just because they want to be better. They know they can be better. They know they have accomplished a lot. But what happens is the more you know, the more lost you get in which direction you should go to. When you achieve levels such as B1, when you are scratching level B2, usually most people stop studying because they think, you know what, I know a lot of English already. I watch series online, videos online, I can understand everything they say. But reality is there's a great range of other types of approaches and vocabulary that you haven't learned so far. And there's a long way to go up to level C2. And when we help them see that if they use the same basic structures over and over again, this is going to cause a different effect on other people. And instead of saying, how are you today? And if they come to other people and say, hey, how's it going? People are going to look at them differently, you know, and that's what we try to help them see. I mean, realizing that the certifications will only allow them to have a clear path on which direction to go to. And we did that. And our first group of students took the Cambridge certificate last year. We had a group of 10 students initially. All 10 students got their certifications. And we were really excited about it because they really took it seriously. Wow. Like they did preparation together, right?
Yes.
So they got groups, like WhatsApp groups online.
Studying groups. And they keep practicing the speaking tests with each other. It was like amazing class. We did some exercises. It was really, really nice.
Well, what about the family? How is the family or the people who are in charge of the students involved in this process?
Oh, they love it.
They love it.
They do.
They are really big fans of it. I mean, they spent, not necessarily about the money. I mean, if you work, you can get more money, but about the time. They spend a lot of time trying to get their kids to enjoy English. And most of these parents, not all of them, but most of them, they have challenges when it comes to learning English. And they think, I'm not going to get my son or my daughter to go through all this difficult situation. I want them to learn English as fast as they can so that they won't go through this. And whenever they see that their kids are accomplishing all of that, they get really proud of them. You know, an interesting thing is most of parents don't actually know what level their kids are.
Yeah.
They don't know. And whenever we show them a video, like we had some Cambridge videos going on, and we show parents, they're like, wow.
They get really surprised.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they're like, I didn't know my son could speak English like that. Yes. And they get really excited because, I mean, like, it's been a lot of investment, both of time and money. And it's nice to have a moment and stop and realize it was worth it, you know. So they're really big fans of it.
Awesome, awesome. Katia and Fabio, I'd like you to tell us a little bit more because there are lots of coordinators or even teachers watching us from home. Which pieces of advice would you give them if they want to close this contract? What would you say? What would you tell them?
It's a lot easier than what everyone thinks. You know, it might sound like, because Cambridge is a big institution, right? Yeah. So yeah, I understand that some people find it kind of scary, but it's actually the opposite. Cambridge is super open to new partners, and whenever I called their sales rep, right, so I got the sales rep phone number on the Cambridge University Press website, and then I called them up. I think 2 days, we scheduled a date to come. They came to our school, presented the books. We called them back. I guess a week later. We signed a contract, and it was done. And then we started with a whole lot of activities into getting students and parents on board of this idea. Because what happens is we did use different sets of books then. But using the Cambridge books wouldn't be super expensive, but it would be more expensive than it was at that time. So we had this challenge of demonstrating and showing to families that this little bit more amount of money would be totally worth it. And most of them, to my surprise, it was so easy because most of them knew Cambridge. Yeah. And whenever we said Cambridge, they looked at each other like, whoa, this is big. So it kind of took our school to another level. Wow. As simple as that. It just, as a simple signature in a contract, it took our school to a new level.
Yeah. We started getting more students because of Cambridge. Because some parents heard of our English program and they came to school. Oh, I heard that you work with a Cambridge program. You have like 6 classes per week. How does it work? And then that's why we needed 3 extra teachers, because it grew like too much in so little time.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Awesome. You mentioned students provide you feedback. What do they usually say? Do they like the books? Do they enjoy the activities?
At the end of every class, a lot of students get up when they hear the bell. They get up and leave the classroom. But there's always a group, like 20 or 30% of students, they get up and approach the teachers. And they always give them feedback right away, saying like, whoa, we have to do this more often. Or, hey, can we do it again with a different theme next class? And it's almost immediate. Really, they're really honest about it. And when they don't like it, because I mean, like, we don't get it right every single time.
Exactly.
Sometimes we get it wrong, maybe a lot of times. But
and they tell us.
Yeah, and they tell us too. They're like, yeah, you know, this wasn't so much fun. And I was like, okay, so what was fun? And they tell us, oh, I think that approach was better, that class was better. They don't really know exactly what words to use because they're not specialists.
Yeah.
But if they show any signs, it's definitely worth reviewing all the project because I don't know, maybe some teachers or some schools might think students need to take whatever is available. But our approach is, this is all for them, exclusively for them. So if they're not happy with it, then we're not doing our job right. And it's not like they have to demand anything or tell us how to do our jobs, but they have to at least be listened by us. And, we have to be humble enough to understand that maybe we were trying to accomplish something great, but we failed. And it's okay. I mean, greater lessons are learned from mistakes. And we do that. We're not ashamed to do that. We're not ashamed to tell students and recognize, okay, that didn't go as planned, guys, but I promise you next class will be nice, because our objective is to get our classes full of students and to have them taking classes throughout the whole year, because another characteristic in Brazil, and we've taught in different schools, is a lot of people get excited at first and enjoy the classes, and after a month or so, they quit. They silently quit, and you don't realize they're not there anymore, and you might ask yourself, like, why did they leave? And yes, they could have personal reasons, but it could also be the quality of classes.
Fabio and Katia, thank you so much. I loved meeting you, and I'm really convinced your students are the best. May I meet some of your students?
Well, yes, actually. We have 2 students here with us.
Awesome. So we are really curious to get to know more about them. Thank you so much. And what a great conversation, wasn't it? I'm sure you all benefited so much from it. We learned a lot from Fabio and Katia, and then I hope that you could all get more inspired to, work more in your classes. So then, for us to relax a little bit more, we have another Poetry Minute, and now we've got Rafa.
No one leaves home unless home is the mouth of a shark. You only run for the border when you see the whole city running as well. No one would leave home unless home chased you. Fire under feet, hot blood in your belly. You have to understand, no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land. No one leaves home until home is a damp voice in your ear saying, leave, run now, I don't know what I've become. Home by Worcestershire.
And now let's take a look at our lineup. There's much more to see. At 2 p.m., we've got a round table with Elânia Francisca, Mariana Ox, Ana Carla Crispin, and Rodrigo Hatier. At 2:40, we have Alberto Costa, Assessment for a Successful Learning Journey. At 4:15, we've got Caroline Nixon, Making a Difference.
You're giving me wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, well, I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, but I don't wanna jinx it, baby. Let's not get ahead of my time. Oh, but I don't wanna miss you, baby. So I stand up and speak my mind. Oh. You're chilling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Baby, you give me midnight. You whip up my appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain. You're some kind of butterfly. Don't leave me here high and dry. Oh, 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 appetite. Don't leave me here high and dry. Baby, you give me ice and fire. You're channeling wind and rain.
Let's try it again. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful lunch break. And now we have a very special session, which will be a round table. And for those of you who are watching us online, this session will be held in Portuguese. So I'll make a quick language switch and invite my fabulous co-host, Tamires Gama. Bem-vinda, Tami! Ah, é? Oh. É que eu fico tão empolgada de ficar perto dela que eu esqueço até de pegar o microfone. Espera aí que eles vão liberar o microfone. Tenta de novo.
Hello.
Aê!
Yes. Tudo bem, pessoal? Como vocês estão? Nossa, mas gente,
o almoço deixou o pessoal meio...
Acho que eu vou perguntar de novo. Como vocês estão?
Para quem não sabe, a Tami está apresentando o nosso perfil online, tá? Então, a nossa transmissão online está sendo comandada pela Tami, por isso que ela é minha co-host. Mas eu estou curiosa mesmo para saber o que você veio fazer aqui nesse palco.
Bom, além de ver vocês com essa plateia incrível, o pessoal que está em casa, nós viemos trazer uma mesa redonda bem importante para vocês. Nós vamos falar um pouco sobre segurança nas escolas, como criar um ambiente escolar mais seguro, com inteligência emocional também. E nós estamos muito, muito, muito emocionados com esse momento, porque, né, gente, não é todo dia que tem Cambridge Day. Então, eu espero que vocês estejam aproveitando bastante e vamos para a Round Table.
Isso mesmo, é um assunto bem importante mesmo, né, também, para a gente pensar. Assim como o Ben acabou de falar, a gente vê que está tudo muito costurado junto, né? Que o ensino não é simplesmente transmissão de conhecimento, mas é a forma como a gente se relaciona e passa por a gente olhar pelos alunos, para os professores de uma forma mais holística, mais integral, né?
Sim, sim. E o ambiente escolar não é só conteúdo, né, gente? Então, eles passam bastante tempo na escola, os professores também têm que entender como que podem melhorar as aulas e a segurança dos alunos. Estão prontos?
Agora o show é seu. Vocês não vão usar slide, não, né?
Não iremos usar slide. Pessoal, para conversar com a gente, nós temos aqui 4 profissionais incríveis. Tenho certeza que vocês vão gostar muito deles. Eles são Mariana Ox. Pode vir, Mari. Mari, seja bem-vinda. Pessoal, quero começar, né, nossa round table, apresentando a Mari. A Mariana, ela é designer, se preparem, designer, jornalista e especialista em tecnologias na educação. Ela é coordenadora do Educamídia, o programa de educação midiática do Instituto Palavra Aberta. Além disso, ela é pós-graduada em letramento digital pela Universidade de Rhode Island. Tá certo, Mari? E atualmente, ela está cursando mestrado em comunicação na USP. Ela também é Google Innovator e Trainer, atuando na formação de educadores e na aproximação entre a escola e a cultura digital. Mari, muito obrigada pela presença. Eu tenho certeza que com a sua experiência vai contribuir bastante com a gente. Obrigada. Vê se está funcionando.
Agora sim.
Agora sim, pessoal.
Obrigada, é um prazer enorme estar aqui com vocês hoje.
Que bom. Bom, para integrar a nossa round table, tem uma outra pessoa muito especial. É a Ana Carla Crispim. Pode entrar, Ana. Seja muito bem-vinda, Ana. Pessoal, a Ana, ela é doutora em psicologia, com ênfase em psicometria, olha que chique, pelo programa de pós-graduação em psicologia da University of Kent, no Reino Unido. E a Ana, ela possui pós-graduação não, né, gente? Pós-doutorado em modelagem estatística. Ana, que chique. Estamos aqui, muito interessados em saber. Ana, você também tem mestrado em psicologia? Olha, pela Universidade Federal de Santa Catarina. E, atualmente, ela é gerente de projetos no Instituto Ayrton Senna.
Isso mesmo.
Seja bem-vinda, Ana.
Obrigada. Pessoal, tudo bem?
Sim. Ana, eu tenho certeza que com esse olhar da psicologia você vai trazer muita coisa boa para a gente hoje. E temos mais uma participante muito, muito importante, que é a Elânia. Pode entrar, Elânia. Elânia, seja bem-vinda. Bom, vou contar um pouquinho para vocês sobre a Elânia. Ela é psicóloga, mestre em educação sexual, doutoranda em direito, humanidades e outras legitimidades. Ela é pesquisadora nas questões de gênero, sexualidade, infâncias e adolescência. Ela é fundadora do Espaço Puberê, pronunciei correto?
Correto.
Espaço Puberê de Convivência e Saúde. E em 2019, ela recebeu um prêmio Viva da Marie Claire e do Instituto Avon na categoria de saúde. Seja muito bem-vinda.
Muito obrigada. Uma maravilha estar aqui com vocês. Espero que eu possa contribuir. Obrigada.
Com certeza, com certeza. E, né, last but not least, por último, mas não menos importante, a gente tem o Rodrigo. Pode entrar, Rodrigo. O Rodrigo Ratier, ele é jornalista especializado em educação e também, Rodrigo, é doutor em educação pela USP, com período sanduíche na Universidade de Lumière. Lyon, uau, muito chique. E ele também é professor de jornalismo na USP e colunista de educação no UOL, né, Rodrigo?
Isso aí.
Ótimo. Rodrigo, muito bom ter você aqui com a gente. Tenho certeza que você também vai adicionar muitas coisas boas para o dia de hoje. Bom, agora, né, que o pessoal já conhece você, já me conhece, para começar a nossa round table, nossa primeira sessão de perguntas, eu vou direcionar a minha pergunta para Mari e para Ana, tá? Pessoal, eu tenho visto, vocês devem ter também visto nos últimos tempos, que tem surgido um termo que é educação midiática. Vocês estão familiarizados com isso? Alguns sim, alguns não. Eu tenho visto em muitos artigos, né, em alguns cursos. Para você que não está muito familiarizado, o que é educação midiática, eu trouxe aqui para a gente uma definição bem simples. Educação midiática refere-se a um conjunto de habilidades que ensinam o cidadão e alunos de qualquer idade a analisar, acessar, produzir e participar criticamente no ambiente informacional. Está correto, meninas?
Está corretíssimo.
Ótimo. Eu queria começar com isso, porque, pessoal, eu queria que elas compartilhassem com a gente a opinião delas sobre como que vocês acham, meninas, que a educação midiática pode contribuir para a segurança nas escolas e para a formação de alunos críticos em relação ao consumo e produção de conteúdo.
Então, acho que eu posso começar aqui, a gente vai se complementando, mas pensando que a escola, né, ela não é descolada do contexto que a gente vive, a gente tem que considerar que tudo isso vai envolver a segurança da escola quando a gente está fazendo uso das mídias também. E aí, quando a gente considera, né, principalmente a educação midiática atualmente, que está sendo atrelada a essa parte da segurança, a gente vê isso indo muito para aquele discurso de que tem a questão dos fóruns, do mau uso dos fóruns na internet, de como que as crianças e os estudantes estão tendo acesso a esses fóruns. E isso tem que ser, não pode também ser descolado da visão de que é a forma como o estudante está se relacionando com o mundo e é a forma como ele também está entendendo as relações dele na escola, como que ele está se identificando com aquele ambiente, como que ele está se sentindo atualmente. Então, ele está em algum lugar, talvez, de vulnerabilidade psicológica. Então, como que tudo isso está impactando nele chegar, talvez, num determinado fórum e ele encontrar, talvez, não o apoio que ele esperava com redes de apoio confiáveis, mas sim com grupos, talvez, que eles estão tentando perpetrar algum tipo de agressão, seja para uma pessoa, seja para algum determinado grupo também. Então, acho que a educação midiática ela acaba perpassando tudo isso, não pode ser descolada de todo esse contexto, né? Não pode ser descolada da sociedade como um todo. E ela vem muito com, às vezes, a conscientização para o jovem de que ele vai saber quais são os benefícios disso. Então, como que eu faço o melhor uso da internet hoje em dia? Então, que tipo de informação que eu posso ir atrás lá? E também entender qual que é o mau uso da internet. Então, onde que eu não deveria buscar informação, onde que eu não deveria buscar um determinado tipo de apoio e que informação que é confiável para eu buscar também. Então, a gente estava até conversando aqui antes sobre o uso crítico das informações na internet. Como que a gente acessa essas informações? E todo mundo está ciente de como fazer esse uso, inclusive nós adultos? Então, tudo isso vai perpassar a forma como o jovem vai se relacionar com esse meio digital e também fazer uma educação, talvez, que conscientize ele que as relações que ele estabelece ali, os comportamentos que ele tem nessa internet, né, no meio digital que ele estiver, não estão descolados também da realidade. Então, os atos que ele faz lá também conversam com a realidade que ele está. Isso é extremamente importante passar para os jovens para que eles compreendam sua completude, o que envolve, né, de estar no meio digital. E quando eu falo, né, de a gente, enquanto adulto, também tem que estar ciente disso, é considerar que quando a gente também está, por exemplo, vendo essas notícias de violência, é interessante a gente fazer uma reflexão do que a gente também está compartilhando. Então, se a gente está compartilhando nomes, fatos e fotos, e principalmente aí voltando para essa parte um pouco mais extrema da violência que a gente viu na mídia, é entender se esse compartilhamento que a gente está fazendo é o melhor compartilhamento ou se tem que ter algum tipo de cuidado, porque, por vezes, compartilhar também é propagar, de certa forma, essas violências. E, a partir disso, refletir como que nós todos fazemos esse uso da internet de forma crítica, como a gente vê, né, na educação midiática. Então, eu acho que, para começar o debate, assim, eu começaria dessa forma um pouco mais geral, mas trazendo que isso é um papel de todos para a gente considerar enquanto sociedade, né?
Excelente. Eu vou pegar esse gancho do papel de todos e eu vou fazer uma observação que é o seguinte: por que a gente está conversando tanto sobre esse tema agora, né? A gente está conversando por causa de uma série de acontecimentos muito tristes que envolveram ataques a escolas. Mas quando a gente fala de violência, a gente não vai falar só disso. E a gente não vai falar só de ataques. E a gente não vai falar só de soluções a posterior, né? Claro, todo mundo sai correndo e as pessoas falam em colocar câmeras, alarmes, muros. Aí tem gente que fala em regulamentação das plataformas. Muros, alarmes, está provado por estudos científicos que não é uma coisa que funciona muito bem e pode até piorar o sentimento de exclusão, especialmente em territórios onde já tem muita exclusão, onde já tem muita violência. Você cria esse antagonismo entre a escola e a comunidade, né? Como se a comunidade ameaçasse a escola. A regulamentação é importantíssima, mas a gente continua falando de coisas a posteriori. Quando a gente olha para violência, a gente tem que ver que não está falando só dos ataques contra a escola, a gente está falando de uma cultura de convivência e paz, porque tem o tipo de violência que sempre existiu, intra-escola, dentro da escola, dificuldades de relacionamento, dificuldades de comunicação, né? Exclusões, problemas de pertencimento. E essas coisas, elas começam muito antes. Então, eu gosto de falar de um ponto de vista mais da prevenção e como que a gente pode criar um ambiente de acolhimento, de convivência e de paz. E aí, quando a gente olha para esse fenômeno da convivência, que hoje em dia está muito mediado pelos ambientes digitais, a gente começa a encontrar muitos problemas. Porque esses jovens, a gente diz que eles são nativos digitais, né? Mas eles são até a página 2, porque o fato de que eles sabem mexer em equipamentos e encontrar um tutorial para mudar de fase no game, não quer dizer que eles têm um entendimento crítico do que eles estão encontrando nesse ambiente. E nem sabem, necessariamente, as forças que estão agindo ali, algumas invisíveis, como, por exemplo, o papel dos algoritmos quando a gente faz uma busca, o papel dos algoritmos de impulsionar conteúdos que são mais agressivos e mais violentos, e até um contexto social que é permissivo em relação à agressão, à violência. E essas coisas começam muito antes, começam nas microagressões cotidianas. Quando eles entendem que no WhatsApp você pode agredir o coleguinha, sendo que no recreio tem regra, né? Por que a gente pode fazer na internet coisas que a gente já sabe que não pode fazer no pátio da escola? Por que a gente fala em cidadania digital como se o ambiente digital tivesse um conjunto de regras e o ambiente fora da internet tivesse outro conjunto de regras? Convivência é convivência, cordialidade, respeito, né? É importante a gente entender como que o ambiente midiático pode estar criando ou perpetuando algumas injustiças que são sistêmicas na sociedade. Preconceito, estereótipos, racismo, exclusão, tudo isso leva a bullying. Se a gente naturaliza essas coisas, né, e não trata delas curricularmente, a gente está criando um ambiente que é propício à instalação de violências. Então, muito antes de alguém se sentir, porque normalmente as pessoas que fizeram esses ataques têm um perfil muito específico, jovens, meninos que se sentem excluídos, que vão procurar nessas comunidades algum pertencimento, encontram pertencimento nessas comunidades que circulam mensagens violentas, símbolos supremacistas, misóginos, etc., né, e que estimulam comportamentos agressivos, mas muito antes disso acontecer, né, a gente já naturalizou um bullying, a gente já naturalizou, talvez, representações de pessoas na mídia que não são inclusivas, que são violentas. Então, quando acontece uma infração, por menor que seja, né, eu contei para a Ana uma coisa que aconteceu com meu filho. Nós somos judeus. Um coleguinha do meu filho fez uma saudação nazista para ele na escola. E aí eu fiquei muito zangada, fui à escola, né, o garoto não tinha noção do que ele estava fazendo. Então, assim, ele foi disciplinado, a família foi chamada, ele foi suspenso, mas enquanto você trata isso apenas disciplinarmente, você está colocando isso na conta do indivíduo. E essa conta é nossa, enquanto sociedade. E isso tem que ser tratado curricularmente. Nessa hora tem que chamar todo mundo e falar de negacionismo histórico, falar da naturalização de retórica violenta nos ambientes digitais, falar que os memes que todo mundo acha tão engraçados podem ser ofensivos, podem ser excludentes, né? Podem estar perpetuando racismo, né? Podem estar fazendo uma série de coisas, e começar a produzir uma responsabilização coletiva na manutenção de um ambiente de comunicação saudável para todo mundo, porque cada um de nós tem um papel a cumprir, inclusive de não transmitir boatos, né? Quando começa a ter ataque às escolas, vocês lembram do último dia 20 de abril, né? Que as escolas não abriram, muita gente ficou com medo. Qual é a nossa responsabilidade de quebrar essa corrente e não deixar os boatos se espalharem? Porque o boato, né, o medo, é em si uma forma de agressão, uma forma de violência. Então, só para não me estender demais, eu queria dizer que essa é uma conversa, como lidar com a comunicação e os relacionamentos no ambiente digital, que a gente tem que ter sempre, curricularmente e transversalmente, ao longo de todo o processo educativo.
Rodrigo, Elânia, vocês gostariam de comentar?
Eu acho que tem uma questão importante também, que é esse olhar muito claro para aquilo que os jovens já trazem, né? Acho que a Mariana e a Ana trazem isso de uma maneira importante. Então, antes da gente tirar conclusões, realmente analisar o consumo de mídia de cada um desses jovens, desses grupos, entender as lógicas em que eles estão inseridos, não no sentido de sair demonizando logo de cara, porque acho que também essa é uma etapa que a gente já superou na educação midiática, né? Mas partir desse entendimento para ir levar a uma problematização, a uma reflexão, que é o trabalho especificamente que a escola tem que fazer, né?
Obrigada, Mari. Obrigada, Ana. Obrigada, Rodrigo. Pessoal, eu acho que hoje é um dia de bastante reflexão, né? Estamos aqui juntos no Cambridge Day e as falas da Mari, da Ana, do Rodrigo reforçam bastante essa nossa responsabilidade na sala de aula, né? Por mais que você não esteja ali só com crianças, adolescentes, mas a maneira que você perpetua esse conteúdo também, né? Você pode compartilhar coisas online que acabe, né, chegando muito longe e você não sabe quem que é o público. Não é? Então, acho que hoje é um dia de reflexão, vale levar, né, para a nossa prática. Bom, o meu próximo round de perguntas é para o Rodrigo e para a Elânia. Pessoal, a gente sabe, né, que a escola é um local onde crianças, adolescentes e professores, os teachers, eles passam um bom tempo. E é super intensa essa convivência, né, pessoal? São algumas horinhas ali, mas parece que é a vida inteira. A gente sabe que nós temos, né, como sociedade, um papel muito importante em assumir responsabilidades por adolescentes, pelo outro. E eu queria que vocês comentassem um pouco como a gente, como sociedade, pode desempenhar um papel ativo e responsável na promoção de segurança nas escolas, além do envolvimento direto de pais e familiares.
Acho que eu vou começar aqui já pensando algumas coisas que já vem na tua pergunta, né? Que é o nosso papel enquanto comunidade e a gente entender a escola como um espaço de convivência e também um espaço de promoção e garantia de direitos. Porque, independente de qualquer espaço, vou falar do Brasil, independente de qualquer espaço no Brasil, Nós temos uma legislação específica que vai falar da importância de se garantir proteção e outros direitos básicos a crianças e adolescentes, que é o nosso aniversariante do mês, que é o Estatuto da Criança e do Adolescente, que é para toda criança, todo adolescente brasileiro, brasileira, né? Então, é importante a gente sempre lembrar que crianças e adolescentes são sujeitas de direito, e que quem garante esse direito é a família, a sociedade civil, o Estado, o poder público, e a gente coloca no estatuto essa ordem, né, de a família, a comunidade, a sociedade como um todo e o poder público, por ordem de aproximação, de proximidade com a criança, com o adolescente, e não por ordem de responsabilidade. Não é, então, primeiro é a família, depois é a comunidade. Não, a família está mais próxima, e a comunidade, a sociedade como um todo, o Estado. Então, a gente tem que pensar a escola como um espaço da comunidade também, e pensar a comunidade como agente ativo nessa promoção de direito, inclusive à proteção, ao cuidado, e entender crianças e adolescentes como participantes dessa construção. Então, a gente tem falado bastante do quanto crianças e adolescentes precisam de proteção, a gente precisa criar um ambiente seguro para que crianças e adolescentes convivam, e dentro da escola é um espaço de muita potência, mas a gente entender que, quando nós falamos, não quando nós dizemos, vamos criar um espaço para crianças e adolescentes, essa criação tem que ser junto com, e não para, tem que ser com criança, com adolescente, crianças e adolescentes construindo debate, construindo reflexão, convivência. E eu gosto de pensar sempre que o Estatuto da Criança e do Adolescente, isso eu vou trazer em todos os espaços que eu frequento, porque garantia de direito é uma conquista, inclusive, dos movimentos das crianças e adolescentes, né? O Estatuto, ele nasce, inclusive, de uma movimentação do Movimento Nacional de Meninos e Meninas de Rua. E aí a gente vai pensar o quanto o Estatuto precisa ser divulgado como uma grande ferramenta, a ferramenta fundamental para pensar crianças e adolescentes como sujeitos e sujeitas de direitos, que constroem também as relações dentro da escola e fora dela, e a comunidade como participante ativa, a comunidade como parte de uma rede. E aí a gente conversava lá atrás sobre essa metáfora da rede, né? Existe, então, essa rede de pesca, que é essa rede que olha para o peixe e captura. Então, na perspectiva do peixe, essa rede não é boa, porque é uma rede que captura, que vai pensar a tua existência enquanto uma existência que eu preciso criar um ambiente em volta para te capturar. Então, nós não somos uma rede de captura, uma rede de pesca. Nós somos rede de descanso, sabe? Eu sou do Espírito Santo, e lá a gente tem muita essa cultura de dormir na rede. E a rede de embalar, a rede de cuidar, a rede em que eu escolho estar. Então, ser comunidade e participar ativamente da escola é ser rede de descanso, rede de proteção, rede de cuidado. Então, essa é uma grande chave, aí, uma grande possibilidade. A comunidade se sentir parte da escola, e a escola se sentir também parte daquela comunidade que está inserida. Não é uma nave que chegou e que está ali prestando um serviço. É um espaço da comunidade, e, sendo da comunidade, constrói junto com ela.
Pois é, estou anotando aqui na minha colinha várias coisas muito interessantes que você falou, Elânia, e eu acho que, em relação ao ECA, a gente precisa lembrar que já existe um sistema de garantia dos direitos, né, da criança e do adolescente, foi instituído no Brasil em 2006. O grande problema é que ele é pouco conhecido, né? Geralmente, quando acontece alguma treta na escola, a primeira coisa a ser feita é chamar a polícia, né? Raramente esse é o caminho mais indicado, né? A escola, como você bem colocou, é parte de uma rede de proteção, de garantia de direitos, que envolve assistência social, que envolve a saúde, sobretudo quando a gente está falando de saúde mental. São muitos atravessamentos, né, na questão da segurança escolar e da saúde mental. E existem protocolos para o contato entre esses diversos órgãos, o Conselho Tutelar, eventualmente a polícia, mas muito raramente, né? E falta formação, não é culpa de nenhum professor ou professora, porque isso não está na formação inicial, raramente está na formação em serviço, mas eu acho que as últimas ocorrências muito tristes, como disse a Mariana, chamam a nossa atenção para a necessidade de cada um e cada uma conhecer melhor esse tipo de sistema, né? Aí já vou fazer aqui uma dica. A USP tem um curso de difusão que está com inscrições abertas nesse momento, chamado Educação, Saúde e Assistência Social, que trata justamente sobre essa temática. É um curso presencial, eu sou fã do presencial, né? Acho que a gente sofreu muito com o online. O online tem vários benefícios, sem dúvida, mas acho que essa troca, sobretudo quando a gente está falando de construção de redes, ela ganha muito com o presencial. Na Faculdade de Saúde Pública, com profissionais da Faculdade de Saúde Pública, da Faculdade de Educação, da Faculdade de Direito, enfim. Quem se interessar por essa temática, só colocar no Google lá, USP, Educação, Assistência Social e Saúde, que vai aparecer coisas nesse sentido. Eu queria complementar com 3 pontos, né, dessa colaboração que a comunidade pode ter em relação à segurança nas escolas. Eu acho, e aí vou falar de 2 lugares aqui. Primeiro, como jornalista, né, acho que a gente precisa calibrar um pouco a visão que a gente tem das escolas como um ambiente violento. Não são ambientes violentos, né? Está aí o Anuário Brasileiro da Segurança Pública, divulgado ontem, para mostrar que, por exemplo, em relação a violências sexuais, o grande foco de violência sexual é a casa, certo? São os familiares mais próximos. A escola é um porto seguro nesse sentido. É um lugar onde, além de haver baixíssima ocorrência desse tipo de violência, é o lugar onde as crianças e adolescentes se dão conta dessa violência e encontram, eventualmente, canais e caminhos para poder denunciá-las, né? Eu acho que tem, então, esse descompasso entre a percepção de violência e a violência em si. Tem um documentário antigo, mas que eu acho fantástico, sobre cultura do medo, que se chama Tiros em Columbine. Possivelmente vocês já viram esse documentário, do Michael Moore, e eu acho que ele nos leva a refletir sempre sobre essa questão de como a nossa percepção, às vezes, pode ser descalibrada, e aí, fazendo o meia-culpa, muitas vezes pelo efeito, né, que a gente chama de copycat, de imitação, né, o efeito contágio propagado pela mídia, né. O segundo ponto a comunidade precisa conhecer as escolas, né, gente? Então, quem é pai precisa frequentar as reuniões dos filhos, né? Se possível, se envolver em mecanismos institucionais que as escolas já possuem, a associação de pais e professores, conselhos escolares. É só aí que a gente consegue realmente ter uma visão mais profunda do que aquela comunidade representa para o território, quais são as questões que estão aparecendo efetivamente. O mesmo vale para professores e professoras. Aí vou virar a chavinha, vou falar como professor, que eu também sou, sei de todas as dificuldades que existem para isso, da carga horária, da ausência de um plano de carreira. Muitas vezes o professor horista não tem tempo para se fixar numa escola, mas a gente sabe a diferença que faz participar da vida escolar para além do período de aula, né? E o terceiro ponto que eu queria trazer é deixar os educadores trabalhar, né, gente? Acho que aqui é o seguinte, todo mundo acha que pode meter a colher no campo da educação, como se o problema da segurança fosse um problema da polícia ou um problema da política, e a pedagogia tem caminhos, tem estratégias, tem protocolos, tem mecanismos para lidar com as incivilidades, com a indisciplina, com a violência, né? Podemos depois gastar um verbo falando sobre isso, mas a gestão democrática está aí para isso, a existência de diferentes níveis de debate e discussão, a presença do professor, as atuações de mentoria. Então, acho que também tem uma postura política, que não é partidária, mas que é política de professores e professoras, de dizer assim, deixa comigo, né? Daqui para dentro, a gente sabe trabalhar. Então, acho que tem essa reivindicação mesmo de um saber específico de professores e de gestores escolares para lidar com essa questão da indisciplina, da incivilidade e da violência.
Mari, Ana, vocês gostariam de comentar?
Eu vou fazer um comentário, porque o Rodrigo deixou uma dica, e eu vou deixar uma dica também. Mas só queria fazer uma parte que os professores sabem trabalhar e os alunos também sabem se pronunciar, né? Se a gente der espaço a eles e possibilidade de criação e discussão dos seus próprios problemas e das suas próprias realidades, eles vão produzir coisas muito importantes. Mas eu queria deixar uma dica, voltando um pouquinho para a educação midiática. A Ilânia falou de redes e peixes, e eu me lembrei de uma história que eu adoro, um provérbio que eu nem sei de onde que veio, porque eu já pesquisei e não consegui encontrar, que é: o peixe não sabe que está no mar. E a gente se encontra hoje em dia nessa situação em relação ao ambiente digital. A gente está nele o tempo todo, ele media as nossas relações de convivência pessoal, de trabalho, de comércio, de aprendizado, de namoro, né? E a gente não sabe, a gente tem uma postura assim, um pouco inconsciente em relação a esse ambiente. E isso faz muita diferença. Eu não sei se faz diferença na nossa percepção de mundo. Eu não sei se vocês lembram daquele caso muito triste de um imigrante congolês que foi brutalmente assassinado no Rio de Janeiro no ano passado, Moise, né? Essas vidas, a gente tem uma percepção, às vezes, construída na sociedade, que elas valem menos, e a gente precisa entender os fenômenos midiáticos e culturais que nos levam a achar que elas valem menos, né? E eu dei uma aula sobre busca recentemente, uma dica de um professor meu, e ele falou o seguinte: repara que se você procurar Mogadishu, que é a capital da Somália, com a grafia em inglês, Mogadishu, você vai encontrar, em qualquer buscador, no Google, você vai encontrar imagens de uma terra arrasada, em guerra, muita violência, muita destruição. E você forma esse imaginário das pessoas que moram naquele lugar que já não tem jeito mesmo. Aquilo ali são vidas que já estão perdidas. Se você procurar com a grafia deles, Mogadishu, como eles escrevem, vocês podem fazer esse teste hoje quando chegarem em casa. Vocês vão encontrar imagens de uma cidade bonita à beira-mar, com prédios, com jardins, com pessoas indo trabalhar, né? E essas coisas formam o nosso imaginário. Então, eu queria deixar a dica para vocês. A educação midiática tem muito a ver com construir mais ativamente essa percepção de mundo, entender mais que mar é esse no qual a gente está nadando. Nós estamos lançando na segunda-feira o quarto da nossa série de e-books, se chama 5 coisas que a educação midiática pode fazer pela convivência e pela paz nas escolas e na sociedade. A gente tem um sobre liberdade de expressão, um sobre democracia, um sobre educação antirracista. Todos os nossos materiais são gratuitos e abertos, estão lá no educamedia.org.br e vocês podem procurar, e esse último livrinho vai estar lá segunda-feira.
Ana?
Posso complementar? Ainda
Pode.
dá tempo? Eu acho que só complementando o que todo mundo já trouxe aqui, quando a gente vê alguma questão com violência acontecendo, eu acho que tudo isso se complementa no sentido de que um ato de violência às vezes não acontece só num lugar e tem efeito só naquele lugar e só com aquelas pessoas que está acontecendo. Eles têm efeitos que perpassam outras pessoas também e que, infelizmente, né, vai reforçar aquele sentimento de insegurança, independente do ambiente que você está. E aí eu acho que é natural até que as pessoas, a gente usa uma metáfora lá, com a minha chefe, na verdade, usa essa metáfora, eu vou fazer uso dela, eu pedi a permissão dela para isso, porque é como se todo mundo começasse a levantar muros para se proteger. Porque se eu estou me sentindo insegura, eu vou tentar me defender de alguma forma, eu vou tentar me isolar, por mais que isso não seja a melhor estratégia, eu vou tentar voltar para aquele condomínio onde eu me sinto mais segura e então começar a elaborar isso para voltar para o mundo e voltar a construir aqueles vínculos de confiança que eu tinha antes. Então, quando a gente fala de violência, é interessante pensar nisso como esse ecossistema que vai desde o nível do estudante até o nível da política pública, porque isso tem um custo para a sociedade que não fica só no pessoal. Ele é um custo que, quando a gente olha o Atlas da Violência de 2019, eles fizeram uma estimativa com base no PIB de 2016, esse custo, mas era de mais ou menos 5,9% do nosso PIB naquele momento. Isso equivalia a 373 bilhões de reais. É um custo muito alto e, infelizmente, ele não é só econômico. Ele é um custo que vai acabar ficando no pessoal, no político, no econômico, no social e no psicológico também. Então, quando a gente fala de violência, falando pela educação midiática, falando pelas redes, por quem é responsável, quem está na escola e qual que é a responsabilidade de cada um naquele ambiente, eu acho que é porque tem esse custo que é um pouquinho de cada um de nós também. Então, eu estou adorando o debate aqui, mas eu acho que é realmente um desafio que precisa ser olhado por diversos olhares e de uma forma intersetorial também, para que juntos a gente consiga construir uma solução no longo prazo, né, para ter um mundo que seja mais seguro, mais pacífico para todo mundo, incluindo as nossas crianças, né?
Muito obrigada, pessoal. Ai, o papo tá ótimo, né? Mas já está quase acabando. Eu queria dar um desafio para vocês agora. Posso? Rodrigo. Rodrigo olhou assim, um desafio? Já é um desafio estar aqui. Pessoal, eu queria que vocês deixassem um recado final para o pessoal que está assistindo a gente em casa, para a nossa audiência maravilhosa aqui. 30 segundos, Rodrigo, 30 segundos para cada um. O que você falaria para o pessoal? Qual que é a reflexão que você deixa?
Olha, todo dia de manhã, quando eu acordo, eu peço assim, Deus, não me deixe virar uma pessoa cínica. Porque quem está no cinismo ou quem está na depressão acha que as coisas não têm solução. De fato, eu acho que é um momento difícil para ser educador, é um momento muito desafiador, é um momento em que a gente precisa, às vezes, ter o papel de psicólogo, de juiz, de professor, né? Até por isso o olhar em rede é importante, para deixar o professor ser professor. Exigir que tenha psicólogo na escola, exigir que a polícia faça a ronda escolar direitinho ali, não dentro da escola, fora da escola para garantir a integridade do território e assim por diante. Mas acreditar também na pedagogia, acreditar nas metodologias de ensino, né? Olhar para as metodologias ativas como uma forma de construir junto com alunos, né? Com crianças e adolescentes, olhar para as nossas próprias práticas, enfim. Eu acho que é esse sentido de empoderamento. Não vejo a docência como uma missão, eu acho que a docência é um trabalho para profissionais, mas a gente tem esse plus, né? Pode falar inglês aqui?
Pode, ele sabe.
Esse plus, né? Que é essa tarefa tão importante de partilhar o conhecimento construído pela sociedade ao longo desses milênios, né, que a gente tem. Então, é uma mensagem de otimismo mesmo para a gente não desistir, seguir em frente, buscar cada vez mais o conhecimento. Acho que é isso.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Elânia, sua vez, desafio.
30 segundos.
30 segundos.
Vamos lá. Garantia de direitos. É importante focar na garantia de direitos. Toda criança, toda adolescente tem papel ativo, inclusive, né, na sociedade, para pensar, para trazer reflexões. A Mariana falou que as adolescências, as crianças, as pessoas que estão ali no processo de educanda, né, tem esse lugar ativo de propor, de trazer reflexões, de também cumprir um papel de falar sobre o que pensa daquele espaço escolar e do espaço comunitário. Garantia de direito. E aí você pede toda manhã para que você não seja uma pessoa cínica. Eu peço toda manhã para que eu não seja uma pessoa adultocêntrica, para que eu não entenda que a pessoa adulta é a detentora de todo o saber, de todas as respostas com relação a crianças e adolescentes, proteção e garantia de direitos. Então, que vocês também consigam viver esse momento de toda manhã olhar para si e dizer: não serei cínica e não serei adultocêntrica.
Muito bem, tem que...
Agora já virou o desafio do que você vai fazer de manhã quando você acordar, Ana.
Ana,
o que você vai fazer toda manhã quando você acordar?
Difícil, gente. Mas eu acho que a minha mensagem de toda manhã vai ser: acolhimento é fundamental. Eu acho que isso para todas as esferas da minha vida, mas trazendo isso para cá, pensando desde o estudante, que vai passar, às vezes, por um determinado evento na escola que vai desafiar ele de formas que a gente nem imagina, e que muitos de nós, né, enquanto adolescentes, nunca pensou em passar dessa forma, e nunca pensou que precisaria mobilizar recursos para passar por isso. Eu acho que o acolhimento também é fundamental para todos os outros envolvidos na escola, incluindo a gestão escolar, os educadores, porque eles estão na linha de frente. E eles precisam também sentir que eles estão seguros emocionalmente, psicologicamente, nas relações que eles estabelecem, e eles precisam também ter a segurança de que eles têm recursos para lidar com aquilo. Então, o acolhimento desses profissionais também é essencial junto com o das crianças, porque quando a gente pensa em violência, às vezes, vai muito para o lado de policiamento, muito para o lado de justiça para a resolução de conflitos. E não é só isso. Eu acho que o grande norte aqui dessa conversa foi: não é só isso. A gente tem que pensar em outras estratégias, a gente tem que pensar nisso em conjunto. Então, fica aqui essa minha mensagem do acolhimento.
Thank you, Ana. E você, ó, vou te dar 20 segundos só.
Vamos ter que produzir um e-book depois, né? Eu acho que a minha mensagem de manhã é o que eu posso fazer hoje. Porque nós temos uma certa tendência de responsabilizar os outros, né? É a polícia que vai resolver, são os legisladores que vão regular as plataformas, é alguma coisa, a política pública de educação que vai resolver, é a escola que vai resolver. A escola, coitada, acaba sendo responsabilizada por tudo, né? Mas eu acho que essa é uma questão coletiva e todos nós temos o nosso quinhão de responsabilidade. Então, todo dia, quando eu levanto, eu falo: que pequena parte dessa construção coletiva eu posso fazer? Enquanto eu estou dando a minha aula sobre a fórmula de Bhaskara, ou sobre o past tense, ou seja lá o que for, Como é que eu posso incluir aí uma camada de lidar mais responsavelmente com a informação, de me responsabilizar pelo bem-estar do outro, pela justiça social em todos os nossos ambientes de convivência? Todos nós temos um pedacinho a cumprir e todas as ações, grandes e pequenas, são importantes.
Thank you all. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you, Elânia. Thank you, Ana. Thank you, Mário. Thank you all for being here with us. Muito obrigada por estarem aqui. And salva de palmas.
Muito obrigada. Muito obrigada. Obrigada, minha co-host. Foi uma delícia dividir esse palco
Rebecca.
com
Thank
você.
you so much. Muito obrigada, pessoal. Espero que vocês tenham gostado. E agora eu vou correr para a transmissão online, porque eles estão me aguardando lá.
Isso mesmo.
Bye, bye.
Até já. Thank you. Switching back to English. An important part of the English journey are the assessments and exams that come as milestones of learning. I don't know about you, but I love taking tests and having my knowledge tested. Maybe I'm crazy. And here to talk about assessment for a successful learning journey is our exam expert, Senior Cambridge Assessment Manager, Alberto Costa. Just the green.
Okay, fantastic. Hello everyone, good afternoon. Thank you very much for being here, and thanks everyone who's at home watching us from many parts of the country and many parts of the world as well. So we are going to talk today, after this beautiful table here, round table, we are going to talk about assessment. I would like to make lots of connections with points, but we also have to consider the issue of time. So in this session today, it will be assessment for a successful learning journey. But for this session, what we are going to do is, I'm going to ask you to participate and interact, right? So we're going to start the session by asking you to participate by answering questions. So if you look at the overview of the session today, we're going to start with questions 1, 2, 3, and 4. Of course, I didn't put the questions here because I don't want to give you any spoilers. But I'm going to ask you to engage as much as possible. And of course, we are going to talk about implementing Cambridge exams in your schools. So, in order to invite everyone to participate, whether you are here face-to-face or whether you are at home talking to us remotely, I'm going to ask you to use your devices to scan the code so that you can participate. People at home, you can also scan the code, but also I'm going to ask the team, I'm going to ask my colleagues to put the link in the chat so that the people at home can click on the link and also take the opportunity to vote to answer the questions as well. I know that when we use one of those voting tools, everyone gets really, really excited. Sometimes we go straight to voting without reading the question properly or without reading the options properly. So please, everyone, let's read the questions so that we can give the best answer possible to them, right? After each question, I'm going to give you some explanation about what we're going to cover, okay? So we're going to start with question 1, and question 1 is quite thought-provoking. So, how do I distinguish between evaluation, teaching, testing, and assessment? When we talk about assessment, we have many big terms, right? And you have 3 options there to vote. Are they basically the same thing? Do you think evaluation and assessment mean the same thing and therefore they can be used interchangeably? Or do you think they don't mean the same but they are interrelated? Which do you think is the best option? As you read through the questions and the options, I'm going to ask the team to show the voting system here to see which options are being the favorites from the audience. What are the most popular options from A, B, and C, Leo? Okay, I see that. This is the last question though, Leo. I think we are going to the first question. Question number 1. Okay. Can you see question number 1 in the voting system? So Leo is going to put it up now, and then you'll be able to vote. But let's have a show of hands. Do you think A is the best option for this question while we set this up? A's? Any hands up? B's? Any hands up? C's? Okay, C is a very popular option, and it seems to be a popular option from people who are watching us from their homes, right? Well, we're going to check the right answer now, so Leo will press okay, letter C is the best option for this, and now we are going to see why, right? We are going to go back to the PowerPoint because we are talking about those 4 terms here. So, Leo, please, PowerPoint. We are looking at the terms assessment, teaching, evaluation, and testing. They are interrelated, but they are not the same. And we shouldn't be using assessment and evaluation interchangeably, which happens very often. So this is where they belong if we look at this diagram, which was put together by Douglas Brown in his book, Language Assessment, from 2004. So when we look at those terms, they are related according to this diagram, like this. We look at, for example, testing. Testing is only one part of assessment. But testing is not equals to assessment. It's one of the ways that we can use to assess learners. So when we look at a test, for example, a test in simple terms is a method of measuring a person's ability, knowledge, or performance, right? So to qualify as a test, the method must be explicit and structured. So when you have a structure, when you have a method, when you have a date, when you have a certain time, when you have those key questions, that is a test, and that test is only one of the ways that we can use to assess learners. So it's part of assessment, but not necessarily equals to assessment. When we look at assessment, assessment, on the other hand, is an ongoing process, right, which happens all the time in the classroom. So whenever a student responds to a question or offers a comment or tries out a new word or structure, the teacher subconsciously makes an assessment. Oh, that student didn't do so well here. Oh, that student did very well. I wasn't expecting this performance, right? So assessment is happening all the time, regardless of the moment, whether or not this is a formal test. So it's an ongoing process that's happening throughout the lesson while we are, for example, teaching, right? Teaching sets up the practice tasks of language learning. So this is the moment when you put together a number of activities, questions, visuals, etc., to give learners opportunities to listen, think, take risks, set goals, and also process feedback from you teachers, right? And then they recycle this through the skills. Helen this morning talked a lot about revising, recycling, repeating, etc., right? And of course, we have this word, which for us, speakers of Portuguese, can be quite confusing because we have one word in Portuguese which means assessment, but which also means evaluation. Perhaps this is where the confusion comes from. Evaluation is not assessment. Evaluation, on the other hand, involves looking at all the factors that influence the learning process. For example, syllabus objectives, course design, materials, methodology, teachers' performance, and assessment. When you look at your students' results as a group, and then you realize that, for example, your students didn't do so well in this item or that item, perhaps you might want to consider looking at that assessment instrument. That's a moment of evaluation. You are evaluating the quality of your assessment. If you give, as a school, if you give students a form for them to complete, to check how happy they are with the services, the teaching that you are offering, then you are also involved in evaluation. You want to check how happy students feel with the quality of the teaching and the quality of their learning, right? So in order to expand our discussion on those 4 items here, 4 terms, I'm going to give you the situation. Situation 1. There will be 4 situations, right? And this is a quiz. Look at this situation here. Students are working in groups, and then they are doing this discussion here. They are involved in discussing mobile apps. They were given a list, and then they have to decide which mobile apps are the most useful for them and put them in order. While they are doing the discussion, the teacher listens to the conversations attentively, just to check their participation, their interaction, if they are using the right language for opinions, preferences, etc. When you look at those options, this situation is related to A, B, C, or D. If you are at home, type the letters in the chat. Which letter do you think this relates to? Okay, A's. Any hands up? B's? C's? Very good. Oh, lots of hands up. Testing? No? Okay. This is a situation that involves assessment. So the teacher is assessing students' performance while they are performing this task, right? Of course, as a result, the teacher might make some kind of evaluation by saying, oh, I see that overall students have shown progress because of the materials that I used, etc., etc. But for each student, the teacher is assessing them, okay, to give feedback on their performance. Now let's look at situation 2. Students have this question to answer, right? So it's a question that could appear in course books, but there are some elements here which might give you some hints. Are we talking about A, B, C, or D in this situation? A, B, C, or D? So A, any hands up? B's? C's? D's? Okay, good. Yes, this is a situation that involves testing. Of course, you could use this as part of the homework or part of the class, but here there are some hints for you. For example, type your answer, write your answer on the answer sheet. You have 35 words, which gives you an idea that this is a formal moment of assessment, also that is testing, right? Could be part of an exam. Actually, this is an item from one of our exams, A2 key. Let's look at this situation now. You want to find out whether students have made progress during a period. So you look at these grade distributions across time. Is this A, B, C, or D? If you are at home, type your answers in the chat. Letter A, hands up. B's, C's, D's. Okay, very good. We are talking about evaluation. So we are evaluating students' progress across time, and then we make decisions about whether to change the material, whether to improve or add this or that pedagogical practice or activity. Now, last situation. Here is a page from a course book. The course book is open world. And there is this task here, number 1. When you look at the task in detail, the task says, read the statements about writing an article and decide which statements are true or false. And here are the statements for you. Now, is this A, B, C, or D? Do you think? A's? B's? Okay, lots of hands up. C's? D's? Okay. Well, this is something that we do when we teach students, but it could also be assessment, couldn't it? If your students have already been introduced to writing an article, you might use this as a revision, or you might use this as diagnostic assessment, but because it's part of a course book page, it's something that is happening in the classroom. So you may not be testing them per se, but you might be diagnosing how much they know, and that is an element of assessment. If they're doing this for the first time, it's a moment for you to teach students how to write an article in the case of this situation, right? So just to kind of clarify each of those terms which are used rather interchangeably. Now we are going to look at question 2, right? Question 2 is about this. And again, you are going to use your devices to vote. For question 2, as a teacher, you want your students to perform well in the exams. So, to what extent will this affect the way you teach? So, as you read through the options, go and vote for the best option. Do you think this will not influence the way you teach? Do you think this will influence somehow the way you teach? Or do you think this will affect the way you teach negatively? So here we can see the votes coming through. So please cast your vote in the app. We see that letter B is very popular, and there are more votes for letters C and A, right? Well, when we look at this question here, this means that, now we're going to go back to the PowerPoint. Check the right answer, please, Leo. Check the right answer. The right answer here will be letter B. This will impact the way you teach somehow. But now we are going to look at this kind of impact in more depth. This is called washback effect, which I suppose you may have heard before, right? Washback effect, in other words, is the possible effect of tests on learning and teaching. The thing is, when we talk about washback effect, many people associate this with a negative influence or a negative effect on learning and teaching. However, when you look at the literature, washback effect has to do with this continuum here. When you decide to prepare students for exams, this will influence the way you teach, and this might influence the way you teach negatively. The effect could be neutral, or the effect could be positive, right? So it's important to look at washback effect from this spectrum. It could be positive, it could be negative as well, not just negative. And this effect relates to many different aspects. For example, it's related to the learner itself, the learner's motivation, the learner's attitude, and the learner's interests in doing well in their language learning. It affects the teacher's attitudes and behavior. So how much of a specific task are you going to bring to class just because you are preparing students for the exam? It affects the classroom environment as well, how students perceive the focus of the course. And of course, it will affect the choice of teaching and learning materials. Of course, what do we want at the end of the day? We want this washback to be positive, right? So when we look at, for example, the Cambridge exams, they have the focus on the 4 skills. So we are not just focusing on, for example, students learning 100 grammar items or mastering 2,000 words. We need to make sure that the students develop the right skills, for example, to express themselves in a writing task, in a speaking task, which involves interaction, and interaction is very important. So as a result of the focus on interaction, We need to bring to class activities where students will have the opportunity to practice and develop interaction skills. For example, they need to be able to discuss things together with their partners. And they need to do so using language that is appropriate, language that involves good discussions. So when we look at an exam that focuses on the 4 skills, what's the effect in the classroom and on teaching and learning? You're going to bring more skills development to your classes. So chances are that this wash-back effect will be positive because you are not just focusing on developing only grammar items, but you want them to focus on the skills, right? To communicate whether they are reading, listening, writing, or speaking. Speaking of the Cambridge exams, I have here question 3 for you. Question 3, again, get your devices to vote. Question 3 is about this. If I start preparing my students for the Cambridge exams, are there sample tests available? What do you think the answer is to this? If you are at home, type your answers in the chat. Yes, they are available from the Cambridge website. No, you can only access some exam items, but not the tests. Yes, if you purchase them. Let's look at the voting system to see what options we have. So a lot of people are going for option A. Yes, they are available from the website. Somebody says, yes, if you can purchase them. Let's look at the right answer here for this question. The right answer for this question is yes. Cambridge is perhaps the only examining board that makes so many materials available from the website. If you go to the Cambridge website, there is a section called Exam Preparation. And in this section, Exam Preparation, you are going to see a lot of materials available. You will see from the slide that there is a QR code that will take you to this section of the website. So I'm going to ask Leo to project the PowerPoint again so that we can access the QR code. So the sample tests that you can see on the website, they are segmented according to exam. And when you scan this QR code and click on the exam of your choice, you will be able to download sample tests for the exams. And they are full sample tests, not just some exam items, yeah? So that you can download. The listening materials will come with the audio file for you to practice. They will also bring the answer key as well as the criteria for the assessment. But it's not only about having the sample papers available. When you go to the website, there is a section where you can find teachers' resources, and one of them is the mock test toolkit. Actually, this should be said in the plural because there are 2 mock test toolkits, one for young learners and the other one for teenage and adult learners. Those mock test toolkits, they bring resources to help you better use the mock tests, the sample tests. And they have segmented the materials in terms of preparing the students, so why do a mock test, and ideas on how to do the mock test. The action category, which will bring ideas for you to organize activities and download materials to use the mock test. And there is a feedback section which helps you give your students feedback on their performance in the classroom when you use the sample tests. You can download, for example, sample report cards for you to be able to give your students feedback after they sit the sample test. So there's a lot of materials there, and it's very, very useful if you are preparing students for the Cambridge exams. So I highly recommend going to the mock test toolkit for those resources, right? And we have now question 4, the last question, so get your devices ready. For this question, we are going to ask you here, you want to implement the Cambridge exams in your school, but you don't know where to start. What are the first steps? So look at the options so that you can see the first steps. And we are going to the voting system to see what the votes are like over here and from people at home. So which option do you think we should go to? A, B, or C? I can see that the graph keeps oscillating, so more of A, more of B, but then B has more options here. Leo, can you show the right answers, please? Yes. If you want to implement the Cambridge exams in your school, in case you don't do this yet, you need to contact an authorized center. So I'm going to go back to the slide to show who are the people involved in this exams operation. So when we look at the slide, there are 3, say, entities here. One of them is Cambridge University Press and Assessment. So the team in Cambridge is in charge of putting the test together. We have a big group of specialists who design the Cambridge exams, right? So they prepare the exams, they send the exams to the countries, and then the authorized centers, wherever they are the entities or the institutions in charge of connecting with the school so that the exams can be given, can be made accessible to your learners, right? And then we have a third entity here, which is the prep center. If you are at school and you use the Cambridge exams, or you decide to use the Cambridge exams, you contact an authorized center for the operation, and then you become a prep center, yeah? So when you become a preparation center, you will then be able to implement the exams. But I would like to go back to question number 1, when we discussed testing, assessment, evaluation, and teaching. When you adopt the exams, it's not just the exams that will do the trick or the magic, but it's the ecosystem, what happens in the classroom, the assessment that we do on an everyday basis, until students feel they are ready to sit an external exam and be successful in this journey, right? So we started from question number 1, and then we go back to this question here, when the authorized center is the person for you to contact in case you don't use the Cambridge exams, because this is the starting point of the negotiation. So it's the authorized center that will be in touch with you, and if you want to find out which authorized center could help you, you can scan the QR code to go to the Find a Center section of the website. So if you are at home, wherever you are, scan the QR code and then you can find an authorized center available to help you. Speaking of the authorized center, we have done 9 Cambridge days in 9 cities. So this is the last day in São Paulo. But in all the cities we went to in Brazil, we had authorized centers with their stands promoting the services they offer with the Cambridge qualifications. And there are authorized centers over here as well. You may have seen them during the break and during lunchtime. So I would like to thank the authorized center for their hard work talking to the schools and transforming the schools into preparation centers. So please, everyone, a big applause to the authorized centers. The ones who are here and the ones who were with us all over Brazil in this year's Cambridge Day. So contacting the authorized center, this is where you start the journey to implement a positive assessment culture in your institution. The centers can help you as well with other activities that will support the exam preparations for students to be successful. So this is where the journey starts, and like the banner says, your English journey starts here. With that, I would like to say thank you very much and invite Rebecca to see if there are questions. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. You can keep that. You can keep that. You're going to answer some questions. Can we take questions from the audience? Yeah? Does anybody have a question from the audience? We haven't taken any questions from the audience yet. Do you have any questions from the audience?
Or maybe questions from the chat.
Yeah, let's check at the chat.
In the meantime, you can decide if you have a question and ask now.
There we go. Okay. So we have no questions from here yet? All right. So from online...
Someone has a question at the end of the room, I think.
Is there?
I saw a hand up over there. Anyway.
No? Okay, let's check out the online. So Paulo Ribeiro says, do you guys think a private online teacher can implement the Cambridge exams?
That's a very good question. A private online teacher can, by all means, prepare students for the Cambridge exams, right? The private teacher can contact the Cambridge staff around the country to find out about which materials they could use, for example. But in order for their students to sit the Cambridge exam, they need to take the student to a prep center or an authorized center so that the students can register to sit the official exam. So they would need to go to an authorized center in order to do the exam.
Perfect. We have a question from Clarissa from Porto Alegre, and she says, what would be the difference between evaluating and diagnosing?
That's a very good question. Well, Clarice, right?
Clarissa.
Clarissa. Well, Clarissa, you can, when you do diagnostic activities, they tend to be assessment, right? They tend to be informal assessment because you want to see the gaps. You want to see what you can do to fill certain gaps as a result of your diagnosis. You could be using an activity from the book. You could be using a handout, something that you brought to check how much students know about something. That is assessment. After that, as an evaluation, you might want to decide whether or not your syllabus is providing the students with enough materials and practice to fill those gaps. And then you might want to restructure something in your syllabus to help the students and avoid this gap in the future.
Okay, that's important to do that, differentiate those two things, right? Then Elaine Benetti Sanchez, doesn't say where she's from, says, how often must the student be tested?
Well, that would depend on the school system and the number of assessment moments the school offers the students, formal assessment moments, right? But I would say when you think about language assessment and language exams, I think students could use the exams because they are level-based and because those levels are kind of universal because they are based on the Common European Framework of Reference. Students could make use of those levels to establish personal goals. So I need to be at level A2 as soon as possible. So what is my goal? How much time do I have now? And how much time will it take me to get to level A2 according to the syllabus in my school where I study, etc. So instead of thinking of how often, think of personal goals. And then you can take each exam at a time that is convenient for you.
Lovely. José Luis Ribeiro says, is there a minimum of students a school should have to become a prep center?
Well, this is a very good question, and I recommend that you talk to your authorized center. So you can contact an authorized center, so the authorized center can explain the operation and how many students will be the minimum for them to establish the exam operation in a school. So for an exam session to happen, there needs to be a minimum of 4 students. But maybe only 4 students may not be enough for a school to take the exams, an authorized center to take the exams to a school. So it would be good to discuss this with the authorized center.
And there's a follow-up question there. A school can be, from Luana, a school can be a preparation center and not one which, not an implement center. What's the difference? Yeah. Preparation center, and is there a difference between preparation center and implementation center?
No, there are only 2 differences. The authorized centers, which are already established in Brazil, and the preparation center. So a school can become a preparation center only once they have this conversation with an authorized center.
Do we have any other questions from the... Yes, we do?
And one question
okay.
there.
And then we have one over
and someone
here.
At this end here.
Okay. How long is the test valid? So is it permanent or just for some years? Just a simple thing.
A very good question. Do you remember the test that I showed in the little escadinha, the little staircase? Those levels, they are level-based, those exams, they are level-based, and they don't expire, right? So you can take them and they don't expire. Just to give you an idea, I took my proficiency exam X many decades ago, and I never took another one.
Last year, he took it last year.
I won't tell you how many decades, because I don't count years anymore, I count decades, so. And there was a question there. Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
Okay. Some of my students, sometimes they complain about when they are doing the listening exam, they complain that at some places don't have the proper acoustic, or the prep centers, or even the exams. They can't listen to what is being told or asked in the exam. Is there any standard or any exigence about how a prep center must carry the preparation of the environment or the acoustic? Because it's very important when we talk about listening to what you have to say and what you have to do and things like that. Are there, or is there any kind of standard that the Institute promotes to the prep center or something like that?
That's a very good question. There is a series of protocols, and this includes protocols for the listening papers in the Cambridge exams, and the authorized exams. They have their checklists to check that everything will happen according to the rules, right? If something has happened, it would be good to report to that authorized center, right? And if it is the case of a student having some kind of impairment, this can be discussed with the authorized center as well, so that the student can make use of other devices, for example, an individual headset.
Any more? We have time for one more question.
I heard here.
Up there at the gallery. Do we have mics on in the gallery?
Up here? There is a question from up here. from the gallery.
It's going there.
Okay, the mic is getting there. It's so hard for us to see up there.
Yeah, sorry, because there are many lights over here, and I only see the reflections of the lights in the gallery. I can see the people waving up there as well. Probably Tobias. Yeah.
Okay, the mic is almost there. There's stairs.
Okay.
Somewhere. Let's see if we have any online before we get to that.
So if you can speak loud enough, we might be able to hear you.
No.
I know I hear voices from up there, even though I can't see very clearly.
There she is. The mic is there. Can you please raise your hand, the person who has a question?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Does Cambridge have any tests for kind of professionals or business-oriented people? They need to have some kind of proof of their knowledge.
Could you speak just a bit louder, please?
Sure,
Sorry.
Sure. Does Cambridge have any kind of test for professionals, for business-oriented people? They need to prove their knowledge of the language in the professional environment.
Yes, there are other tests apart from the Cambridge qualifications that I talked about. For example, there's Lingua Skill for Business, and there are tests for specific professionals in the area of health, for example. Again, the authorized center will be able to help you with those specific needs.
Okay, I think that covered it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the questions. I mean, when we talk about assessment and exams, there are always many questions, and this was the idea, to provoke you and to get more questions from the audience. Thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you. Let's give Alberto another round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, we'll now have our last break of the day. And if you're watching us online, we have a special program for you. So I'll see you in a bit. And for...
Welcome back. I hope you had a great time with Alberto. I have nothing to say about him, right? How did you like his talk? Leave the comments here, please. We would love to hear your opinion. What did you learn? Please, now this is a very important moment. I know you have just seen him, but we have prepared a special surprise for you all. Alberto is here to share his favorite poem. Let's listen to him.
I can travel the past and take what I need to see me through the years. What my father learned and his father before him will be there for my eyes and ears. I can walk through the forest of the trees of knowledge and listen to the lessons of the leaves. I can enter rooms where there are rooms within rooms, wrapped in a shawl that learning weaves. I can open doors and take from the shelves all the books I've longed to hold. I can ask all the questions, the whys and the wheres, as the mysteries of life unfold, like a link in a chain from the past to the future. Because there are certain things that once you have, no one can take away. No wave can wash away. No wind can blow away. No tide can turn away. No fire can burn away, and no time can wear away. This is one of those moments from the film Evento.
Thank you, Alberto. That was so moving. Thank you so much for enlightening us with this beautiful poem. And as promised, guess what? Guess who I have here? We've got the fabulous students. So we're curious to know your names and where you live, where you study.
So my name is Yasmin. I live here in São Paulo and I study with Fabio at Colégio Pré-Médico.
Awesome. What about you?
My name is Sarah. I'm 13 years old and I study in the same school with Fabio in Pré-Médico.
Just between us,
Do you like Fabio?
Yes.
I'm sure you do. So then what do you like the most about his classes?
The funny way he teaches, like the jokes and the way he makes the class not being so, boring. It's like the class is a moment you can feel free to be yourself and talk about what you want, what you like, and in English, obvious.
Do you like English or do you like it because of Fabio?
I like English, but I also like it because of Fabio.
I really like learning English. It's something that have been funny in my life, but I like Fabio too. He makes funnier.
Yes, definitely. And have you taken any exam, any proficiency test?
Yes, last year both of us took the test.
The patch.
Yes, we took the same test. I took it for B2 and I got the C1 level.
Wow, that's awesome.
And
Yeah, I took the B1. It was scary, but I took the B1 test. I got the B1 certificate.
Did you feel a bit scared as well?
A little bit, yes. But I think it's normal to feel scared when you're taking a test, especially a big exam like that one. But it was really nice.
Do you think that classes with Fabio prepared you to take the test?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
We took a simulated test with Fabio. It was great to practice and understand how the exam goes. Like, you feel more comfortable taking the test when you have gotten a simulate.
Do you remember the exam day?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
really.
You said, oh, yeah. How did you feel on that day?
First, I was really, really scared. I was like, I can't do this. But when I saw my friends there, she was there. Other friend of us were there, and that made me feel more comfortable. I won't say easy because it's not easy, but it was pretty okay to do it.
I was nervous because I hadn't slept really well because we had to wake up early and I get kind of nervous when I have tests. But I had talked with Fabio actually the day before and he was like, no, it's okay, you're good, you can do this. And I was like, oh, okay. So I was a little calmer and my parents helped me too. So it was good. I was nervous, but stable at the same time.
And did you have any specific routine? So I'm going to study listening today. I'm going to study reading today. Did you have that?
Yeah, Fabio, like a few days before, he gave us like a few pages that had writing exercises, listening, and reading exercises. So there was one day where I would do one of them, another one I would do the other one. And it helped a lot. It helped see how the test was going to be, and it got less scary to do it.
So, and what if you could give some pieces of advice for people who are watching us, either, teenagers or adult learners?
I think I would say, don't be so much scared. It will be scary at first, obvious. Almost every test is scary, but you can focus on the good things. You can do it with your friends. It helps a lot. I can say on my own experience. Yeah, and so I think everyone who feel confident should take the test. Confident about yourself English.
Did you feel more confident about your English?
Yeah. When I took the test and I took the results, and Fabio gave me the results, so it was special. In a ceremony, it was amazing.
What about you? Which pieces of advice would you give people?
Maybe that it's normal to be nervous, not even just for a test, like for everything, but there's always somebody to help you. Like with me, there was Fabio and there was my parents. So even when you're nervous, or even if you feel confident, like Sarah said, you should take it, because eventually you'll feel confident, even if you don't feel it at the moment. Because it's scary sometimes, but it'll pass.
Thank you, girls. Thank you so much. Would you like to send a message to Fabio?
Fabio.
What would you tell him?
Things I would tell him, I would say, I'm really grateful for you, and thank you so much for supporting us, and you made really difference for us to take the test, and in every single class you made difference.
Fabio helped me a lot over the last year, not only on English, but like in everything. So yeah, I would say I'm really grateful for him to come into my life and helping me a lot.
Oh, thank you, girls. Thank you so much for being here. I loved our time together, and I'm so inspired by you. But wait, there's somebody calling me here. Oh, our production is informing me that Andrea is in a very special place. Andrea, where are you?
Hello, Tamires. We are live from Lapa, here in Colégio Pré-Médico. But let's cut to the chase. Let's get the VIPs before the bell rings. It's time for recess. Let's go find them. Come. How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
How old are you?
You're asking me? I have to tell you now. 33. And you?
6.
I'm jealous.
Viviane.
What is your name?
Maria Victoria.
What is your nickname?
Nickname?
Yeah, for example, yeah.
Mavi.
So Mavi, how are you feeling?
Happy.
How are you feeling today?
Very happy.
Very happy, and why is that?
I didn't want it to be the last day of school, but I'm happy because I'm gonna go camping and I'm gonna go do a lot of stuff.
What is your favorite thing about life?
Of having my family.
Your family? Who specifically? I want names.
My mom. Tem que ser o nome
No, it can be mom and...
My mom, my dad, my grandpa, and my grandma.
That's so nice. Are you gonna camp with them?
No, they're not. Very happy.
Why are you very happy?
It's my last day.
And what are your plans?
Travel.
Where?
I don't know.
You don't know? You just know you're gonna travel? Like no destination, you just go?
Yeah.
That sounds very exciting. That's why you're super happy.
Eu gosto de geografia. Eu não sabia que tinha 50 países na Europa.
50 países? Eu também não sabia. Is your last day today before vacation? Yeah. And how are you feeling about that?
Happy. Do you like hamburger?
I love hamburger.
Do you like a potato?
I love potato. Who doesn't like potato? Do you love potato?
Yes.
Like or love?
Love. Do you drinking water?
If I drink water, I should drink more. But yes, I do. I love water. But I should drink more. Like you have your own bottle, right? I should, yeah. Olha só quem está aqui. Qual o nome de vocês?
Meu nome é Heitor. Meu nome é Caio. O que eu tenho que falar?
Ao vivo.
Ai, meu Deus, tô nervoso.
And here at school, what is your favorite thing to do?
Esportes. Tem muitos esportes.
What about English?
Eu queria aprender sobre a língua do Portugal.
A língua de Portugal? Qual é a língua de Portugal?
É tipo uma língua brasileira, só que um pouco mais diferente.
What do you want to tell me now?
Color.
What is your favorite color?
Water green. Blue.
Blue is your favorite? What do you like that is blue?
Uma cadeira, uma mesa, avião.
What is your favorite color?
Orange.
Oh, I can see that now. Let me see your t-shirt. What is on your t-shirt?
Naruto.
Do you like it? Do you like
No.
this? You don't? E por que você está vestindo a camiseta dele?
Minha mãe me obrigou. You have a song.
Favorite song?
No. You have a song.
Ah, son. Filho? No, just dogs.
Do you like to be a teacher?
Oh, it's my favorite thing. I love being a teacher. Can you send a message to all the kids who are about to leave for vacation now?
Let me think. Study.
During vacation?
Yeah.
Oh, study, guys.
Estudem mais para voltar bem nas férias, né?
A message to all kids watching.
Que elas são demais.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Aprendi na aula de inglês, é waka waka, waka waka, I'm not das galeras, in Africa, jungle,
E você gosta de falar nessas câmeras?
Gosto.
Gosto. O que você quer falar?
Falar de barbudo.
Quem é essa pessoa? Who is this person? Who?
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you so much for bringing this joy to our afternoon. Well, I hope that you liked the kids because I love them all. And speaking of kids, I have a very special guest. But for this conversation, we're going to switch to Portuguese. Olá, Marília, tudo bem?
Tudo.
Estamos aqui com uma convidada super especial. Nós vamos falar um pouquinho sobre parcerias inspiradoras e de sucesso. E a Marília é de uma parceria muito importante, que é do Instituto Ayrton Senna. Marília, fala oi pro pessoal, se apresenta.
Olá, pessoal. Um prazer estar aqui com vocês, falar do Instituto e dessa parceria maravilhosa.
A gente que fica muito honrado de ter você aqui. Marília, uma coisa importante a gente começar a falar, né? Alguns professores que estão, né, assistindo a gente, talvez eles nem eram, né, nascidos no auge da carreira do Ayrton Senna. Você pode contar pra gente um pouquinho sobre a trajetória do Instituto?
Sim, claro. Bom, o Instituto, ele nasce, né, como uma materialização do sonho do Ayrton Senna de causar impacto e de gerar transformação na sociedade brasileira. E o Ayrton acreditava que isso só poderia ser possível através da educação e através da transformação das crianças, né, com as crianças. Então, o Ayrton manifestou esse desejo de fazer algo pelo Brasil e pela educação das crianças, né, para a família, mais especificamente para a Viviane Senna, que é a irmã dele. E a Viviane levou esse projeto como uma missão, um legado do Ayrton após o acidente. Então, foi assim que nasceu o Instituto, desse sonho do Ayrton de principalmente dar oportunidades para as crianças, oportunidades que ele teve, que ele só teve também através da educação, que ele queria trazer isso para as crianças e para a sociedade brasileira.
E, Marília, conta pra gente, quais são as principais frentes do Instituto?
O Instituto é uma organização muito focada em inovação para a educação. Então, o Instituto busca trazer o que tem de mais inovador, de ponta na educação no mundo, trazer para a educação pública brasileira. E a gente faz isso, né, através de 3 frentes principais. A primeira é a inovação, né, e pesquisas científicas. Então, a gente tem uma área, um laboratório de dados que produz essas pesquisas e que faz parcerias com universidades e etc. para buscar o que tem de mais inovador. Depois, a gente tem uma frente de advocacy, que é justamente trazer outras pessoas, né, para se juntarem a essa causa, que é tão importante para a gente, que é a educação. E uma terceira frente, que é a frente de disseminação, onde o objetivo é, de fato, levar esse conhecimento produzido pelo Instituto para dentro da sala de aula. Então, através de parcerias que a gente faz com as redes públicas de educação.
Nossa, a gente fica bem curioso de saber, né? Tem uma pergunta que eu preparei aqui pra gente, que é sobre esse trabalho bem sólido que é em relação às competências, né, socioemocionais. E me conta um pouquinho, como que acontece isso na comunidade escolar?
O principal objetivo do Instituto, desde seu início, como lá no sonho do Ayrton, né, era a transformação muito ampla da sociedade, o Instituto atua de uma forma a poder chegar e gerar esse trabalho em escala. Então, muito no início, né, acho que a gente trabalhou em escolas específicas e foi entendendo como isso poderia ganhar escala. E a forma que o Instituto encontrou de fazer isso é através das parcerias públicas. Então, o nosso objetivo é transformar a educação e toda essa inovação em política pública. Então, a gente faz isso através de parcerias com as secretarias de educação estaduais e municipais. Então, a gente chega até os professores. Então, inclusive, os professores são o nosso principal foco de atuação. A gente acredita que eles são agentes de transformação, porque através deles a gente consegue chegar num número muito grande de alunos e gerar essa transformação. Então, pelo protagonismo do professor.
Marília, você falou uma coisa bem importante, né, do papel do professor. Eu fiquei sabendo que no final do ano passado o Instituto lançou uma plataforma para desenvolvimento profissional dos professores. Como chama essa plataforma?
Isso, é a plataforma Humani, é uma plataforma que o principal objetivo, né, dessa plataforma é universalizar esse conhecimento. Então, antes, o Instituto só chegava até os professores, né, através dessas parcerias com as redes públicas, e a Humani veio justamente resolver essa questão, fazer com que a gente pudesse estar e chegar e ser acessível para qualquer professor do Brasil e até do mundo que queira acessar esses conteúdos. Então, a Humani é essa plataforma de disseminação desse conhecimento para que isso se torne ainda maior, né? Para que a gente tenha um alcance ainda maior e consiga apoiar os professores tanto no seu autodesenvolvimento quanto no desenvolvimento das competências dos alunos dentro de sala de aula.
E Marília, quando que o Instituto passou a fazer parte da jornada da Cambridge?
Olha, o Instituto e a Cambridge se encontraram, acho que em 2020, muito levados, né, pela questão da Cambridge ter um interesse de também atrelar ao produto, a um novo produto, a causa social, e de querer fazer o bem, acho que no fim do dia. E eu acho que o principal é que a gente tem tudo a ver, né? Sinergias entre Cambridge e Instituto Ayrton Senna, o nosso principal elo é a educação. Então, acho que para nós fez muito sentido desde o minuto 1 da primeira conversa essa parceria, porque a gente está unidos aí por esse objetivo em comum, que é a educação.
Falando, né, dessa parceria, tem algo em relação ao selo social, né, Marília? Eu fiquei sabendo sobre o Global... Como é que é o mesmo? É Global Changer?
Isso, Global Changer. É um produto bastante interessante justamente por esse link. Então, através aí de um produto de ponta, né, que leva conhecimento de inglês para os alunos e com esse reconhecimento internacional da Cambridge, onde não só a Cambridge apoia o Instituto Ayrton Senna, mas o consumidor também. Então, quem adquire aí a linha Global Changer também está apoiando a causa da educação. Acho que esse é o principal, né? É uma parceria social, né, um produto social que o consumidor também consegue fazer parte dessa mudança.
Ah, que bacana. E Marília, como que as empresas e pessoas físicas podem contribuir com o Instituto Ayrton Senna?
Tem várias formas de contribuir. No nosso site vocês encontram um pouco mais de informações para quem quiser saber mais. Então, na parte de doações, a gente tem a possibilidade, então, para pessoas e empresas doarem, e são várias formas. A gente tem desde produtos sociais, como o Global Changer, onde não só as empresas estão apoiando, mas os consumidores também. E também outras formas de parceria, né? Doações e, enfim, tem muitas formas de apoiar, e lá no nosso site vocês encontram sobre como fazer parte aí desse movimento pela educação.
Marília, como é que você se sente fazendo parte de tudo isso?
Bom, muito orgulho, acho que por fazer parte do Instituto Ayrton Senna, que consegue impactar milhões de crianças todo ano, através, enfim, de educação, levando, né, educação de qualidade. E muito feliz também pela parceria com a Cambridge, que nos possibilita fazer esse trabalho e chegar tão longe.
Tá, obrigada, Marília.
Obrigada.
A gente ficou muito assim, é interessante saber quais são os outros passos, né, que Cambridge dá, essa parceria com o Instituto, e saber que a gente também, como pessoa física, a gente também pode contribuir. Muito obrigada pela presença.
Obrigada a vocês.
Thank you so much. E continuando o nosso bate-papo sobre parcerias inspiradoras, nós temos aqui uma convidada super mega especial. O nome dela é Andrea. Welcome, Andrea, seja bem-vinda.
Obrigada, obrigada pelo convite, é um prazer estar aqui.
Estamos muito felizes que você está aqui, Andrea. E tem uma coisa importante, Cambridge tem uma responsabilidade social muito grande e a gente queria saber um pouquinho mais sobre o Cambridge Social. Conta pra gente.
Conto sim. A Cambridge é bem engajada na parte social, né? A gente tenta trazer através de alguns projetos nossos para acalento para a comunidade, para a redondeza onde que a gente atua, né? Então, a gente tem o Bookstep, que é bem conhecido, que é a adoção de livros, né? Que ajuda, né, educacionalmente os alunos, né? As crianças a terem o inglês. Então, a gente tem a parceria com escolas que têm esse mesmo objetivo. Então, a doação de livros para os alunos que não têm condições de ter o material. E existem algumas ONGs também que fazem projeto, como a Cidadão Pro Mundo, né? Bem conhecida, através as aulas são através dos livros da Cambridge, doadas. Tem o projeto do IBEU junto à Prefeitura do Rio de Janeiro. Temos um projeto social bem longe, lá no Pará, que é o Centro de Desenvolvimento Regional em Altamira, e que eles dão aula para as crianças e adolescentes. Então, é bem legal esse projeto, né? E tem a parceria com o Instituto Ayrton Senna, que vocês já sabem, através do nosso Global Change.
Ah, que bacana. Andréia, você falou sobre doação de livros. Estou curiosa agora. Você sabe mais ou menos quantos livros já foram doados?
Olha, esses projetos já são 20 anos que a gente está trabalhando e já foram mais de 100 mil livros doados.
Nossa, bastante, né?
Bastante coisa.
Ah, é muito gratificante fazer parte disso, né, Andréia?
É, sim, muito.
Andréia, então conta pra mim. Você falou 20 anos aí.
Isso.
A gente quer saber, quando que você começou a fazer parte da trajetória da Cambridge?
Um pouco antes dos 20, já faz tempo que eu tô na Cambridge, mas na parte social, já todos esses projetos, né, que já são há 20 anos, eu tô desde o comecinho.
Ah, que bacana. Andréia, você falou sobre projetos, né? Você falou sobre o Booksteps.
Isso.
Quais outros projetos você pode contar pra gente?
Então, a gente tem o bem conhecido agora do Cambridge Day, que é o Food for Thought, que é a doação de alimentos, né? A gente tem uma desigualdade social muito grande aqui no Brasil, né? Muitas crianças, principalmente as crianças, né? Com essa parte de alimentação, né? Então, tem muitas instituições que visam, né? Que focam nessa parte de amenizar a fome, né? E a gente faz, então, parceria com essas instituições. Então, toda vez que tem um Cambridge Day, como esse que vocês estão participando agora, a gente convida os parceiros, né, os professores que vêm no evento a trazer 1 quilo de alimento não perecível. E esse alimento é doado na cidade onde está tendo o evento, para alguma instituição que trabalha com isso. Então, o evento em Fortaleza, a doação é para Fortaleza, São Paulo, em São Paulo. E já foram, nesses últimos 20 anos, 45 toneladas de doações de alimentos doados.
Tá, que bacana, André. Tá vendo? Ó, o pessoal que foi, né, ali no presencial ajudou bastante. Sim. Que bacana, que bacana. Sim. André, tem algum projeto que você tem mais, né, carinho, mais queridinho?
Sempre tem, né? Eu acho que todos são importantes, né? Mas tem um que eu acho que eu tô mais envolvida, né? Que é o Print Smile, que a gente faz no final do ano, que é a doação de uma sacolinha de Natal para as crianças carentes da comunidade de São Paulo. Através, quem faz, na verdade, quem organiza é uma ONG que chama Grupo Amar, né? E a Cambridge, e essa criança recebe em dezembro, né? Uma semana antes do Natal, uma sacolinha que tem um brinquedo novo, uma roupa nova, um kit de higiene e doce, né? Então, eu falo que eu estou mais envolvida porque eu vou nas lojas para comprar roupa, a gente escolhe a roupinha do menino da menina, a gente compra o doce, a gente compra o kit e escolhe o brinquedo, né? Embrulha tudo, entrega, e já foram, desde quando começou, né, esses últimos 21 anos, esse começou um pouquinho antes, 2.400 crianças já receberam a sacolinha, e o ano passado nós fomos comprar 250 presentinhos para eles. E é muito bacana.
E André, como é que é para você fazer parte de tudo isso? Porque são vários projetos, né?
É muito gratificante, né? Estar envolvida em todos eles e conhecer um pouquinho e saber que a gente faz a diferença, né, na vida deles, ou através do estudo, ou através do alimento, ou através de um presente no final do ano, no Natal. É muito bom.
Nossa, imagina que você fica
acho que é mais pra gente do que pra eles até.
Pois é. André, você comentou com a gente sobre alguns projetos que são essa parte social. Tem algum envolvido com sustentabilidade?
A Cambridge Global, né? Nós estamos num projeto agora de carbono zero, né? Então, esse primeiro Cambridge Day, uma empresa vai calcular a pegada de carbono, vai ver quanto vai somar esse carbono, né, de todos os eventos, que são 9, e depois disso a gente vai transformar em plantar árvores, né, para compensar esse carbono. Então, fique ligado que vocês vão saber o resultado aí dessa pegada de carbono agora desse ano.
Ah, bacana, Andréia. Muito obrigada pela sua participação aqui. A gente fica muito curioso, né, de saber como que as empresas, né, principalmente como Cambridge, trata dessa parte social, dessa parte sustentável. E a gente ficou, né, assim, super contente de saber que desses projetos eles tocam em muitas vidas. Thank you, Andréia. Thank you so much.
Obrigada pelo convite.
Can I test you for a moment? I still have one more challenge for you about assessment. Are you ready? Now, I'd like you to pay attention to the next phrase. And the conception about assessment is only for grading purposes. I'd like you to take a moment and tell me if you agree or disagree and why. Can you take a moment to do that? E continuando mais uma conversa sobre parcerias inspiradoras, a gente tem aqui uma convidada muito especial, a Simone, do Comitê Paralímpico. Olá, Simone, tudo bem?
Oi, Tamires, tudo bem? É um prazer estar aqui com você, muito obrigada pelo convite.
Ai, a gente que fica honrado de ter sua presença aqui. Simone, conta um pouquinho de você para o pessoal que está assistindo a gente lá de casa.
Bom, eu sou ex-atleta paralímpica, né? Fui atleta nas modalidades de atletismo e goalball. Participei de 3 Jogos Paralímpicos. Estive em Atenas 2004, Pequim 2008, Rio 2016. Minha última participação pela seleção brasileira foi em Lima, nos Jogos Pan-Americanos. A gente é bicampeã pan-americana, né? As minhas companheiras de equipe vão defender o título agora em 2023 lá em Santiago. Eu tenho também, né, em paralelo ao esporte, eu tive quase 20 anos na Polícia Civil do Estado de São Paulo, sou formada em psicologia e faz 2 anos que eu estou à frente do programa CPB Atleta Cidadão no Comitê Paralímpico Brasileiro.
Uau, Simone! Menina, quantas coisas importantes. Viajou bastante, né, Simone?
Olha, viajei, mas dizer que a gente conhece como atleta não dá pra dizer, mas assim,
tempo,
a gente carimbei alguns lugares no meu passaporte, nos meus, né?
Que bacana. Mas Simone, conta pra gente, o que é o Projeto Atleta Cidadão do Comitê Paralímpico?
O programa CPB Atleta Cidadão, ele nasceu, a semente dele foi a gente perceber que os atletas, eles se dedicavam muitas vezes a vida inteira ao esporte, né? E quando chegava no momento no qual eles deixavam de competir, eles não sabiam muito bem o que fazer. E aí a carreira do atleta é uma carreira curta, se você for comparar o tempo de vida, né? A expectativa de vida que nós temos. Então a gente percebeu que era necessário preparar esse atleta, ainda enquanto atleta, né, que ele fosse percebendo que ele teria que dar continuidade no momento que ele deixasse de ser atleta na vida social e produtiva dele. Então, nós temos uma série de atividades que vão auxiliar o atleta, porque você tem que coordenar, muitas vezes, estudo, com treinos, com competições. Nós vamos ter atividades, parcerias, ações que vão ajudar o atleta no sentido de fornecer a ele alguns subsídios, né? Por exemplo, nós temos algumas parcerias, como é o caso da Cambridge, na qual a gente oferece aí a oportunidade de curso de inglês para eles, entre outras ações, todas elas voltadas, né, para esse desenvolvimento pessoal e profissional dele durante a carreira esportiva e pensando no momento no qual ele deixar de competir.
Que bacana. Simone, conta um pouquinho para mim, como que os atletas eles são selecionados, né, para essas aulas de inglês?
Dentro do programa CPB Atleta Cidadão, a gente considera que toda pessoa, porque assim, o Comitê Paralímpico Brasileiro congrega atletas paralímpicos, são pessoas com deficiência. E na nossa missão, a gente entende que a gente tem, além da questão do esporte, né, da base ao alto rendimento, a gente tem por função, por missão, incluir a pessoa com deficiência na sociedade. Então, a partir do momento que o atleta ele entra no certame de competições, ele já está apto a participar das ações oferecidas pelo programa CPB Atleta Cidadão. Entretanto, né, todas as ações que nós venhamos a desenvolver, elas vão apresentar critérios de seleção. Principalmente, né, voltada aí à sua pergunta, que é o curso de inglês, nós vamos partir do pressuposto para quem esse curso de inglês ele vai ser mais necessário, né? A gente entende que o inglês ele é necessário, ele é universalmente necessário para todas as pessoas, né? Então, o atleta que está em competições internacionais, o atleta que dedica, né, que está nas seleções, que vai para Jogos Mundiais, para Jogos Paralímpicos ou Jogos Parapan-Americanos, que está em contato, quer seja por uma necessidade de viagem, quer seja mesmo às vezes por uma necessidade de competição, por uma arbitragem, que na sua maioria é feita, né, no idioma inglês. Então, a gente entende que esse atleta, no momento da seleção, ele tem prioridade. Entretanto, não é só a ele que se destinam as oportunidades. Caso elas não sejam preenchidas pelo atleta que se encontra nesse grau de atividade, elas podem ser aproveitadas por outros atletas que ainda não galgaram competições internacionais.
Simone, você falou sobre viagens, que às vezes os atletas precisam estar, né, em campos internacionais, precisam entender o inglês. Quão importante é o inglês na vida do atleta?
O atleta que participa de competição internacional, que participa de ações internacionais, é extremamente importante, porque, como eu falei, né, a gente sabe que o inglês ele não é uma língua oficialmente universal, mas em todos os lugares a alternativa à fala é o inglês, o idioma local é o inglês. Então, por exemplo, um atleta ele vai passar por um exame de antidoping, né? Um momento no qual ele está extremamente vulnerável, extremamente exposto, é um momento muito difícil para todos os atletas, né? Alguns, com certeza, encaram isso de uma maneira melhor do que outros, mas normalmente é um momento delicado. Então, você dominar aquilo que as pessoas estão falando com você é extremamente importante, senão seria um fator a mais de estresse. Você estar ali no momento da largada, para um tiro de uma prova de atletismo, ou para um tiro na piscina, ou uma arbitragem de jogo falando com você, e você não entender o que eles estão falando com você, você pensa, a pessoa já está estressada ali pela competição e ainda não está entendendo nada que está ao redor dela, o fator estressante ele aumenta muito. Então, a pessoa... pegar, né, desde comer, você vai precisar conversar para pedir o que você vai comer. Você precisa, no aeroporto, muitas vezes, embora o atleta nunca viaja sozinho, mas quanto mais autonomia ele tiver, mais tranquilidade, mais serenidade, mais condição de se dedicar de maneira integral para a competição ele vai ter. Quando você vai para uma competição, você entra em contato com culturas do mundo inteiro. Então, você está lá nos Jogos Paralímpicos, você vai encontrar gente da Ásia, da África, da Oceania, do mundo inteiro. Se você consegue se comunicar com essas pessoas, o ganho cultural, o ganho experiencial, de bagagem que você tem é muito maior, né? São relações, assim, muitas vezes até de intercâmbio, ali não só naquele momento, mas oportunidades que surgem, porque se você consegue travar um diálogo com alguém, né, com uma instituição ou com alguma pessoa, suas oportunidades, elas se expandem de forma muito significativa. Então, os ganhos são imensuráveis.
A gente imagina.
Porque a gente já está indo aí para o terceiro semestre, segundo semestre de 2023 vai ser o nosso terceiro semestre. Então, já tem turmas em andamento e turmas que vêm surgindo. Então, a gente passa toda a relação, a Cambridge libera o acesso a esse material e a gente tem uma professora, né, duas professoras hoje estão com a gente, a teacher Raquel e a teacher Valéria. E essas professoras, elas dão as aulas síncronas, né, pela plataforma Teams, que é a plataforma oficial lá do Comitê Paralímpico. Então, os alunos acessam da onde eles estão, então, porque nós temos o público do Comitê Paralímpico nacional. Então, essa possibilidade da aula síncrona, ela permite que os atletas do Brasil inteiro participem. Então, os atletas acessam as aulas, que é onde é explicado os conteúdos, e daí os professores direcionam as atividades que devem ser realizadas na plataforma da Cambridge. E isso permite para a gente oferecer, né, um curso de extrema qualidade, com a aula, porque a gente, né, poderia ter só a aula, mas a gente sabe que o mistério, o segredo, né, o plus para um bom aprendizado de inglês é a exposição. Então, a Cambridge permite essa exposição com toda a qualidade Cambridge de ser, né?
Tá. Como que é para você, Simone, fazer parte de tudo isso?
Eu fico muito feliz. Esporte é minha vida. Entrei no esporte ainda muito nova. E eu sei o quanto o esporte pode transformar vidas, né? E o quanto essas pessoas, assim, a pessoa com deficiência, né? E eu me incluo, eu sou uma pessoa com deficiência. Nós temos muitos nãos na vida, né? E é muito legal a gente poder oferecer sims, né? E a gente perceber que quando o ser humano ele tem uma oportunidade, o poder de crescimento, de desenvolvimento dele é infinito. E o quão ele pode impactar e ajudar o desenvolvimento das pessoas que estão à volta dele. Então, eu sou muito grata, né? Eu creio muito em Deus e eu diria que eu sou muito grata a Deus por essa oportunidade de alguma maneira, poder trazer impactos positivos. É lógico, com o meu trabalho na vida das pessoas que podem se beneficiar dele.
Simone, muito obrigada pela sua presença aqui hoje.
Eu que agradeço a oportunidade de estar aqui falando um pouquinho sobre a nossa parceria, sobre o nosso programa, e agradeço imensamente a parceria com a Cambridge. E agradeço a todos que nos ouviram até agora, né?
Thank you, Simone. And again, the time has come for me to switch back to English. I'm sure that you are taking so much from today. I want to ask you a favor. Do you remember we had some poetry pills? Yes, we have one more for you. Now we're going to have Anna.
I believe that it's difficult to kill an idea because ideas are invisible and contagious and they move fast. I believe that you can set your own ideas against ideas you dislike. That you should be free to argue, explain, clarify, debate, offend, insult, rage, mock, sing, dramatize, and deny. I do not believe that burning, murdering, exploding people, smashing their heads with rocks to let the bad ideas out, drowning them, or even defeating them will work to contain ideas you do not like. Ideas spring up where you do not expect them, like weeds, and are as difficult to control. I believe that repressing ideas spreads ideas. I believe that people and books and newspapers are containers for ideas, but that burning people who hold the ideas will be as unsuccessful as firebombing the newspaper archives. It is already too late. It is always too late. The ideas are already out, hiding behind people's eyes, waiting in their thoughts. They can be whispered. They can be written on walls in the dead of night. They can be drawn. I believe that ideas do not have to be correct to exist. I believe that you have every right to be perfectly certain that images of God or prophet or human that you revere are sacred and undefilable. Just as I have the right to be certain of the sacredness of speech and of the sanctity of the right to mock, comment, to argue, and to utter. I believe I have the right to think and say the wrong things. I believe your remedy for that should be to argue with me or to ignore me, and that I should have the same remedy for the wrong things that I believe you think. I believe you have the absolute right to think things that I find offensive, stupid, preposterous, or dangerous, and that you have the right to speak, write, or distribute these things, and that I do not have the right to kill you, maim you, hurt you, or take away your liberty or property because I find your ideas threatening or insulting or downright disgusting. You probably think some of my ideas are pretty vile too. I believe that in the battle between guns and ideas will eventually win, because the ideas are invisible and they linger, and sometimes they can even be true. E pur si muove, and yet it moves. This is by Neil Gaiman, and the book is Art Matters.
Welcome back. Well, Anna has read such a beautiful poem. Neil Gaiman is always so inspiring. How did you like it? Have you ever read anything written by him? And, of course, I guess that you were waiting for this moment, aren't you? Let's get back to our quiz. our quiz was asking you about assessment and if it was just for grading purposes. The time has come for us to check this misconception. If you have answered that assessment is not only for grading purposes, you are right. We are going to check that assessment. It is a very important tool, not only to provide students with results, but also to provide them with feedback. There are many moments in which you can assess your learners and do not provide a grade. If you are still thinking about assessing learners with grades, I invite you all to rethink this practice. Assessment can be something really helpful for learners and also for teachers. And now we would like to invite you all to a great talk by Caroline. She's going to talk about making a difference. And it's not over yet. We have a special attraction. We're going to be delighted with Charanga do França. I hope you all have a great time. And if you enjoy Carnival, you're gonna love it. Have fun! check this misconception.
Welcome back, everyone. What a wonderful day this has been so far. Moving on our program, if you're a Kids Box fan like I am, I'm sure you'll enjoy this next session. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome to the stage Caroline Nixon, teacher trainer and Cambridge materials author, with her talk, Making a Difference. You're already mic'd up. There you go. Just this way.
Okay, thank you very much. Right, well, we'll take that one off as quickly as possible. Oops, now I've already made a mistake. Okay, so thank you all very much indeed for coming and sharing this day with us. I clearly have an elite audience because you're all concerned with your professional development and trying to be the absolutely very best teachers that you can possibly be. So I think you deserve a round of applause. You've had a very long day and a busy day. And I think the next round of applause has to go to Cambridge University Press and Assessment for giving us the opportunity to all come together and meet face to face and have the day that we've had. So thank you very much, Cambridge. Thank you. For those of you at home, I hope you participate in equal measure. I know some of the activities, even though you're at home, please don't think you're going to miss out. Just do them just the same. Whatever we're doing, do it too. Okay, so before I start, I'd just like to say I'm not a social psychologist. I'm not an educational psychologist. I'm an active teacher just like you. So there's probably very little I'm going to be able to teach you. You're teachers. You know what you have to do in class, and you know what you're doing, and I'm sure you're fabulous. All I'm doing now is taking an opportunity to bring different aspects of diversity together, just to remind ourselves, each and every one of us, how we can actually improve a sense of inclusivity in the classroom through bearing in mind certain aspects of diversity. So my observations and suggestions to you today are based on 40 years teaching experience. And I hope that at the end of the session, you take something away with you that maybe hasn't happened to you because you haven't been teaching for 40 years. Basically, things that have cropped up and come into classrooms, and I've just made a mental note of them and collated them, and we can share them today. So, on we go. First of all, looking at this quotation. I like quotations, and especially when they're made by people who can say things very quickly and in a short way, far better than I could spend a million years thinking even about it. So this quotation by Max Frisch says, "We asked for workers, but we got people instead." This refers to the invitation to migrant workers to enter the United States at the beginning of the 1920s to literally build the country. But what they didn't appreciate, or they didn't understand from the beginning, was the complexity of bringing together people with their different needs, their different social needs, psychological needs, different cultures, languages, nationalities, their different aspirations. And this became very problematic very quickly. And this is the whole thing, that we are humans. And each and every one of us is different in multiple different ways. In fact, this subject is immensely complex to try and talk about it in just 50 minutes. So you'll probably find that I'm going a bit quickly, but we'll just look at some aspects. So if we adapt this quotation and say, we asked for pupils. So we asked for pupils. At the beginning of any academic year, we kind of have a mental image of what our new groups might be like, our new classes. We are managing our expectations. We're not looking for perfection. It's not perfect. It's not perfect filing cabinet. There are bits and pieces missing, labels missing, some substitute drawers. We expect more or less this. So we asked for pupils, but we got children instead. And this is more like the reality of any new class, that we have to mold and bend and work, and like kneading dough to make bread, we have to bring them all together, kids from all walks of life, different interests, different aspirations, different capabilities, and our job as a teacher is to try and make some sense out of this. Not to ask the children to be not different. They are different. We're all different. First, we are different. So within those differences, try and bring some sort of order together so that we can teach effectively and our pupils can learn effectively. So having said that, here we have our own community right now. All of us here, even those at the top, I can't see you. You're invisible people, but I know you're there, like Martians. Hello. So we are all a community. Right now, we're all a community. We're like a big tribe. And we're going to see just how much we have in common and how different we are through this activity. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you all to stand up. But before I do, I need another little disclaimer. that we have an additional little difficulty today in that your seats fold. So, creative problem solving, instead of actually sitting down, I'm going to just ask you to perch your bottom on the folded seat without falling on the floor, if you can, please. I'm sure it's a great glutes exercise, and you will be much appreciative of it after the session. So, first of all, I'm going to ask you all to stand up, please. Stand up. Those of you at home, stand up too. You're also going to do it. Please take part, just the same as all of us. Thank you. I'm going to make a statement, and if that statement is true for you, I would say sit down, but you're not actually going to sit down. I'll say perch. Okay? I'm going to say sit down, but what you're going to do is actually perch. So, perch, if the statement that I say is true for you. Then I'll say another statement. If that statement is true for you, stay perched. If the statement isn't true for you, stand up again. So in any given moment, the only people sitting should be those that the last statement said is true. Everybody clear? Yeah? You get the idea. Great. Sit down. No. Oh, I thought somebody was sitting down. Okay. Sit down if you aren't human. Great. We've all got that in common. There you go. One commonality, even the ones upstairs. Sit down if you aren't involved in the teaching of English on any level whatsoever. Two things in common. Okay, well that's good. That's a lot more than other communities have, believe me. Now it starts to get a bit more interesting. So, sit down if you play golf. Okay, good. We've got some golfers. Sit down if you've got more than 2 pets. Okay. All right. That's about, I calculate, about 20%. Sit down if you love cooking. Okay, very good. Yeah, I'd say that's about 35%. Sit down if you support Real Madrid football team. Yeah, I thought that would be less of a sitter. Okay, sit down if Portuguese isn't your first language. Sit down if you've got green eyes. Sit down if you play a musical instrument. Okay. All right. Sit down if you're under 30. Be honest. Okay. All right. Sit down if you weren't born in Sao Paulo. Oh, that's about a 50-50, I think. Okay. Sit down if you're really good at maths. Yeah. That's the way it swings. Those of us who are interested in language generally don't take an interest in maths. Sit down if you enjoy reading. Okay, excellent. Those of you who remain standing, because you're brave enough to admit that you're teachers who don't enjoy reading, which seems like a bit of anathema, And secondly, because you don't enjoy reading, you will more understand where pupils are having difficulties enjoying reading and reading. So, good on you. Excellent. And the last one. Sit down if you know the meaning of the word da hora. Okay. I had that on excellent advice. That was a word specific to people who live in the area of Sao Paulo. So, moving on. Another quotation, because as I said before, I like them, and what I like, I use. This quotation by Audre Lorde: "It's not our differences that divide us, it's our inability to recognize, accept, and celebrate those differences." And with this quotation, I think the three key words are recognize, accept, and celebrate. Okay, so we are diverse. Every single person is different from the person sitting next to them, around them, even within the same family. So, our first job as teachers in a classroom is to recognize the differences within our pupils. And through recognizing them, we will start to see our pupils, really see them as the unique individuals that they are. So we need to train ourselves to see those differences. Accept. I think the word accept is a much better word than tolerate. For example, when we say we tolerate extreme heat, we tolerate pain, I don't like, personally, I'm speaking for me, I don't like the word tolerate and tolerance with regards to other people, because it sounds like we're tolerating a person. That doesn't work for me. It's acceptance. Acceptance of the differences that we recognize. And not just to recognize and accept them, but actually celebrate our differences. Celebrate our strength as a community within those differences. I certainly celebrate differences because I'm absolutely useless, for example, at reading maps, even reading Google Maps. And my sense of direction is naturally appalling. I think I have something missing at a neurological level because I can get lost in a library. Now, if I were to go into a library with a group of friends, I would hope that one of them would be good at map reading, orienteering, or have a good sense of direction, because that person is going to complement my deficit. The great thing about diversity is that we can complement each other. And it's this complementing that we should be working on using within the classroom to get pupils working together to complement each other, to level the playing field in the classroom. Another observation is that when I talk to teachers, if I ask them what aspect of diversity they are most concerned about, practically all of them refer to mixed abilities. That some pupils finish faster than others, some pupils finish more slowly, and that this makes it difficult to manage the lesson and the time in the classroom. And I have an idea that if we actually work with children's strengths and weaknesses on all sorts of different levels than the purely academic, those mixed abilities actually start to disappear, because we're giving some children the confidence to interact and learn where maybe they didn't have it before, and sometimes their performance in the classroom can improve enormously. Just for me, as I was thinking about all the differences that I've met over the years, I've classified these three groups: physical differences, psychological differences, and social differences. There are multitudinous other things that I won't have contemplated, because it's not actually my specialization. This is just through experience. So, physical differences. These are the easiest to detect because obviously they're visible. We can see all these differences. And we have to bear in mind certain things like children who are 8 years of age, maybe we've got a classroom of 8-year-olds, but some children grow very, very quickly. They've grown to the stature and the size of a 10-year-old, but they're not 10 years old. They are psychologically 8 years old. But we are, as humans, hardwired. We see big people and we think mature, we think more grown up, we think more adult. And so inadvertently, we can sometimes demand a higher level of performance from big children than smaller children. And I found that this is quite current, quite something that happens a lot in classrooms. And likewise, with small children, we tend to accept underperforming from them, that we don't want to pressurize them too much because, again, we're hardwired to think that smaller children are younger, and they're not. They're still 8 years old. So we have to really look at ourselves and check that we are asking for a similar level of performance within each child's capability, but not based on anything to do with their physical capacity or physical aspect. In the same way, physically attractive children tend to be favored in all of society. And they become popular in the class, and other children want to play with them, and sometimes teachers can favor them also inadvertently. And this is not good for them. This admiration that comes from nothing except being physically attractive isn't good. And ultimately, they may learn not to have to work hard at anything because for some reason, magically, society opens the path for them. So we have to really manage all of these things to make sure that each child is properly working to the level that they should be working at. Bigger children, because they've grown so quickly, they tend to be a little bit less coordinated in their movements. So sometimes they can bump into tables and chairs. They're a little bit more clumsy because they haven't grown into their bodies on a coordination level. They think their bodies are still small and they don't know that they can pass through gaps or not. And sometimes this might generate a little bit of frustration when they knock things over. They might knock a table over or a chair over. And we have to completely see that they haven't grown into their bodies and try to avoid showing any facial expression of frustration or annoyance. Just, are you okay? Have you hurt yourself? Come on, let's pick the chair up. No problem. Okay? So there are all these different things about children's physicality that we need to bear in mind. Plus the fact that we may have children that are hearing impaired, they may be sight impaired, they may be wheelchair users. So all of these aspects in the classroom, we need to ensure that the sound system, if we're using audio files in class, that children who are hearing impaired get to sit nearer the loudspeakers. Those that are visually impaired or wear glasses get to be able to see what it is that we're projecting or showing. They're in a good position to be able to see clearly. But if they have Asperger's or they're on the spectrum, sitting near a loudspeaker may upset them. So they are very, very sensitive to sound. So those children may need to sit further away from the loudspeaker, and some children may even have to have the lesson with sound cancelling headphones. So we just need, not all of these children are going to come into your class in one single academic year. I'm talking about children that have come into my classes over the series of my career, which is 40 years. But at each step, there has been something of this that I have had to consider. So when we're using visuals in the classroom, to ensure that we are making an inclusive atmosphere, not only in the classroom, But in society in general, children tend to be in a classroom in a little bit of a bubble. But in society, there are wheelchair users. There are children of different social groups. So make sure that the visuals that we use in the classroom, if we're cutting out pictures from magazines to make posters or flashcards, then make sure that we do show a cross-section of today's modern society, that gender roles are shown, that there are women firefighters, there are women pilots, there are women members of military groups, that gender roles are shown, that it's perfectly acceptable to see a man pushing a pram down the street, holding a baby, and taking care of children, because this is the modern society that we are forging outside the classroom. And so we should be reflecting that inside the classroom too. And through an attitude of inclusivity ourselves, we are trying to foment a similar attitude within our children, and through songs and stories, then try to send a message of inclusivity. So let's just have a little break with a song.
People, people, here or there. People, people, everywhere. Different colors, different skin. Bodies that are fat, bodies that are thin. Some are weak, some are strong, with hair that's short or hair that's long. Straight, curly, dark or fair. Different people, different hair. Hungry, thirsty, happy or sad, young or old, good or bad. People are big, people are small, people are short, people are tall. Funny, naughty, angry or tired, clever, beautiful, loud or quiet. People, people, here or there, people, people, everywhere.
So those are the more permanent aspects of physical differences, but then we have the temporary aspects. A child might be thirsty, hungry, or tired in the class. Generally, the class before lunchtime is the class that we really need to work on to keep the children engaged. I say children. Diversity is equally as applicable to secondary education as well. I know some of the teachers here are secondary teachers, and I hope that you will take something away from this talk also, even though the visuals tend to show more primary material. But diversity is a subject for everybody, not just even within the classroom. So, the last class of the morning, they're desperate to get out, get into playtime, have their lunch, their blood sugar levels are on the floor, and we have to keep them going right to the end of the lesson. So it's best to bear in mind the timetabling of your lesson so that for the last 5 or 10 minutes of that class, there is something at the end of the lesson that they can move around, they can sing, dance, or have a story, something that is more likely to engage them, like save the best bit for last. The class at the end of the day, again, is one of those dark areas. They're very tired, they've already had a full day's worth of classes, and again, you need to try and save things for that class to keep them interested, keep them motivated, and wherever possible, a TPR activity or a dance with gestures, something to bring them back to life a little bit. And if you have the last lesson of the day before a bank holiday, well, that really is the day for learning games, and because that's a hard one. They are not just thinking about going home, but they're thinking about the holiday coming up afterwards. In English, we have an expression which is drink to think. We are electrical beings. We are a series of electrical impulses from our brain, our neurological system, throughout all our nerves. We need water to conduct our electricity. So I always ensure that children are allowed to have a bottle of water each in class, and I encourage them to drink water during the lesson, because that keeps them awake, it keeps them alert, and it helps their energy level. The next group we're going to look at is psychological. So we have children of exactly the same age group, but with a different degree of maturity. There are some children who, let's say for the sake of arguments, again, 8 years old, but they were born 100 years old. They are little wise people. I've had several of these throughout my years teaching, and they always astound me with their observations of life in general, which you think, well, where did that come from? You know, how is this possible that an 8-year-old is saying these wise things? The thing about these children is that along with their wisdom, they tend to be quite serious. They tend to be very intense and sometimes quite introspective. So we sometimes might think, oh, they're all right, they're doing well at school, they get everything immediately, they are, you know, little Einsteins, but they also need to be encouraged to be children. They need to be encouraged to play, sing, dance, and participate in all the activities like an 8-year-old. Then we have an 8-year-old who might cry a lot, that the moment they're frustrated, their level of frustration is really low, and where we wouldn't normally expect an 8-year-old to cry at frustration, we do sometimes get these children that cry over really small things. It could be a sign of anxiety, or it just could be a sign that they haven't quite learnt to manage their emotions. And again, it's our job to show them it's not a problem. Don't worry, everything has a solution. You see, like the chairs that fold. There, I found myself, what am I going to do? Not do the activity? No, we perch. If we can't sit, we can perch. There's always an alternative. So if we can help these children to understand that we can always adapt, we can be flexible, and it's okay, then they will probably eventually just adopt and interiorize that same attitude. Then we have children who are very bright. They get everything really quickly, just instantly. You explain something, they've already got it, and they're distracted, they're on to something else. They understood that. They don't want to do anything else with that, because why are you continuing to explain this even? While you're still practicing it and explaining it to other children, these kids are already looking to see what else they can do in the classroom. And again, we may be tricked into thinking that they've understood something, but sometimes 2 months down the line, they don't even remember any of that knowledge that supposedly they interiorized in just one lesson. So we have to make sure that children adopt good learning habits, irrespective of whether we think that they've got it. They still have to do all the exercises and practice at the same time as all the other children, because sometimes they might even be reluctant to put pen to paper and do the activities. And we have to ensure that everybody's on board and doing the same thing. Then we have children that find it more difficult. They don't get it quite so quickly. And that's the moment that you can put a quicker pupil with a slightly slower pupil and have them complement each other. Because sometimes the quicker, more disciplined pupils, those that have a good intellectual capacity with the anchoring of good learning habits, tend to also be a little bit introspective and quiet sometimes. And another kind of pupil that maybe doesn't get it so quickly is perhaps more extrovert. So maybe if you put them together, an introvert with an extrovert, they can complement each other and learn things from each other. Also, sometimes the children that are fast finishers and haven't got the patience to wait for everybody else to learn, if we say to them that they have a job of special responsibility, perhaps even give them a badge. They've finished all of their activities, they've done everything, and then they can be a coach for some of the other pupils. So we put them sitting next to the other pupils, and they have this special responsibility of coaching. Then we have children who are very, very shy, and sometimes they also pass under the radar, that they might be struggling with their shyness, and all of their academic performance can be impaired because of that. So, for those pupils, I found it quite useful to just get, I don't know if you've been given a lanyard, but when you go to a meeting or a congress or a conference and you get a lanyard, just change your name tag and put classroom helper. And give the children who are less confident in their academic prowess and their learning, give them something to make them feel proud, responsible, and important. And it can work absolute wonders. Then, of course, for everybody, you have personal preferences. Well, I don't even like English. Why do I have to be here 3 hours a week or 2 hours a week or however many hours? I don't want to be doing this. I want to be doing maths, science. I like maths and science. I like football. I want to be outside playing football. I don't want to be doing this. So we have to try and trick them. We have to try and make them think that they're doing things that aren't English, but while we're using English. For example, more visuals. So here we have, look at them, muddy, sporty activity, and the child that likes sport, and their key thing is sport, football, whatever. They just see the picture. Oh, that looks interesting. This is something about sport. This might be something that would interest me. The competitive children see the cup and the rosettes. Wow, competition. That looks interesting. The mathematics-based children see numbers. So try and integrate activities that trick your pupils into thinking that they're not learning English while they are. Because here, what they have to do is put them into ordered numbers, so we're practicing ordinal numbers. But initially, they will be engaged by the visuals or the topic. Most children of this generation right now absolutely reject reading. I would say that now, if I had a group of 20 children, perhaps just 2 children in that group would say that they enjoy reading. Reading seems to be something now that nobody wants to do, perhaps. So again, we need to kind of trick them into reading. Here's an activity. It's quite an extended reading activity, but in the guise of a puzzle. It's a logical reasoning puzzle. They have to put the names and the position and the activity in the right groups. And to do that, they will need to read the information several times. And they'll be reading it for a clear objective, which is to complete the puzzle, and they will forget that they are reading, hopefully. So things like this, try and create a problem that they have to read to solve. So we have our 3 older characters. They come from diverse groups. As you can see, they're physically diverse. They come from diverse socioeconomic groups. And they have different skills and different preferences. They all each one likes something different. But they are best friends. And they play to their strengths. They complement each other. And this is what we're trying to show children through an ongoing story, how we can negotiate and deal with preferences and emotions through real children that they're going to see in a video story and throughout the book. And these children are working towards a blog competition. They have to write a blog every week or every month and present it to an inter-schools competition to win computers for their classmates. So they're using their differences and they're complementing each other to achieve a common goal.
Our first blog post, not bad. This is a great photo, Mira. So, what shall we write about this week? Any ideas?
I've got nothing.
Oh no, it's 4:15. Football's on the TV. It started at 10 past. Oh, football. Oh, Top Talent is on in a minute. Can't we all watch that?
Yeah, Lenny, it's on at 4:25. How about that?
Perfect. Okay, I can also watch the football on my phone. At the same time?
Yeah, so we have to stop now.
Oh, let's put our books away first. Okay, quickly. Phew, just in time. It's 4:20.
Hi, Dad. Can we please change the channel? We want to watch Top Talent.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mira. Not now. The golf's on. And you know I love golf.
What time does it finish, Mr. Sharma?
Oh, don't worry. It finishes at 7:20.
But we have to be home at 6:30.
Well, we can watch it on catch-up another day.
Yeah, okay. Now I've got a great idea for our next blog post. TV. Yes. We can't watch TV, but we can write about it.
Shh, please.
Sorry!
Okay, so there, through a story that actually what we are practicing our times and television programs, what we're showing children is that within a group of people, we're not always going to want to do the same thing. So we have to negotiate, and we're negotiating and come to an amicable agreement about what or how we can do it within the time constraints, the limitations that we have. So, for example, if, we can give them situations. Look, you want to play tennis and you want to go cycling and you're friends and you're organizing the afternoon activity. How can you do it? You can't do both activities at the same time because you've only got an hour to do it in or an hour and a half. Say, well, we can cycle to the tennis courts. That takes half an hour. Then we can play tennis for half an hour and then cycle home again. We can do both. Show children means of being able to satisfy their own aspirations and satisfy their companions' aspirations by all agreeing on a common pursuit. Actually, they didn't get to do any of that because their dreams and aspirations were frustrated by the fact that Dad had got there first and he was watching golf. But instead of getting angry about it, they said, well, we can catch up later, we can watch it on catch-up, YouTube, whatever. They turned it around and looked on the bright side. And instead of getting upset about it or getting angry about it, they said, well, look, now we have our inspiration for our new blog, which is television. And try and turn things around and take the best of a situation and look towards things with optimism. This is all something we should actively be trying to promote in the classroom, dealing with young people, whether they're secondary or primary. Then we have our social aspect of diversity, family background. So children, the idea of a traditional family that existed maybe 20 or 40 years ago when I started teaching, now is no longer the case in outdoor general society. There are families that the children are being raised by the grandparents for whatever reason. There are families where the families are monoparental, the families are same gender. The families are parents with an adopted child that may not be of the same cultural heritage as the parents. There are all kinds of families right now. So we need to bear in mind in the classroom that if we're doing an activity on families, each child represents their family without any sense of judgment or prejudice. That if they're drawing a picture of their family, every single family is valid and every single family is to be celebrated. Some children may be wealthier in the classroom than others. Again, like the child who's clever or the child who's physically attractive, the dictates of our society around us tend to make a child that's got more access to sophisticated toys or things more popular in the classroom. So other children admire the child that has more things. And we have to really try and help to moderate that in the classroom so that we don't place emphasis and importance on things, personal possessions on the one hand, and the child that has more, they are subject to an enormous amount of admiration, and they also have to learn to manage that so that in the future they are well-rounded adults, and that all adults, all of our children, the objective for us as teachers is to try and help them to become well-rounded and emotionally mature adults for the future, apart from getting all of their exams and their academic progress. Children may come from a different religious or belief system. Each child may come from a different one. I've had several different belief systems in my classroom throughout the years. And for example, Muslim or Hindu, sometimes Hindu children can't eat meat at all. Muslim and Jewish children certainly can't eat pork. Jehovah's Witness children don't celebrate their birthdays. And so these are factors of their faith that we need to bear in mind if we know that we have children of these faith systems in the classroom. Because if there's an event that involves sharing of food or celebrating in school with food, we need to ensure that everybody is included, that everybody can eat something. And if they can't eat it because actually their religion says that it's a birthday party or it's their birthday and they can't celebrate it, we have to ensure that they don't go home with a sense of wrongdoing, that they're not in conflict with their family background because they have participated in a celebration at school. So we need to be very, very empathetic and tactful with our handling of children. And most importantly, we need to find out about our children. Sometimes you are given information about whether you have children in the classroom, for example, who are diabetic or celiac or have food allergies. You may have information with regards their religions or belief systems, but if not, just like the sit-down, stand-up activity, we couldn't possibly do that just to find out about each other. That's not the way we would do it. We would communicate, we'd ask, has anybody got a problem with food? Because we're going to have a party, and we can just simply ask and open the conversation in the classroom in a very natural way and with complete acceptance of each child's possible difficulty with the food. Political belief system. Children of 8, 9, 10, certainly primary children that I'm involved with mostly. I also teach secondary children. They can come to class, certainly, with a very, very strong political utterance, let's say, which isn't actually acceptable in today's modern society. Sometimes children can say things that reflect more the voice of an adult somewhere in their background. So as a teacher, we can't react to that on a personal, subjective level. We are neutral. We are facilitators of knowledge, and we are there to help our pupils. Our ethics in the classroom must be, how can I help you? So even if what the child says resonates badly with us and we find it offensive, we are adults, they're children. So we become neutral and we say, we don't say this. We don't say this in our community. Here, we're a community and we don't say things that hurt other children or hurt other people. But we do face it and call it out. Because if a child does say something that is racially, socially, or politically offensive and does not represent the modern society outside of their family, then if we keep silent in that moment in front of the whole class, then we are actually complicitous. Our silence is complicit. So very gently and with a lot of compassion and sympathy for all of our pupils, we explain that this is something that we don't say or we don't do. We may have children in the class who come from different countries. We're trying to teach them English, and actually they don't speak Portuguese yet. That's tricky. They are going to need a lot of help and support. And we need to ensure that they are integrated into the class as quickly as possible. They could also be children from another part of Brazil, for example. Maybe they're not from Sao Paulo. Their parents have moved here because of work, and they're from a different part of the country. They don't know the cultural references here. They don't know the typical food from Sao Paulo. They don't know when they say da hora, it means cool. And they have to catch up with all of that. So this is a moment to open the conversation in the classroom. What do you say in your region? Or what do you say in your country? Or what do you eat? How do you celebrate festivals? And make a community of all of the children that are in the classroom to try and avoid a sense of exclusion by anybody, because you can feel foreign by not understanding a reference about something even when you're in your own country. And we don't want this sense of feeling foreign. And there was a great slogan by Coldplay, which is, every person or everybody is an alien somewhere. We are. The moment I'm an alien right now. So some of those up there, they said they weren't. They said they were human, so that's okay. So we need to integrate all of our children from whichever walk of life they come and clear the playing ground in the classroom to ensure that every child works to the best of their capacity, they work in harmony, and that more importantly, every single person in the classroom, ourselves included, are comfortable in our own skin. And through stories, we can exemplify that and show through role modeling. Here we have Monty. He's the mediator between the friends. He's more of a pacifist and a mediator. Then we have Trevor, who's extreme. He is very different. He's completely diverse, and he has a love of eating other people's pencils. Mask Man, he's big, strong, and muscular, and he's a superhero. He's something of a narcissist, to say the least, but actually he's really afraid of lots of things. He's actually terrified. He's not such a great superhero. And then we have Marie. Now, Marie is the perfect example of how we can change. We can change. We don't like the situation we're in. We don't like what's happening. She started off her life in a toy shop, in a toy department of a department store, wearing pink, a Barbie-type doll, and she wasn't happy about that. She didn't like pink. She didn't like being a Barbie doll. This was not what she was born for. So, fortunately, Stella, who's also an academic of the family, chose her from the toy shop, took her home, gave her a white lab coat, gave her some pencils, a clipperboard, a stethoscope, and then she is Dr. Marie, named in commemoration of Marie Curie, actually, our role model heroine. So there she is, Dr. Marie. Hold that thought, because I suspect that Mattel have been using Kids Box. But there you go.
Toys in the toy box, come alive. Walk and talk on the count of 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Look, Marie, there he is. He's a monster.
No, he isn't, Mask Man. He's a troll.
A troll? What's a troll? Look at his hair. It's purple. And his head. It's big and green.
Yes, Mask Man. Trolls are green.
Look at his eyes, Marie. They're orange. He's a monster. I'm green. I've got purple hair and orange eyes. But I'm not a monster. I'm Trevor Troll.
Hello, Trevor. I'm Monty. How are you?
Hello, Monty. I'm fine, thank you.
Trevor, this is Marie, and this is Mask Man. They're my friends.
Hello. I'm Trevor.
Hello, Trevor. How are you? Are you happy?
Yes, I am. Now I've got 3 friends. Yes, we're your friends.
So, at the end of the story, Maskman realized that that he was being a bit ridiculous in rejecting somebody for purple hair and a green head, and was made to reflect about his position. And this is something that we use throughout the class. We can use stories, we can use songs to encourage children to adopt the same sense of inclusion that we are trying to perpetuate in the classroom. So, our job really as a teacher is like conducting a massive philharmonic orchestra. We have a whole range of instruments in the classroom, from the grand piano right through to the triangle. But every single instrument in that orchestra, every single member is valid and worthwhile to the creation of the music and the harmony. So we need to work on that to make sure that every single child is included and their value is seen, and their contribution to what they bring to the table in the classroom is also valued. So we just need to really take a look at ourselves. We need to put aside any prejudices, any preconceived ideas, and try to just open our mind to the possibility that children have differences from other aspects other than just purely their academic competencies. And that these differences that come from outside or inside that aren't always so visible may have an impact on their learning progress. We need to look around and see the whole child. So small actions, start with small things, and it will make an enormous difference. And we should never underestimate our capacity to influence children for the good. And we should never underestimate our capacity to ensure that children progress and reach their goals in life. And we're going to see now, what does this look like if we adopt an inclusive, empathetic approach to our teaching? What does this look like potentially in a real situation? Because it just takes one teacher to inspire a pupil who's struggling, one teacher, and that teacher could be any one of us. This lady is Dr. Maggie Aderim-Pocock. She is a space scientist, so her subjects, which she talks about STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and maths. She was born in a very poor area of East London to Nigerian parents who didn't use English as their first language. In fact, English was their second language, and she grew up with economic difficulties. She went to a state school, and she was diagnosed with dyslexia. She was put into a remedial class, where in those days, remedial classes were just like, yeah, well, you know, let them get to the age of 16, and then, you know, they'll just leave school and do whatever they do. But in that remedial class, one teacher saw her amazing capacity for maths. She saw that she had potential and could potentially be a brilliant mathematician. So she went and studied at London University. She studied mechanical engineering because the teacher encouraged her to go to evening classes, where she studied with older university students and adults as a teenager. She got her degree, she got her doctorate, and she now works on telescopes through which we are all observing Mars. Mattel, to commemorate her life story, made a Barbie doll in her image to commemorate her professional trajectory. Ooh, now where's it? I've gone. Where? Let's go back.
Need to make a Barbie of me. I couldn't believe it. Both my daughter and I were dancing around the living room just at the thought of it. But all the details as well, things like the dress. The biggest challenge, I think, must have been the hair. And telescopes have featured greatly in my life. And so the fact that my Barbie is next to a telescope just seems very, very appropriate. I'm a space scientist and a science communicator. One of my missions in life is to try and encourage girls into STEM. These subjects are just too important to be left to the guys. If you go into these subjects, you can literally change the world. I work on things like climate change, trying to understand our planet, the James Webb Space Telescope, looking deep into space. These are things that everybody should be involved in. We need diversity, so I like to encourage girls into these subjects. If I introduce myself as a space scientist, some people do a bit of a double take. They're surprised that sort of a black female is a space scientist, because we do often have these stereotypical images of what people do. And I like to smash those stereotypes whenever I get the opportunity.
And so should we all. Smash those stereotypes. I think that's one of our fundamental objectives as teachers. Thank you all very much for coming, and I hope you've taken something away with you with this talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Caroline. We have questions from the chat. Would you be able to answer those?
Yes, well, I hope so. I don't know.
We can stand over here as they set up for the musical performance. So, Elaine from Bauru, online, she says, what do you do when you have a student in class that is resistant and has difficulty participating in class activities?
I think, first of all, you need to find out if there is any inherent reason why that child is resistant. Because, for example, a child may be dyslexic and nobody has noticed. It may have gone undetected, and they are ashamed of they know that they are different from other children, and their lack of capacity could be a source of embarrassment or shame to them. So first of all, rule out that there's any sort of psychological or difficulty on a psychological area where they would need extra tuition. If you've eliminated that, then you really need to work on discovering what it is that motivates the child, what they like, what they get them on their own level. If they say that they like tennis, then try and bring something about tennis into an activity that they may feel more engaged. But the answer to every question really is get to know your children. Ask them what they like. Find out their preferences. Find out their strengths and their weaknesses, always.
That's amazing. I always say that there's no student wants to be difficult in class.
No.
It comes from something,
no, exactly.
and we need to discover what that something is.
Children innately want to learn.
Exactly.
Children are curious from birth.
Exactly. And then we have another question from Paulo Jamar from Rio de Janeiro. He says, how can we help students to respect differences in a very multicultural world?
Well, I think by practicing what you preach, that living your own neutrality and teaching and working with children, treating them as equals within their diversity. It sounds like a contradiction in terms. Each child is different, but within their differences, they are a collective that must be treated equally. I don't know if I can explain that, but if they see through your example and through the materials that you're presenting them with, that this is the world, this is the case, and it's cool, it's da hora, then...
She's going to take this word back with her.
Be positive about everything you show them. Show your own positivity. Isn't this great? Look at this. We've got all these differences, all these different things we can do. You're good at this and you're good at this. And if we work together as a team, we can do something really good.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Positivity, always.
That's amazing. As Helen said in the beginning in her talk, she says, they need to see that our eyes are twinkling, that we are excited about teaching.
Yes, yes.
And they'll be excited about learning.
Yes.
That's amazing. And then we have another one from teacher Sol Salles. She asked, I would like to know about the classes with children, if we have to play, and sometimes we have to give grammar. Do we have to give grammar too? Like,
play, always play, and the teacher should be the leader in play. We should be the first people up there dancing, leading by example, because children can be quite shy, and if we're inhibited and we're not going for it with all our joy, then they will be inhibited too. They are a pure reflection of what we present to them. So certainly play, and the two aren't irreconcilable. You can teach grammar through playing. But on a subliminal level, you don't give them a grammar chart with the subject pronouns and the verbs. Grammar is language. You're using it all the time. So you use that, you integrate it at their level.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Caroline.
Thank you.
Let's give Caroline another round of applause.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are approaching the end of our event. And as you know, Cambridge Day is also a beneficiary event. So I would like to invite back to the stage the head of Cambridge Brazil, João Madureira, to tell us all about the institutions you all are helping today. João?
Hello everyone, thank you very much. Wonderful music by a espetacular charanga do França. Thank you for that show, pocket show. We wanted more, but we can't stay longer. I will switch to português agora, para que possa trazer aqui o Moisés, o representante da Moca Solidariedade, que é a entidade que vocês tão gentilmente contribuíram, juntamente com os nossos patrocinadores, para que a instituição, então, recebesse e hoje leve para a tão necessária ação de solidariedade que eles executam, mais de 1.000 quilos, 1 tonelada de alimentos hoje aqui. Muito obrigado. Moisés, então, por favor.
Obrigado a todos. Eu sou voluntário na Associação Moca Solidária. É uma associação sem fins lucrativos, sem vínculo político e nem religioso, localizado no bairro da Moca, na zona leste aqui de São Paulo. Nós hoje atendemos cerca de 4.000 moradores de rua, com refeições, cerca de 400 famílias, com cestas básicas, com leite, itens de higiene pessoal, e todo tipo de doação. A Associação Moca Solidária, ela atende pessoas com as diferentes comorbidades, hidrocefalia, microcefalia, paralisia, espectro de Down, espectro de autismo. Então, é uma associação com uma ampla ação social, né, em todas as frentes que chegam aos nossos conhecimentos. Isso só é possível graças a um ato como esse, onde o corporativo, os seus participantes, seus colaboradores, eles acabam trazendo aí 1 tonelada de alimentos que serão automaticamente doados, distribuídos em diversas ações. A Associação Moca Solidária, ela também está presente aí, infelizmente, eu deixo aqui como aspas, nas calamidades públicas que vem acontecendo principalmente no começo dos anos, né? Francisco Morato, Franco da Rocha, os desabamentos, o ano passado Petrópolis, este ano, infelizmente, no litoral norte de São Paulo. Então, graças a essa generosidade, nós conseguimos atender e suprir essas demandas. A caridade, ela se faz pelo amor. Mesmo quem está na caridade pela dor, ela acaba se cuidando, ela acaba se tratando. Então, se possível, em algum momento da vida de vocês, procurem sair da zona de conforto, procurem acolher alguém. Normalmente, está do nosso lado, né? Aquele parente menos favorecido, aquele colega que a gente nem sempre tem contato. Se a gente perguntar um pouquinho mais, se aprofundar, essa pessoa vai estar passando alguma necessidade. A Associação Moca Solidária está no Instagram, é @Moca Solidária, e só posso deixar aqui o agradecimento a todos vocês, aos colaboradores, a todo mundo aqui envolvido. Muito obrigado e parabéns para vocês.
Moisés, muito obrigado pela sua presença, dando total transparência, então, a essa ação. Lembrando que são vocês que estão fazendo esse ato solidário. A Cambridge aqui funciona como um canal só de chegada e saída, mas eu agradeço muito o engajamento de todos vocês. E também, nas outras cidades onde tivemos os Cambridge Days, ações iguais a essas foram realizadas em todas as cidades onde o Cambridge Day aconteceu. Aí sim, solidarizando com instituições de cada uma dessas cidades, Fortaleza, Recife, Salvador, Brasília, Rio, BH, Curitiba e Porto Alegre, também receberam as doações, não só de nossos patrocinadores, tá? E volto a dizer, os nossos patrocinadores aqui da área de exposição, todos vocês estiveram lá, também contribuíram com a sua doação, e aí, na realidade, foram 100 quilos cada um. Então, é um volume bastante significativo, como o Moisés me explicava, que faz um canal quase que direto. Esses alimentos ficam muito pouco tempo na prateleira, às vezes, como ele me explicava, horas, porque amanhã cedo ele já tem distribuições de cestas básicas e esses alimentos já serão selecionados e organizados para entrega quase que imediata. Então, é uma ação solidária que chega muito rápido, né? Então, mais uma vez, muito obrigado a todos vocês. É hora de devolver para a Rebeca e deixar que ela faça, então, esse fechamento. Mas, antes de tudo, e antes de mais nada, de novo, muito, muito obrigado. Espero ver todos vocês online, streaming, face-to-face, aqui e nas cidades em que nós estivemos presentes, no próximo ano, com os nossos Cambridge Days 2024, os quais nós passamos a programar daqui a pouquinho, viu, Léo? Daqui uns 5 minutos a gente tem o briefing, tá? Marcamos ali embaixo, 10 minutos, vai, para você descansar e tomar um copo d'água, já passamos a programar 2024. Obrigado especial, thank you, now making sure that everybody understands. Many, many thanks for the special appearance of our international guests that have traveled a long way to be here with us, not only today, but throughout the whole week in different cities, traveling basically every night and changing hotels and getting up on the wrong side of bed, not because of bad temper, but because they thought that they were in another bed the night before, and so got wrong on the wrong side of bed, meaning they didn't know where they were, but they were in the right place because our group made sure that they were in the right place at the right time. Thank you very much for making the distance, making the effort. A round of applause for our international speakers. And indeed for Alberto, who did not travel a long distance, but he was here and available. made a special effort because he had a voice issue, but I think that everything went well. Also, I want to thank those of you who have traveled a long way. I've spoken to a few people that came from Minas Gerais, Ituiutaba, from Goiás e Mineiros, from Brasília, Fortaleza, oh my God, Fortaleza, all the way from Fortaleza, so thank you. Next year we'll have the longest person or the longest trip to attend the Cambridge Day, the contest. Let's make sure we build that in. We'll give a special prize for those of you who traveled the longest or the whatever, the longest distance, the farthest distance. But anyway, thank you very much. I know it means a lot in terms of travel, time, family time, personal time. Most of you, or a lot of you, are on holidays because it's July in Brazil. So once again, thanks for making the time to come and spend this whole day with us. As always, I have said too much. Rebecca, back to you. Thank you all. See you next year.
Thank you, João. Thank you.
Special thank you to Rebecca. Forgot the most important person
No,
today.
I'm not. I'm just here representing wonderful teachers. Thank you, João, for the amazing work you all do at Cambridge and Partners. Well, I guess this is a wrap on our event, but most certainly not on our learning and teaching journey. Cambridge Day has impacted my professional life in so many ways, and one of them was giving me inspiration and motivation to be a better teacher and come up with new ways to inspire and motivate my students in class. It's time to kick off a new semester, and we hope you have been energized enough to have a spectacular new term and count on Cambridge to walk side by side with you along the journey. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Until next year.
You can say that you can learn how to play the game. It's easy.
Wow, what an incredible day. I'm sure you had so much fun. Besides having fun, we had many learning opportunities. I hope you had enjoyed. I loved learning from the amazing speakers. I loved learning from our interviewees here. And I hope that you also had fun with Charanga de França. Well, before we finish, there are some special announcements, so you still need to pay attention to me. You need to scan the QR code, or you can also click on the link displayed on the comment section in order to go to a form. I promise this is going to be short, but if you wanted to make sure you get your certificate, you have to take this step. I really loved being with you the whole day, and I hope to see you next year for another Cambridge Day. Cambridge Day, your English journey starts here.